This boy was seen as a loser by everyone at school, but one day everything changed. He couldn't believe all this power that he now possessed. His body was so strong he was afraid of going bald. He broke the record in the running test, and did the same on the push-up exam. For the weightlifting test, there simply wasn't enough weight for him to use. All the students were watching, completely terrified. This was the boy they used to bully. He wasn't supposed to be this strong. If they had known, they would have never messed with him before. But the truth is, things used to be different. This boy was the only one who failed the entrance exam. While the entire class celebrated their success, Leo Vance felt an inexplicable emptiness. It was the third time he had failed. He was the student who stayed behind to clean the classroom. This moment of solitude almost brought him to tears, realizing just how useless he felt. One of his classmates told him that all students had to go to the school entrance. The reason was this guy, Isaac Kaiser, an A-rank hunter. He was a student at this school before becoming a famous hunter, and he was there to film a documentary about what a great student he was before becoming famous. But the truth that wasn't being shown to the cameras was this. Isaac Kaiser was a horrible person and used to beat up Leo every single day for no reason. Just remembering that guy made our protagonist tremble. But what Isaac Kaiser told the cameras was that Leo was a great friend who always helped him when they studied together, even with money, because Leo's family was poor. These lies were just to make Isaac Kaiser look even better for the cameras, and since Leo didn't have the courage, he simply agreed with Isaac's words. As the reporters took photos, Leo felt those memories burn in his mind. He truly hated this guy. After the filming ended, our protagonist felt the emptiness of being weak, of not having the power to do anything. When he was younger, Leo loved to read books that told the stories of the legendary founders who saved the world. When the Tower of Malevolence appeared and nearly destroyed humanity with the monsters that poured from it, incredible people rose up and saved the world. They were all incredible. One guy defeated 10,000 soldiers using a wooden staff. It could have easily been just a pencil. A mage so powerful she could cast spells without uttering a single word. This was over a century ago, and now they are legends. When this mark appears on your body, you have the potential to become an awakened one, to become powerful and famous. But, unfortunately, Leo had failed the test 3 times. His dream was over. However, before leaving, Isaac Kaiser went back to his former classmate and said he would convince the association to let Leo retake the test. He just needed to go to the founder's shrine later to meet him. This left the protagonist confused. This guy was evil, but if he was doing this to further improve his own image, it didn't matter. As long as Leo got a second chance, he would take it. Later, at the founder's mausoleum, the cameras were recording the final scene. The shot focused on Isaac in front of the historic tomb, delivering a grand speech. After the interview ends, the reporters thank him, satisfied with the footage they got. Isaac plays the part of the polite celebrity, saying he can't wait to see the article. But as soon as they're gone, he heads into the interior of the mausoleum where his men are busy digging. "Have you found the entrance?" he asks. They eagerly point to a hidden passage, asking if this is what they were looking for. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind. Leo had arrived, hoping to retake the exam. The boy saw what they were doing. To him, this was a sacred place. The memory of the people he admired most was enshrined there. When he tried to stop the damn looters, Risa and Kai struck him with all the force that an A-rank awakened could muster. The punch was brutal. Leo felt many things inside him shatter. The guys shouted that they had taken everything of value. All those things were inside. Leo felt as if he was about to die, and yet, he could only think about how wrong this was. They couldn't steal that. Kai then grabbed Leo and said he knew everything about the boy, the weakest student, obsessed with the ancestors, who lived in the library, reading books. His perfect plan was to throw the protagonist into the river, behind the shrine, and make him take the blame for opening the founder's tomb. The blow Leo took earlier was really meant to kill him. When he was thrown into the water, he had no strength left as he sank. He remembered how he trained every day, studying hard to achieve his dream, and it was all for nothing. Then, at the bottom of the lake, lights ignited around him. Despite the cold water, a comfortable warmth emanated from them. Leo heard them say something about him, being the vessel for this generation. The heroic spirits were sealed in this place. In Leo's hand was the emblem of the void. It didn't grant power to its wielder. However, whoever possessed it could possess the spirit of any founder. Leo had to choose now. Which of the heroes would he make a contract with? Magic, resistance, sword skills, spear arts, any one of them. The protagonist then shouted that he chose all of them. He wanted all the powers. The heroes said it didn't work like that, but they were all sucked into the mark. All the souls went inside the seal. Isaac and his thieving friends were still near the lake when they heard the sound of an explosion in the water. By some miracle, one of the guys had an umbrella. The three of them couldn't believe that the guy floating in front of them was Leo, the loser who had just died. When the protagonist landed in front of them, his expression was completely different, but they still insulted him again, saying that not even cockroaches were that resilient. A stick caught the protagonist's eye. The two guys laughed at him. "You're going to try and fight? You think you're John Wick?" Leo wasn't intimidated and continued testing his movements. Then Isaac said in a serious tone, "You need to make sure he doesn't leave the bottom of the lake again." One of the guys then drew his sword and promised to throw Leo back into the lake. When the guy made a real attack with the sword, delivering multiple slashes in a second, he couldn't even see it, only feeling it as his body began to fall apart. Risa, and the chubby guy, couldn't believe the scene before them. This guy couldn't be the same loser from before. The chubby guy launched his most powerful magic. Leo was known for having no mana, so he would be destroyed by it. The protagonist then pointed his finger, and without saying a word, a lightning bolt struck the spot. It wasn't hard to hit, since the target was so big. Even so, Isaac was shocked. That was definitely a magic conjuration, without an incantation. That sword movement was as if the sword saint himself was in front of him. This magic was like what that legendary mage used to do. What Isaac couldn't understand was that all 106 founders were now inside Leo. The protagonist declared that a new name would be written in history, and that Isaac would also be remembered, but as the first 1% of evil to be eliminated by the great Kanagi, Leo. As he approaches, Isaac can only watch in horror. Finally accepting the impossible truth, the boy he had dismissed has just absorbed the souls of the founders through the emblem of the void. Inside Kanagi's mind, the founders are going wild. After centuries of being sealed, they are enjoying their newfound freedom, and are already arguing about who will take control of the new body first, amidst the chaos. The legendary swordsman Hinokiri speaks to Kenji, casually commenting that he's not surprised. The boy remembers his name. He asks Kenji what his plan is. Ignoring Isaac as a complete nobody, and turning his attention to a much greater threat right behind him, focused Kenji turns to face Isaac, who is stuttering in fear trying to boast about being an A-rank hunter. Kenji doesn't even waste a word, he just throws a single punch that sends Isaac flying. Kenji then shifts his focus to the mysterious bag, which practically radiates a dark aura. As he stares at it, a huge wave of power erupts from within, catching him by surprise. Rinok, however, just watches calmly with a faint smile on his face. Meanwhile, back in the city, a monstrous three-headed wolf is on a rampage. A man shouts for someone named Kaiser to take care of it without wasting time. Kaiser springs into action with incredible grace. He leaps over the beast and brings his sword down, in a cascading impact strike, defeating the A-rank monster with a single blow. The crowd goes wild, cheering for the S-rank hunter. Kaiser humbly thanks them before asking where Isaac is. One of the men says that Isaac is probably busy, with an interview commenting how nice it must be to be called the young hope. Kaiser just shrugs, noting that Isaac's fame is good for their guild's reputation, but as they're about to leave, a wave of pressure terrifyingly spreads throughout the city. Panic sets in as civilians and even low-rank hunters faint. Kaiser sees his own comrades struggling. Realizing that even A and B-rank hunters can't withstand it, he instantly knows that an S-class monster has appeared. The immense pressure is flowing from the founder's mausoleum. Back in the forest, a terrified Isaac struggles to get up, looking on in horror. As a colossal monster crawls out of the bag, he stammers, "It's a demon." "What is this thing?" Kenji explains that by stealing the relics, Isaac broke the seal that was holding one of the original boss monsters of the tower inside Kenji's mind. Rinok analyzes the beast with an expert eye. He immediately recognizes it as the personification of the void, a creature far beyond S-rank, according to him. Its poisonous aura alone can kill thousands, and monsters like this were very common in his time. This is too much for Isaac. He completely loses it and runs, convinced that staying another second means certain death. But Kenji knows the instincts of a predator. He warns that running will only get him killed faster. But it's too late. As soon as Isaac moves, the monster strikes with terrifying speed, launching a huge tentacle right at him. He barely manages to raise his sword before the tentacle pierces him, running straight through his chest. The same sword that once slew a dragon is now completely useless. The creature's tentacles spread across Isaac's body, draining his life force as his screams echo through the forest. Kenji, however, just watches, knowing this was inevitable. As the former hero dies, the spirit of Hinokiri places a hand on Kenji's shoulder. "Want to see my one-handed sword style?" He proposes, trying to take full control of the body before Kenji can answer. The other founders intervene, grabbing Hinokiri by the hair and accusing him of trying to monopolize the new powerful body. But it's Kenji himself who stops the argument. He sets his own terms. No single founder has control. His body must be shared among all of them. He declares that one day, he will surpass every one of them and prove his worth through strength. If they want to use his body, they will have to show him what true power looks like. Shocked by his sheer audacity, Renos just smiles and readies his blade. Seizing the moment, Renos takes the first step, merging his consciousness with Kenji's and encouraging the others to follow. As the spirit of Hinoki raises his sword, Kenji's body mirrors the movement, aiming for the monster's limbs. Guided by the expertise of one of the founders, the blade severs a massive arm in a single, clean strike. The beast retaliates with a furious blow, but Kenji's body, now infused with the agility of another founder, dodges with superhuman speed. The power builds as the spirits take turns, one granting him the strength to grab the creature's own tentacles and slam it violently to the ground. The monster staggers as Kenji grabs a bow, piercing its hide with arrows. He then unleashes a barrage of skills, whirlpools, fire breath, and ice attacks. When the beast attempts a sneak attack from below, Kenji's eyes glow yellow, the great mage within him taking over, electrocuting the creature with lightning. Then, with a final, powerful leap, Kenji soars over the monster. Renos takes control, grabbing Lisa's broken sword, and executes his unique one-handed technique, the Kiritachi wave-cutting blade. The sword slices the demon in half, ending its rampage. As the two halves fall, a victorious smile finally spreads across Kenji's face. Watching the entire battle from a nearby tree is a single crow. Elsewhere in the city, a man standing atop a skyscraper answers a call. Shocked to hear the monster was defeated before he even got there, he asks if there were any strong hunters on the scene, but the voice on the other end says the crow's footage shows it was an academy student who took it down. The man, named Midori, the world's strongest awakened, says he wants to meet the student. The next morning, Midori is sitting on a pile of monster corpses when he calls the academy's director. He tells him about the S-Rank monster, clarifying that he wasn't the one who defeated it. According to the crow's footage, it was Kenji Minato. Midori finds this hard to believe, especially since Kenji is known for failing the hunter exam for 3 years in a row. He then asks the director for one special favor. Back at the academy, the students are all buzzing about what happened. The terrifying aura from the day before had left most of them paralyzed, and now everyone is trying to guess who could have defeated such a monster. Meanwhile, Kenji staggers through the campus, leaning on a staff, his entire body trembling. He overhears their conversation, surprised the incident has already become the talk of the school. Suddenly, some guy bumps into him, knocking him over and scoffing at the idea that a weakling like him could be the S-class killer. Kenji knows the truth. He did defeat the demon, but only by letting the founders use his body. Now he's paying the price. The backlash from their power is agonizing. As he struggles to get up, a voice taunts him in his mind. It's Hinoki, reminding him of his bold promise to surpass them. With a challenging yet encouraging tone, Hinoki urges him to get it together. Kenji remembers his vow, and, ignoring the pain, forces himself to stand again, silently reaffirming his goal. Hinoki laughs inside him, encouraging him to show some determination. The spirit then scans the nearby students with a sigh of disappointment. The awakened of this era seem no stronger than normal humans, a far cry from the warriors of his time. He reflects that if the tower were to reappear now, the world would be doomed. But his thoughts are cut short when he senses an incredibly powerful aura nearby. Kenji notices Hinoki's sudden tension, but the spirit simply brushes it off. Just then, a teacher yells for Kenji to come over, assuming it's about his expulsion letter. He approaches cautiously. After all, he has failed 3 times and has no more chances. But to his complete shock, the professor tells him to go to the field for a re-evaluation. The news leaves Kalen paralyzed. The other students crowd around the windows, whispering excitedly. No one has ever received a hunter re-evaluation before. On the field, Kalen gets into a runner's stance. He isn't fully recovered, but he is determined. The first test is a 100-meter dash. The student who knocked him down before starts taunting him again, calling him a failure. But when the test begins, everyone watches in stunned silence as Kalen crosses the finish line. In just 1.2 seconds, he shatters the old record of 2.7. Next is the 3,000-meter run, which he finishes in 1 minute and 17 seconds, destroying the previous record. It's the same story for all the other tests. Push-ups, bench press, you name it. He doesn't just break the records, he more than doubles them, leaving the students completely speechless. Kalen himself wonders if the founders are secretly helping, but Hiro assures him that it's all his own doing. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, Midor is looking at Kalen's file. The headmaster admits that although Kalen's new physical scores are unbelievable, the real problem has always been his magic. For 3 years, all evaluations indicated that his mana levels were zero. Undetectable. That's why he was always considered a lost cause. Midor's secretary just smirks, hinting that things might be about to get interesting out on the field. Kalen faces the final test, the magic measurement. The professor explains that he needs to channel his mana into a large fan and make it spin for 30 seconds. The record is 4,022 rotations, while Kalen prepares. Memories of failing this exact test year after year come flooding back, no matter how much effort he had put in. Previously, the fan never even trembled at his attempts. His inability to sense mana always held him back, but this time is different. For the first time, he can feel it flowing through him, originating from his right foot, spiraling through his body, and returning once more. He recognizes that his breathing can regulate and accelerate the flow, allowing him to project the energy through his right palm. When the professor signals the start of the test, Kalen unleashes his mana. Instantly, the fan begins to spin. At an impressive speed, the counting machine struggles to register the rapid acceleration while the force of the wind makes it difficult for the observers to even see the numbers. The speed increases beyond expectations, and before anyone can react, the machine explodes. The fan, now completely loose, shoots across the field like a blade. Students scream in alarm as the object speeds towards the main building, colliding directly with the room of the headmaster with a deafening impact. Inside, the headmaster barely escapes the incoming debris, collapsing from the sheer shock of the event. Midor's secretary, shocked by the spectacle, can barely process what happened. Meanwhile, Midor, unperturbed by the chaos, just laughs. To him, the similarity between Kalen's abilities and his own is undeniable. According to Midor, there has only been one person before Kalen who produced an immeasurable score, and that person is he himself. The professor, still trying to understand what he just witnessed, declares that Kalen has passed the hunter exam. A wave of excitement runs through the students. As they explode in applause, Kalen has not only broken every record, but has also surpassed all expectations. Looking down at his own hands, Kenji trembles in disbelief. He spent years believing he was incapable of using magic, but the power was inside him all along. In the distance, Ryo watches the scene with silent satisfaction, having anticipated such an outcome. Meanwhile, Kenji knows that everything has changed. By surrendering his body to the founders, he unlocked the dormant potential that had been hidden inside him all this time. Hinoki can't help but laugh, commenting internally that the one before him is far from ordinary, with the emblem of nothingness marking his destiny. It's as if he had been waiting for this exact moment for over a century. Before he can think more about it, an overwhelming presence descends upon them, sending a shockwave through the air. The sheer force of it leaves him momentarily speechless. His mind struggles to comprehend the blast, but Hinoki instantly recognizes the tremendous aura, as it is the same one he had felt that morning standing before him. Seemingly materializing from the pressure itself is the legendary Midori. Upon seeing him, Kenji is shocked, for he is the strongest hunter in existence. Midori, upon landing, begins to address him directly. Midori acknowledges his achievements in the hunter exam, offering words of recognition, but Kenji can barely respond. Midori then presents a new challenge to him, which is an additional test. Midori wants Kenji to land a single blow on him, the strongest hunter in the world. Upon hearing this, Kenji is paralyzed with shock for a moment. Midori, 23 years old, a man who achieved the title of full-fledged hunter at just 9 years old, now stands before him. His deeds are legendary, unparalleled in all of history. He turned thousands of demons to ash in mere moments. His power is so overwhelming that even other hunters dare not face him. 10 years ago, he single-handedly eradicated the pandemonium outbreak, and 5 years prior he contained the Kyushu outbreak. He is a living singularity. As Midori explains his challenge, Kenji is in disbelief. However, Hinoki is excited, urging Kenji to surrender his body to him immediately. Still, Midori explained the conditions in the simplest terms. Kenji had 1 minute to attack him. Whether he succeeded or failed, no consequences would follow. Midori would only attack once every 10 seconds, ensuring the challenge remained fair. There was no need for hesitation or doubt. Any skill, any weapon, was at Kenji's disposal, while Midori would refrain from using any one of his own to prove his sincerity. Midori summoned a vast arsenal of weapons, giving Kenji the choice of anything he desired. The sight of so many legendary weapons, appearing in an instant, only added to the surreal nature of the challenge. Confusion clouded Kenji's thoughts, realizing he was about to fight the famous Midori in a one-on-one fight. Still uncertain, he hesitated, before finally asking if he was truly free to use any weapon. In response, Midori casually picked up a katana, his grip light, yet firm. With ease, he snapped the blade in half, as if it were nothing more than a brittle twig. he declared without the slightest hint of arrogance that his body surpassed the sharpness of any blade. Kenji barely had time to process this demonstration before Hinoki's impatience surfaced. Frustration boiled in his voice as he demanded to take control, unable to tolerate Midori's overwhelming confidence. His anger boiled over as he declared that such words from Midori were unforgivable. Kenji could feel Hinoki's energy swelling, his presence amplifying as if ready to unleash its full strength. In that moment he realized that the power of Midori was comparable to that of the founders themselves. Against this level of strength, he had no real chance of victory, even as the realization set in that there was no time to hesitate. Meanwhile, all the students gathered for the fight. Without warning, Merrick began the countdown. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he signaled the start of the test. Kane grabs his sword and charges at Merrick, determined to attack. Finn questions if he intends to fight alone, insisting that it's not fair. But Kane ignores him and continues his attack. Despite knowing his efforts are futile, he believes that to become a legend, he must rely on his own strength. Instead of borrowing power from the founders, he swings his sword at Merrick, but Merrick effortlessly dodges with minimal movement, even as Kane attacks relentlessly. He remains on his phone, casually asking which social media platform he uses, and commenting that the incident will surely be recorded and go viral. The students watch in disbelief, astonished that Merrick can dodge every blow without taking the fight seriously. Although Kane continues his relentless assault, one student notices something unusual about his movements. Observing closely, Kane raises his sword, feigning a vertical strike before quickly switching to a horizontal one, aiming for Merrick's feet and throat. The execution is flawless, and Kane is impressed by how naturally his body moves. Realizing that he isn't getting tired, he wonders if this is the effect of surrendering to the founder's power. His thoughts are abruptly interrupted when Merrick places a finger on his head, preparing to flick him, and casually mentions that 10 seconds have already passed. Kane narrowly dodges, but the power Merrick unleashes obliterates the field. Seeing the destruction, Kane realizes that if the attack had connected, his head would have been gone. Merrick looks at his hand in confusion, not sensing any malice from Kane, and wondering if he had miscalculated his own strength. Panic grips Kane as he understands he will die at this rate. Desperately, he tries to remember the feeling of his stronger self. As he concentrates, a powerful aura erupts from him, catching Merrick by surprise. Kane launches another attack, his speed increasing rapidly. The students are in awe, shouting that the camera can't keep up with his movements. Merrick notices the change in Kane's presence and wonders if there's a specific condition to activate this power, or if Kane is deliberately keeping it a secret. Realizing that another 10 seconds had passed, Merrick decides to attack Kane lightly. This time, he crouches down, positioning his finger for another flick, but instead, he strikes Kane in the chest, hurling him forcefully against the wall. Kane coughs up blood, but he finds the experience incredible, marveling at the fact that he is fighting the world's strongest awakened being. He understands that if his body were the same as yesterday, he would already be dead from that blow. This realization makes him smile, knowing it means he's getting stronger. However, he also recognizes that his current ability is not enough to pass Merrick's test. Determined, he chooses to push forward with brute force and charges at Merrick once more. Suddenly, Merrick appears beside him with unbelievable speed, causing Kane to stop in his tracks. Apologizing, Merrick says he has seen enough. He then states that the 30 seconds are up, before striking Kane on the back of the neck, causing him to slowly lose consciousness. As Kane collapses, Merrick observes that he is truly a genius, but not on the same level as his peers. In the end, Kane fails to fully unleash the power that Merrick had sensed. Calling his secretary, he informs her that they should head back, expressing his disappointment with the outcome. At that moment, Kane grabs his sword, and Merrick immediately senses an intense aura behind him. Merrick looks back and sees Kane's body radiating power. Hinoki, now speaking through Kanag, comments that the stubborn one is already asleep, allowing him to finally take control. Advancing, Hinoki suggests they prolong the fight a little longer, while meanwhile, the spirit of Kanag, separated from his body, panics upon seeing Hinoki in control. However, Midori just smiles. Recognizing the presence he had felt earlier, he wonders if it's a completely different person or just a skill in action. Either way, he understands one thing: Kanag, now under Hinoki's control, is a monster. He suddenly launches an attack, shouting for Midori not to get distracted. Midori immediately notices that his movements have changed. His speed and strength had reached another level. Suddenly, a sword closes in on Midori's face, and he ducks just in time to avoid it. Kanag swings again, forcing Midori to leap backward and create distance. Still in shock, Midori watches, as Kanag quickly positions his sword for another strike and swings once more. But Midori ducks in time, causing the attack to hit the building behind him. The students inside the building panic, realizing the danger. Midori realizes that Kanag's strikes have become unpredictable, but he can still anticipate the flow of his movements. It reminds him of ancient swordsmanship, like a relentless torrent of water. Raising his palm, Midori laughs, and comments that such skill is necessary to defeat an S-rank like him. He then raises his hand again. He intends to put Kanag to sleep once more, observing that only 40 seconds have passed. However, Kanag suddenly advances at an incredible speed, swinging his sword and shouting that Midori won't be able to hit him. Midori quickly leaps back to avoid the attack. Laughing as he acknowledges Kanag's impressive skill, the students can hardly believe what they are witnessing. As Midori is on the defensive, Kanag yells that Midori is boring and insists that he not hold back. He warns Midori that if he looks down on him, he will strike him down without hesitation. Kanag lunges to attack, but Midori just laughs and agrees. With a swift kick, Midori sends a stone flying toward the weapons behind him. Instantly, the weapons float into the air. He leaps up, catching Kanag by surprise, and grabs one of the weapons hovering above them. Thrilled, Kanag exclaims that Midori is finally going all out. They then engage in an intense aerial battle, clashing violently. Impressing the students who watch in awe, they grab every weapon within reach, shattering them to pieces with their sheer strength. Meanwhile, inside Kanag's body, the founders observe Hinoki unleashing his full power. They are impressed that Midori can keep up. The old man's spirit suggests joining the fight, but another founder reprimands him. Calling him impolite, the great mage, observing in silence, suddenly realizes that Kanag has been studying Hinoki's movements, trying to learn them. He notes Hinoki shifting his center of gravity as he leaps from below, but the sword in his hands shatters again. Frustrated with the weapon's poor quality, Hinoki feels a wave of rage, while Midori, on the other hand, finds the battle thrilling and fun. However, he soon realizes there are no more swords and wonders if Kanag will resort to firearms. With a taunting smile, Midori shouts that only 10 seconds remain and mockingly asks what Hinoki plans to do now. Hinoki glances at the building behind him before leaping in its direction. He goes straight for the man who pushed Kanag earlier and grabs his sword. At that moment, Midori swiftly approaches, launching his fist towards Hinoki. The impact causes a loud explosion against the building. Fortunately, Hinoki dodges just in time and reappears in front of Midori. They resume their aerial clash. Exchanging blows, Midori shouts that the fight is fun and suggests they continue for a little longer. Meanwhile, the students realize the building is about to collapse as the battle reaches the rooftop. Midori's secretary watches indifferently. Midori then places his hand on a huge ventilation fan and grabs it, causing cracks to appear on its surface. He rips the fan from the building and aims it at Hinoki. With a powerful throw, he hurls it in his direction. However, he is caught by surprise when Hinoki, wielding his one-handed sword, cuts the fan as if it were nothing with his dice-style sword art. The fan shatters into small fragments. Midori reacts with enthusiasm, praising Hinoki's skill. However, Hinoki wastes no time and lunges with his sword at Midori. To his shock, the sword shatters on impact. Midori raises a hand, aims at him, and calmly acknowledges that 60 seconds have passed before striking Hinoki with his palm, sending him plummeting downwards. Hinoki curses under his breath, but before he can react, Kanagi suddenly jumps on his back and pushes him back, towards the other founders. As Midori's attack closes in, Kanagi manages to deflect it with a smooth movement, successfully dodging the blow. The unexpected maneuver leaves both Hinoki and Midori stunned. However, the impact shatters one of Kanagi's hands. Despite this, he remains focused on his goal and throws a punch at Midori's face with his only remaining good hand. Internally, the battle between the singularities seems endless, a fierce clash for a seemingly small outcome, much like a chess match, where both players have equal skill. Despite its intensity, Hinoki knows it lasted only a brief moment. Watching with silent pride, he realizes that Kanagi has opened a new path to victory. Kanagi, however, is shocked to see Midori stop his fist just in time. Frustration fills him as he realizes he failed to land a clean hit. But then, to his surprise, Midori smiles and deliberately pulls Kanagi's fist towards his own face, acknowledging the effort. Without hesitation, he confirms that Kanagi has passed. Before anyone can react further, they both collapse to the ground. The students, watching the battle, murmur in confusion, struggling to comprehend what just happened. Midori, still holding Kanagi's unconscious body, calls for his secretary, Rin, and informs her that they should leave. Rin arrives at his side and asks about the outcome. Midori confirms that Kanagi passed and admits to finding him interesting. However, he acknowledges that he accidentally broke Kanagi's arm and asks Rin to heal him. She agrees without hesitation. The students who overheard the conversation struggle to believe that Kanagi succeeded. Realization soon sets in, and celebrations erupt throughout the area, as they understand that Kanagi managed to land a blow on Midori. The noise wakes Kanagi as Rin works to heal him. She warns him not to move. He complies, thanking her, and she congratulates him on passing the test. Kanagi, still in disbelief, sits up abruptly, questioning if he really managed to hit Midori. Before he can process the thought any further, Midori suddenly appears by his side, amused by his reaction. Not dwelling on the moment, Midori states that a pass is a pass. He admits to having taken the battle seriously in the midst of his consecutive attacks. Midori continues to praise Kanagi's ability, commending his capacity to deflect his strongest attack and his impressive movements. He encourages Kaname to be proud of the accomplishment. Kaname, regaining his composure, accepts the praise without hesitation. He focuses his attention on the next step, eager to know what comes after passing. His question leaves Rin momentarily confused as she turns to Midori, equally uncertain, searching for an answer. Later that night, Kanagi was at home helping his mother clean while she cooked in the kitchen. She casually asked how many guests would be coming. Kanagi wasn't sure, so he just took a guess. His mother then reminisced about the day, saying it had been a huge event. Not only had Kanagi passed the hunter exam, but he had also caught Midori's attention. She told him she was confident in his abilities, believing that he had always been capable of achieving anything if he just put in the effort. Kanagi listened, silently appreciating her words. But then, his mother's expression shifted. She was worried about such a famous person visiting their house, joking that people might mistake it for a doghouse. An exasperated Kanagi quickly brushed off the idea. He insisted that Midori wasn't the type to judge such things. Once he finished his chores and helped his mom, he finally collapsed onto his bed. But his mind was still reeling from the day's events. His eyes drifted to the card Midori had given him, and he felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. He wondered why Midori hadn't thought the situation through better. His mind flashed back to the battlefield from that morning, recalling the moment Rin took down Midori and twisted his leg. He vividly remembered Midori's cry of pain as Rin confronted him. In that moment, Midori had reminded Kanagi of something he'd said earlier, suggesting that Kanagi had agreed to become one of his teammates if they won. A confused Kanagi denied ever saying such a thing. Rin, growing more agitated, tightened her grip on Midori's leg. Midori told Kanagi that too many people were watching and suggested he come to his house that night to discuss everything calmly. He promised he would explain their options and reveal their true enemies. Kanagi wondered who these enemies could be. He knew the founders had already destroyed the tower and that the current hunters were supposed to eliminate monsters that escaped from the dimensional rift. He wondered if there was another motive, but he soon drifted off to sleep. Suddenly, Hinok's shouts jolted him awake. He saw Hinok and the founders gathered in his room. Confused, he asked why they were there and what was wrong. But Hinok simply said they had been discussing something and had just finished. Still confused, Kanagi instinctively covered himself and worriedly asked if they had already decided who would take over his body. Before Hinok could answer, the doorbell rang. Apologizing, Kanagi figured it must be Midori and suggested they talk later. He went to the door. It was dark, and he felt a sense of unease. Then, to his shock, he saw his mother lying unconscious on the floor. He panicked, calling out to her as he rushed forward, but he froze when he noticed someone sitting in the kitchen. The stranger was casually eating the food his mother had prepared, even complimenting it, all while ignoring the huge mess around him. In a mocking tone, the man told Kanagi he should discipline his mother. He even insisted that if Kanagi wanted to impress his clients, they would need to provide better quality food. Kanagi immediately demanded to know who he was and what he had done to his mother. The man didn't even flinch. He just yelled at Kanagi to watch his tone, then introduced himself as Haitani Goro, an S-rank hunter and Midori's colleague. Haitani then ordered Kanagi to get his luggage, stating that they were moving to their base. Rage boiled inside Kanagi. Without a second thought, he threw a punch at Haitani, but Haitani easily dodged and suddenly appeared behind him, asking if Kanade was challenging him. Kanade fell silent, remembering his mother's words. She had promised to raise him alone, with pride after his father's death. He remembered her shoes, worn out, that she still insisted on wearing, always telling him to buy new sneakers. He also remembered her congratulating him earlier and promising to make his favorite tonkatsu for dinner. With newfound determination, Kanade looked at Haitani and demanded to know what he had done to his mother. Watching all of this was Hino, who realized that Haitani was an S-rank hunter from a bygone era. Hino was irritated with this guy, who he thought was just a copy of Midori, and decided it was time to act. The founders, who had seen Kanade fight against Midori, now understood how they should treat him from this point forward. Haitani, amused, simply taunted Kanade, saying that his angry expression was quite cute. He raised his hand to slap Kanade, but Kanade remained perfectly still, completely unfazed as the blow approached. Kanade caught Haitani's hand, effortlessly, and with surprising ease. He simply spun him around. The founding grandfather was stunned. He recognized that technique from his old battles against monsters. Suddenly, Haitani was hurled through the window, smashing through the garden wall. But Haitani landed on his feet before he even hit the ground. Haitani regained his posture and returned, trying to understand what had happened. He wondered if what he had just seen was Aikido. He remembered Kanade's fight with Midori that afternoon. He had noticed Kanade's immense aura and swordsmanship, but also a strange and peculiar power. Haitani acknowledged his resilience, saying he was tougher than Risaki. Kanade's patience was wearing thin, so he demanded an answer. He pressed Haitani to tell him what he did to his mother, who was still inside, writhing in pain as the poison spread through her body. Haitani just laughed. He sarcastically pointed out that Kanade seemed clueless about what was happening. Then, with a smile, he finally revealed the truth. His mother was in the way, so he put her to sleep with poison. Haitani smirked, adding that if she was lucky, she might only suffer minor side effects. Kanade remained calm, saying he didn't understand, which made Haitani look at him in confusion. He then asked why they would harm the family of someone who could become their comrade. Haitani just scoffed at the word comrade. He suddenly appeared behind him, ready to strike. He barely managed to dodge Haitani's attack, but the relentless assault continued. While attacking, Haitani declared that he would never be his comrade. He was just a puppet following their orders. Haitani provoked him, saying that when his loved ones become hostages, he will have no choice but to yield. He called him naive. Before he could react, Haitani stomped on his foot and slashed him, ironically asking if he was right. He quickly pulled back, feeling a burning sensation on his cheek. As he brought a hand to his face, he realized the poison was already spreading. Haitani smiled, raising his fingers, which were now coated with sharp, poison-laced needles. He taunted that it was already in his system. He then revealed that this allows him to produce dozens of poisons from his body, which he called phantom insect poison. Deadly vision. Haitani then complained about how inconvenient this mission was. He said that if he wanted to, he could release a toxic gas, deadly within a 5-kilometer radius, but doing so in the middle of the city wasn't an option. He then claimed that the poison would kill in 1 minute, unless he agrees to join their organization. If he agrees, Hayden will give him the antidote, otherwise, he will die. He thinks about how deadly Hayden's toxin is, knowing it would be an inevitable death sentence for any normal person. Looking at his hand, he calls for Valentine, the goddess of medicine, asking if she is inside him. The founders look at Valentine, who seems both confused and surprised. He apologizes for calling her so suddenly, and asks if she can teach him how to neutralize the poison later. She agrees, flustered. Annoyed, Hayden launches another wave of poison at him, screaming and asking what kind of nonsense he's muttering. He quickly dodges, then explains that the Aikido move he used earlier came from Kuro, the god of hands. The old man inside him is stunned, realizing he managed to copy the move just by seeing it once. Next, he summons Rhinox, the exterminator of the army of 10,000 chimeras, the blue spear of destruction, and Margaret, the celestial bow. He says that he studied and memorized all of them from the records. He tells Hayden that the founders, who Hayden used to admire, are now inside him. This leaves Hayden completely perplexed, but instead of getting scared, Hayden becomes furious. He screams that he will show him what true pain is. Hayden then lunges at him, his needles at the ready. He leaps away just in time, dodging the attack. Hayden's strike hits a nearby tree, which withers and dies instantly. Hayden doesn't hesitate. He launches another attack, yelling that if he kneels and begs, he might get an antidote to lessen the pain. He warns that once the pain consumes him, he will never be normal again, his mind lost to madness. But he remains silent, just waiting as Hayden's hand gets closer. As soon as Hayden reaches him, he swiftly slides to the side. He places his palm against Hayden's chest and activates the fist of St. Anthon. Hayden coughs up blood from the blow, which shocks Anthon inside him. The force sends Hayden crashing into a lamppost. Without hesitation, he follows up with a kick using Ailson's feet of light. This sends Hayden flying a great distance. Ailson, who is inside him, is surprised by the power, but Hayden still manages to get up and recover quickly. In an instant, he's in front of Hayden again, attacking with both hands. He manages to dodge Hayden's attack, shattering some of his needles. Then, he uses Corvus's sharp beak attack, hitting Hayden in the stomach. Caden then slashes Hayden with Rowan's ability, the Dragon's Claw. This leaves Rowan, who is inside him, stunned. Hayden grabs him and activates Lilac's Flipper, which ends up tossing Hayden through the air. As he's airborne, he wonders what is happening. He knows the poison is supposed to cloud judgment, and should have already affected his nervous system. But Caden is still moving, strong and unharmed. Caden then used the Mage of Truth, Medius Silentius, casting it upon Hayden. There was a massive explosion of energy that completely shocked everyone. Enoch then turned to the founders, asking if they had seen that. He told them that right after defeating Hayden, Caden began to copy all of his moves, both physical and magical. Enoch added that he didn't care if Caden's power came from the Emblem of the Void. He simply found him very interesting. The founders agreed. Enoch then suggested that they train Caden, convinced that if they did, he would become the strongest Esper. Meanwhile, elsewhere, hooded figures were running and jumping across the rooftops. One of them yelled for everyone to hurry. He revealed that the guilds of Namor were after Caden, so they needed to move fast and catch him before Namor's people suddenly showed up. Midori appeared right behind him. "Are there really that many?" Midori asked. The man looked shocked, but Midori calmly told him, "If there are 15, you must be the last one." Midori then pointed a finger near the man's forehead. He flicked his head and threw him forcefully onto the building's roof. He contacted Rin using his crow's call, and she answered immediately. She told him she had arrived. She assured him there were no awakeners nearby, but her next words truly surprised him. "Someone has already been here," said Rin. Midori remained silent, waiting for her to continue. Rin then explained that the intruder was Haitani, a C-rank hunter famous for his skills with poisons. He came looking for Kannagi, but was completely defeated. Midori's eyes shifted to the roof where Haitani lay sprawled out, his mouth slightly open. This made Midori wonder what exactly had happened. A short time later, they arrived at Kannagi's house. Midori clasped his hands together, a bright smile spreading across his face as he praised Kannagi. He genuinely admired him, saying he never expected Kannagi to defeat him. Without hesitation, he asked, "Were you exposed to the poison?" Kannagi scratched his cheek, giving a small, shy reply, "Both my mother and I are fine." Rin, who was unimpressed, crossed her arms. She reminded Kannagi, "You wouldn't have made it through the night without Valentine's help." As soon as her name was mentioned, Valentine groaned, clearly exhausted, but Midori quickly acknowledged her swift work, noting that finishing everything in just 5 seconds was no easy task. Valentine just shrugged, muttering that it wasn't difficult at all. Since the creator of the poison was right there, it only took a few pricks to get the samples of blood they needed and find the antidote. Kannagi was still trying to process everything, but finally asked the question that was bothering him. Was Haitani lying when he said he was Midori's comrade? Midori immediately confirmed it was a lie, adding that many people use his name for their own benefit. With that out of the way, he looked back at Rin. He asked if she was finished, and as soon as he did, she appeared by his side and nodded. She told him that all the damage had been repaired. Kannagi's eyes widened in disbelief. He glanced at his house, and sure enough, his window and the backyard wall looked completely perfect again. Then, with a bright smile, Midori suggested they go inside to talk about Kannagi's future. Kannagi just stood there, frozen. He felt a mix of excitement and unease taking over him. The next day, a car was waiting for Kannagi and his mother at the gate. She reminded him to check if he had forgotten anything, but Kannagi said everything was fine and that she worried too much. She couldn't believe the child she had raised was now going to Midori's house. Midori had already promised Kannagi's mother that he would take care of him and turn him into a great hunter. Hearing this made Kannagi very excited, but his mother was still a little worried, hiding her concern. She gave Kannagi his lunch, telling him to eat it since he had skipped breakfast, even though he didn't really need to. Kannagi accepted without arguing. Then his mother asked Midori directly if her son would be in danger. Midori immediately confirmed he would be. His mother then revealed that Kannagi had always struggled until now, so it was a big step for her to entrust her son to Midori. Still, as a mother, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. Midori, sounding confident, he promised her that he would train Kenji until he no longer had any weaknesses. Upon hearing this, she finally agreed to leave Kenji with him. Once in the car, Wing, who is driving, looks at Maddox. She asks if it was really right to promise something like that to Kenji's mother, especially since they don't even know what will happen. Maddox feels a moment of concern. He looks in the rearview mirror and sees Kenji's mother. Still giving last-minute advice, she is telling him how to wash his clothes properly and reminding him not to sleep naked, or he'll catch a cold. Her concern causes a determined look to cross Maddox's eyes. He silently promises that he will do his best. Meanwhile, Kenji holds back his emotions and says his final goodbye. Just as he is about to get into the car, his mother reminds him to come home for the new year. When they finally leave, Maddox asks Kenji if he is okay. Kenji admits that he had to control his emotions a lot. Maddox leans back in his seat, telling him to just do whatever he feels like, whether it's eating or resting. Looking around, Kenji notices the lunchbox his mother prepared, placed neatly beside him. He opens it, his mother's words still fresh in his mind. As he lifts the lid, his eyes land on a small good luck message, carefully placed on the pork cutlet. This simple gesture hits him hard, awakening emotions he didn't expect. He pauses for a moment, thinking about all the care and sacrifices she made for him. A quiet feeling of gratitude settles in his chest as he begins to eat, although the meal comes with the pain of unshed tears. Rin and Maddox, sitting nearby, exchange glances but remain silent, letting him process the moment in his own way. As they continue their journey, when they finally arrive at their destination, Kenji is shocked. He observes the impressive headquarters building of the anti-prophecy. Maddox welcomes him, explaining that only a few awakened ones, selected, are allowed to enter. The weight of this knowledge settles upon him. For a brief moment he feels overwhelmed, realizing what he is about to become a part of. Inside one of the rooms, a man stands by the window, watching their arrival. With a quiet intensity, without turning around, he speaks to another person in the room, confirming that the new members have arrived. A girl with an inscrutable expression asks if this is really about the newcomer. A young man replies, saying that it's quite rare for them to get a new comrade. But another man, standing aside, with his arms crossed, is skeptical. He insists that first, they should find out if the newcomer is truly worthy of joining the anti-prophecy. Meanwhile, outside the headquarters, he is momentarily frozen. Struggling to truly process his surroundings, questions swirl in his mind. What exactly is the anti-prophecy unit? And does it have any connection to the Ithara Guild? Sensing his discomfort, Rin acknowledges that things are unclear and apologizes for not explaining sooner. She explains that she couldn't tell his mother everything because it's confidential. It's an important national secret. These words hit him harder than he expected. As they headed to the building, Maddox suggested they take his luggage to the dormitory. First, Rin offered to help, but he refused, saying he could handle it himself. Just as he was about to move, a sudden voice cut through the air, telling them to wait. The unexpected interruption startled him. He looked up and saw the young man from before, standing above them without hesitation. The man declared that he would be the one to explain everything. Then, in the same instant, he lunged forward with a powerful kick, aiming straight for him. He instinctively raised his arms to block, but the sheer force shattered the ground beneath his feet. The impact sent a tremor through him, but he remained standing. Bracing against the shock, the man seemed impressed. He recognized his resilience and even offered a rare word of praise. Intrigued, he paused for a moment before asking who he was. Without hesitation, the man took a step back, landing softly on the ground. He then proudly introduced himself as Renata Rikotaro, a member of the anti-prophecy unit. His comrade, the revelation caught him by surprise, but there wasn't much time to hesitate. Renata was tasked with explaining everything, and ready or not, the truth was about to be revealed. In the meantime, Midori seemed completely unfazed. He just asked Rin for some tea. Rin obliged and served him a cup, while the other two continued to fight. Midori watched them calmly with a steady gaze. He asked Renata why they were fighting if they were comrades. Renata, still unfazed, explained that it served two purposes: to introduce Kannagi to the anti-prophecy unit, and to test his abilities. The explanation lingered in Kannagi's mind, leaving him uncertain about what kind of test this was. Without warning, Renata moved with swift precision. Launching another kick at him, Kannagi reacted instantly, blocking the blow with both arms, his stance unwavering. Even in the midst of the fight, Renata began to explain the origins of the anti-prophecy unit. Kannagi listened, but he was skeptical. He doubted that Renata would really give a full explanation while they were still fighting. As the conversation continued, Renata paused for a moment to ask for Kannagi's name. Before continuing without hesitation, he introduced himself as Kannagi Minato Midori, still sipping his tea. Nonchalantly thought about how Kannagi had been tested repeatedly, first by the academy, then by him, and even by an S-rank. Now he was facing another challenge. He turned to Rin, asking out loud if Kannagi would always face these constant tests. Rin, looking calm, said it couldn't be helped after all. Kannagi was personally recruited in the meantime. Renata continued to throw relentless kicks, but Kannagi kept blocking with his hands, his resistance not wavering for a moment. Renata suddenly asked what is the role of a hunter. Kannagi didn't hesitate, saying, "A hunter's job is to eliminate monsters that emerge from dimensional rifts." Renata gave him a thumbs up, confirming that his answer was correct. He then compared a hunter's role to pest control, a simple analogy, but a powerful one. Suddenly Renata dropped to the ground, changing the subject with a new question. He asked Kannagi about other dangers that exist outside of dimensional rifts. The question caught Kannagi by surprise. He hesitated, then asked Renata to clarify what he meant by other dangers. Renata's expression darkened slightly, as he explained that the world faces threats far worse than just dimensional rifts. He spoke of terrifying events, the pandemonium castle of 10,000 demons from 10 years ago, and the Great Kyushu outbreak from 5 years ago. Kanagi immediately recognized these as massive dimensional breaches, disasters that left scars, lasting ones. But before he could even react, Renata suddenly charged at him instinctively. Kanagi raised his arms, managing to block the attack, yet the force of the blow sent him sliding back. Renata acknowledged his resilience, praising him for correctly remembering the public details of those catastrophes. He then added that Kanagi would understand much more about them once he started training at the academy. Just as Kanagi regained his balance, his breathing still heavy, he barely had time to react when Renata suddenly appeared above him. With stunning speed, Kanagi didn't even have time to think, as Renata's leg was already descending in an axe kick. It was overwhelming, and Kanagi barely managed to throw himself out of the way, dodging as Renata's foot slammed into the ground, a nearby tree taking the hit instead. Splitting in half, the attack was so powerful it left Kanagi stunned for a moment. Then Renata straightened up and his tone shifted. As he continued, he explained that events like the Tower of Malevolence from 300 years ago were not just disasters. They were large-scale invasions, direct attacks from another dimension, and Kanagi struggled to believe what he was hearing, trying to comprehend the weight of those words. This wasn't just history, it was happening right now. As Renata approached his expression, serious, admitting that he didn't understand why today's awakeners seemed weaker than those from the Tower era. There just weren't as many people who could, to match the strength of the original founders, and that truly bothered him. Torn between curiosity and concern, Kanagi finally asked the question on his mind. What should we do? Renata's answer was firm. That's exactly why the anti-prophecy unit exists. He explained that the people who can predict these threats and foresee actual catastrophes don't share that knowledge with the public. They only tell the elites. Those who can truly handle these dangers, and those elites, Renata stated, are the members of the anti-prophecy unit. Midori and Rin couldn't help but smile proudly upon hearing this. Kanagi then realized their entire purpose was to prevent these prophecies from coming true. Renata then told him that as of today he was officially part of their group. Renata welcomed him to the group, saying he was the first person ever to block his kicks one after the other. Renata extended his hand as a sign of acceptance, and Kanagi shook it, as Midori and Rin applauded. Then Renata called out to the other desperados, who appeared silently above the house. Renata asked what they were going to do, but they just stared at him before vanishing. This really surprised Kanagi, and Midori commented that they vanished like villains, but Renata just shook his head. He thought they wanted to see how things would unfold on their own. Renata then told Midori to leave it to him, and Midori took her leave after that. Renata helped Kanagi with his things, and offered to show him to his dorm room, for which Kanagi thanked him that night, as he was settling in. Kanagi couldn't stop thinking about what this organization meant. It was all about handling prophecies in their world. He wondered if the founders had faced a similar crisis during the Tower era, and if he was now fighting against something that had been predicted. His thoughts left him anxious, but then a voice cut through, his worry startling him. He turned to see Hinoki and the other founders standing right there, and he quickly apologized for not speaking with them sooner. But Hinoki told him not to worry. They had already made a decision as the founders. They had decided to train him to be the strongest awakener, just like Midori. With their help, he could become the most powerful awakener of all, one of their very own disciples. Kanagi was truly surprised, asking if they really wanted him as their disciple. Hinoki nodded yes, but then joked that this would lead to a kind of battle royale among them. A worried Kanagi pleaded with them not to fight over him, but Hinoki explained that was how it started. But after observing him more closely, the founders changed their minds. Instead of using his body just for their own benefit, they found it much more interesting to train him. Hinoki then told him that when Kanag defeated the poison user, he had actually copied all of his moves. He couldn't execute them that well, of course, but he learned the basics very quickly. Hinoki asked if Kanag understood the importance of this, pointing out that it was probably because of his symbol of nothingness. But what really made him special was how quickly he learned. Hinoki explained that this ability was actually stronger than any one of the founders' talents. As Hinoki spoke, Kanag felt tears welling up in his eyes. He remembered the disappointed faces of his former trainers, the ones who told him he seemed to have no talent. Until now, no one had ever expected anything from him. Everything felt like a dream, especially since he was treated like trash and constantly bullied for failing 3 times in the hunter qualification test. He remembered the laughter of his classmates, their mocking voices telling him to simply give up. His name was often forgotten, lost in the crowd, because no one cared enough to remember. No one had faith in his future, and he was used to being ignored. But now 2 of the most renowned figures, Midori and Hinoki, were actually recognizing him. He couldn't believe they were. This made him question if he truly deserved this sudden happiness. He had admired them from afar for years, never thinking they would actually trust him. Hinoki, who noticed his reaction, approached with a comforting smile and placed a hand on his shoulder. He said not to let his emotions take over. Then it was revealed. Their true souls were inside him, especially when he slept. This presence meant that he could access a space, not limited by time or dimension. Knowing this, they drew up his rigorous training schedule. Every afternoon, he would train with the anti-prophecy unit, and at night, in his dreams, the lessons would continue. Sleeping peacefully was a thing of the past, but he was already prepared for the challenge. He accepted their guidance immediately, determined to follow everything they said. The night passed and morning arrived. In the bathroom, Renata was washing his face when he heard him enter. They exchanged greetings, but he still looked very tired. He was clearly exhausted, and he admitted that he still hadn't adjusted to the strenuous schedule. Renata understood perfectly, remembering how he himself had struggled when he first started in the dorm. But then something unexpected caught Renata's attention. A powerful aura coming from him. His curiosity was piqued. So Renata impulsively threw a quick kick. Even with the almost effortless move, he just lowered his head, spat the water from his mouth, and walked away. He didn't even look back. He dismissed Renata's silly prank, saying he didn't have the patience for that kind of thing. So early in the morning and wanted to go to the cafeteria first. Renata was left in disbelief. He realized his attack was faster than yesterday, but it was dodged so easily. Moments later, in the cafeteria, Renata saw a good place to sit and walked over to a woman who was eating some fruit. He asked if she minded if they joined her, and she gave a short, brusque approval. Renata took the chance, sat down in front of her and gestured for him to sit beside him. Then he recognized her. This was one of Renata's comrades from yesterday, but she still seemed distant. She spoke to him formally, making it clear that she didn't really want him there. Even so, he greeted her and introduced himself. Her indifference was immediate. She wasn't interested in learning his name, and she certainly had no plans to remember him. She even raised her fork, pointed it at him, and declared she would only acknowledge his name when she deemed him worthy. Until then, training was the priority. He would have to join her on a mission to stop a prophecy. This prophecy dated back to 1945, when people found the first book of prophecies, buried under the Antarctic ice, 3,000 meters deep. They called it the Book of Destruction. The writing was crude, almost like a child's scribbles, but it predicted a catastrophic future. It said that 80 years later, the world would face a devastating attack and a series of apocalyptic disasters. The words carried such weight that everyone took them seriously. Later, as they were driving, she asked why he thought the world believed the book's grim predictions. He thought for a moment, then looked at her, still not knowing her name. But before he could ask, she said there was no need for introductions, and just wanted his answer. He thought the prophecies had to be accurate, but she reacted immediately. She scoffed at his answer, practically questioning his intelligence. She said that if even one thing in the Book of Doom came true, the world would end. This revelation left him stunned. As they continued their conversation, he turned to Rena, asking how many prophecies had actually been recorded. Rena guessed about 200, and that left him speechless. He couldn't help but wonder if the world was already beyond saving. But Arya reassured him, saying they had already averted nearly 180 of those prophecies, which left him utterly impressed. Still trying to process it all, he asked again why the world believed so strongly in the book. The woman explained that an explorer, named Bernard Russell, found the Book of Doom. As soon as Bernard opened the first page, it read, "Hello Bernard," along with the precise time, March 17, 1945, at 11:35 in the morning on a sunny day, the exact moment he discovered it. This chilling accuracy left no room for doubt. Hours later, they arrived at their destination, the Sumida district in Tokyo. An intermediate-level dimensional rift had opened up there. As they approached, guards blocked their path, firmly stating that the area was off-limits, but they simply ignored the warnings, moving past them with incredible speed and leaving the guards momentarily stunned. He hesitated, wondering if it was really right to proceed, but Rena quickly reassured him that it was. The woman then began to explain the great crisis they were facing. She explained that major problems, like the Third World War, the dark side of the moon, an invasive pandemic, and the floating trees, were all considered emergencies. Among them, the pandemonium outbreak that Arya managed to stop was especially bad. Although the Book of Doom is well known, it's just one among many magical books, scattered across the world. The job of the anti-prophecy unit is to gather information, analyze predictions, and act before events unfold. She then went over the different threat levels they faced. A level 3, for example, meant one or more regions would be destroyed. A level 2 was a national emergency, while a level 1 affected the planet's environment as a whole. Then, there was a special level, reserved for when the world itself would be destroyed. He listened intently, and upon realizing the gravity of it all, he became alarmed. He quickly asked if these missions now depended entirely on them. The woman didn't waver. She confirmed that such responsibilities came with being part of the anti-prophecy unit. A short time later, Kisaragi and his team spotted them crossing the caution line and immediately confronted them. Kisaragi, thinking they were just civilians, warned them to turn back, explaining how dangerous the area was, but she ignored his concerns. She stated that today's prophecy was a Rank 3 event. The dimensional rift ahead looked like a mid-rank B, but in reality, it was a much greater threat. A Rank 3 disaster codenamed Yellow Journal. She was certain the threat level would escalate, and almost as if on cue, it began to widen at an alarming rate. Kisaragi turned, his eyes wide with horror, as the rift tore completely open. Then, a wave of creatures began to pour out, each more monstrous than the last. He sharply commanded his team to prepare for battle, but the response was immediate and brutal. The creatures overwhelmed his forces in an instant, cutting them down with little resistance. Panic set in. He cursed under his breath, realizing that even B and C rank hunters were struggling to hold their ground. Then his attention shifted to something even more dangerous. The immense pressure came from a boss-level monster. Watching the newcomers advance, Kisaragi tried to intervene again, warning them to fall back, but, before he could say another word, the woman pressed her hand to the ground and cast a spell called Trismegistus. Instantly, spikes erupted from the ground, impaling the creatures in one swift, merciless blow. Their bodies collapsed, lifeless. As blood pooled around them, Renata launched his own attack. He lunged forward with incredible speed, moving fluidly across the battlefield. He took down every enemy in his path with precise, calculated movements. Kisaragi watched it all, speechless. He had always thought he was quite formidable, as an S-rank hunter, but these people were clearly far beyond him. He simply couldn't figure out who they were or where they had come from. Then the woman turned to Kisaragi and, without any hesitation, told him to fall back. As far as they were concerned, he was just a civilian in this situation. Kisaragi's eyes fell to her hand, and he saw an emblem imprinted on her skin. Recognition flashed across his face. He realized they weren't there by chance. They were government agents. Before he could even process what that meant, a massive hand emerged from the dimensional rift, tearing it open even wider. As the rift grew, an imposing beast stepped through. It was De Leone, a being far beyond S-rank. Towering over them, its monstrous form emitted an overwhelming presence. Without hesitation, the woman moved forward. Ready to strike, Kisaragi shouted, warning her not to be reckless, but she didn't listen. Together, they launched their attack, completely unfazed by the threat before them. Renata quickly began to strike the beastman with a series of kicks. He only realized in shock that his attacks were having no effect. The creature's anti-physical armor rendered his blows useless. This forced him to retreat, just as the monster charged at the woman. Without hesitating, she began to gather energy in front of her. She was preparing to counterattack, but before she could react, Kaneki suddenly appeared between them. He stopped the beastman's attack with just his bare hand. The impact caused the beastman to explode in a burst of energy, stunning everyone for a moment. When the dust settled, Renata recognized the attack. It was a penetration shock. What truly surprised him, however, was that Kaneki had taken down an S+ rank monster with a single blow. He realized Kaneki's strength had grown immensely overnight. Even though the woman said such strength wasn't necessary, he knew that when you're facing an enemy with high physical resistance, attacking from the inside is the most effective course of action. He had learned that from Anta, the Fist Saint, who had taught him the basics of piercing attacks the night before. After that, Kenji turned to the girl and asked for her name, saying that since she had saved him, he at least deserved to know. She excitedly told him her name was Akane. There was no time to think. Renata rushed back to the battlefield, preparing to face the new wave of monsters emerging from the rift. The woman was undeterred. She launched her own attack, drenching her enemies in liquid mercury and then igniting it in a powerful explosion. With her mercury reject ability, they advanced together, seeing how Kenji had been right. Breaking their enemies from the inside was proving much more effective. She was determined to continue, so she signaled to Renata. Without hesitation, the two of them headed directly for the dimensional rift, which Saragi could only watch in disbelief from behind. He knew that the world beyond that rift was completely different, an unknown realm filled with unimaginable dangers. Entering it was pure madness. Before he could react, they had already charged forward, leaping through the rift. Saragi just stood there, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of A-class monsters. Then he realized, those two were no ordinary fighters. They had to be part of that rumored secret organization. The moment they entered the dimension, an overwhelming swarm of creatures was waiting for them. Akane quickly assessed the situation. She noted that the monsters were identical to the ones outside. And then, raising her hand with perfect precision, She conjured a barrage of mercury spears, instantly impaling the creatures. Kenji, still running, watched her technique and recognized its immense power. He finally understood why she was considered the fighter with the greatest area of effect within the anti-prophecy unit. After they defeated the other enemies, Akane now stood before a huge bear monster. Just as she was about to attack, however, Renata leaped towards it first. The bear saw him and swung its claws, but Renata dodged by jumping onto the roof. He then followed up with a flurry of kicks around the beast. Kenji watched in awe as Renata moved so easily, just laughing. But then, to his shock, Kenji suddenly rushed towards the bear and delivered a shower of kicks, exactly as Renata had done. He even asked Renata if it looked similar to his own technique. Renata was surprised but couldn't help but smile in admiration. Once they defeated the monster, they moved forward. Akane noticed that the further they advanced, the fewer enemies they encountered. They finally reached a large open space that looked like an arena. Suddenly, they felt an aura around them and knew something was coming. Suddenly, to their shock, a huge, enraged Minotaur warrior monster leaped out right in front of them. It wasn't just any Minotaur. It was a blind boss with a SSS rank power level. Renata and Kenji were completely stunned by how massive it was. But Akane just stood there nonchalantly, wondering if this was really the boss. Then, a volley of spears shot out from a portal. Akane shouted for the others to attack with all their might, saying she would handle whatever came next. Upon hearing this, Renata began to channel his energy, while Kenji just stood in the background, impressed by them both. But deep down, he knew it probably wouldn't be enough to defeat the beast. When Renata heard him, he was surprised that Kenji doubted their best attacks. Even as they were attacking with a barrage of magic, the beast just swung its enormous weapon, creating a crater in the ground and sending powerful shockwaves throughout the arena. As soon as the dust settled, they were shocked. The beast was completely unharmed. Even after their powerful blows, the group prepared to fight again as Kanegi braced himself. He suddenly heard someone praising Akane's talent. He recognized the voice. It was Killik. The spirit of their founder Killik, who was an alchemist, was worried that Akane, with all her purity, agility, and incredible strength, might waste her talent by dying so young in this fight. Killik said that Akane had tried her best. But this Minotaur was on a completely different level of power. She had underestimated the monster's physical resistance, which was at 100%. Kanegi, growing more worried, asked what he should do, but Killik just laughed. Meanwhile, Renata and Akane were really struggling against the beast. They realized they should have brought someone good at magic. Looking at Kanegi, Akane was surprised by the strange energy emanating from his body. Kanegi had surrendered control of his body to Killik, who then cast his powerful mercury spell directly at the beast's legs. The spell froze its lower body, leaving Akane completely stunned. She was shocked, not only because Kanegi used the same type of ability as her, but also because he used it in a way that completely immobilized the beast. Killik, still controlling Kanegi's body, looked seriously at Akane and called her a fool. He then scolded her for not being flexible enough with her expertise, saying she still needed to learn how to control substances in 3 different forms to truly become an alchemist. As Killik spoke, he simultaneously filled the Minotaur's entire body with mercury. As soon as the liquid metal began to drip from the monster's mouth, he cast a boiling spell. The mercury inside the beast quickly heated up, boiling it from the inside, and its toxic fumes spread throughout the arena, making it difficult for the others to breathe. Akane watched in awe, realizing that Killik hadn't used brute force. He had used extreme temperatures to take down the monster. Meanwhile, the Minotaur writhed in agony, its body overheating from within. While casting the spell, Killik casually told Kaneki that he wanted to make Akane his disciple. Kaneki, however, just dismissed it as a joke. Eventually, the boiling mercury overwhelmed the Minotaur, turning it into an inert heap on the ground, and so the day's mission to defeat the boss, which was classified as a level 3 prophecy, ended in victory. Akane watched in disbelief, unable to comprehend what she had just seen. Kanegi used an ability that should only be available to an awakener living within a crest, Akane. She knew he had to be in the same class as Rick, but he still managed to use alchemy at her level. Still in shock, she demanded to know who Kanegi really was. With a confident smile, Kanegi extended his hand and introduced himself. Akane, though annoyed yet intrigued, reluctantly shook his hand, saying she would definitely remember him. Renata smiled happily, seeing Kanegi finally receive Akane's recognition. Meanwhile, Kisaragi and his men were still waiting outside. To their shock, the dimensional rift began to close. Just as it was about to seal completely, the trio jumped out just in time. Kanegi, he asked if the mission was officially over, and was told they just needed to report back to headquarters. As they discussed what to do next, Kisaragi approached them, thanking them for saving his team. He promised he wouldn't try to find out their identities, or what happened inside. Akane thanked him for understanding and suggested he include details about the emblem in his report. This would explain everything to the authorities. As the trio began to walk away, Zarad offered his help in case they got into trouble, but Connie turned and said they would probably never meet again, telling him he should return to his normal life. Upon hearing this, Zarad realized that in the end, they were just civilians, people living in a world he could not reach. On May 11th, a red flash streaked through the streets of the village in Ion Prefecture. A guard spotted it, but he was completely perplexed, unable to identify what it was. Then suddenly, a deafening roar tore through the village sky. Back at Anti-Prophecy HQ, the trio gets out of the car, and Kaney remembers that they need to draft their report for headquarters. But then, Renata gets a message on her phone. They're being summoned to the lab, which is highly unusual, especially right after a mission. Curious, they head to the Anti-Prophecy headquarters lab, where two people are already waiting. One person is standing on a stage while the other is seated in the stands. The one who is sitting then speaks, in a truly authoritative voice, saying that Connie took too long to deal with a level 3 disaster. Kanagi recognizes him immediately. It's the red-haired guy from before. Connie, however, is furious with his condescending attitude. She is irritated that he's acting as if he's the leader when he isn't. Renata quickly steps in to try and calm things down, asking what Director Kurihara needs. It turns out the man on the stage is the director himself. As soon as everyone is settled, he displays a video sent by the analysis team. The video shows a piece of incandescent charcoal, which the director explains is a prophecy grimoire. He explains that they found it in a volcanic region, and that they have been analyzing it ever since. Kanagi wonders if it's possible to read a grimoire that is in such poor condition, but the director, adjusting his glasses, reveals that they managed to extract some information using AI and X-ray technology, although what it actually says is not yet clear. But what they were able to decipher was a prophecy that clearly mentions Japan. Everyone in the room is shocked, especially Connie, because this is a completely new prophecy they've never seen before. The director continues, explaining that anti-prophecy research is incredibly advanced, gathering information from all over the world. So, finding an unknown prophecy, like this one, is highly unusual. But this situation is different. The red-haired man understands immediately. The four of them need to investigate this. The director praises his perception and says that this mission would normally go to the regular members, but they aren't available at the moment. Hearing this, Kanagi realizes that must be why Midori wasn't there when they returned. The director then orders them to leave immediately, promising that more details will arrive by email. Kanagi is surprised they've received another mission so soon, but the red-haired man simply says he'll get used to it. Feeling very uneasy, Kanagi clenches his fists, as a frightening thought crosses his mind. This time, the fate of the world could truly be at stake. Sue slams his hand on the table and stands up. He announced in a truly authoritative tone that he and his three subordinates would accept the mission. Connie was clearly irritated. He was acting like the boss again. As they left, the director gave them a final warning. He told them to be cautious, as they didn't know how severe the mission was. He also reminded them that even if the prophecy began to unfold, they would have to wait for the main force. Later, in the car, Kanagi felt uneasy about all the unknown dangers of the mission. From the front seat, Sue suggested that they get some rest. He noted that Kanagi had just completed his first mission, but Connie, driven by pride, she refused, insisting he had no right to give her orders. To her surprise, however, both Renita and Kanagi immediately accepted his offer and fell asleep within moments. Akane was determined to stay awake and fought against sleep. But as the night wore on, exhaustion finally took over, and she too drifted off. Sometime later, the car stopped. Akane woke up and noticed the vehicle was empty. Alarmed, she rushed outside and found the others on a cliff, staring at a bright light below them. What she saw left her in utter disbelief. A massive magic circle spread across the ground. Its scale was far beyond anything they had imagined. Ranita quickly understood the gravity of the situation. It was much worse than they had expected. The prophecy was nearly complete. Skeletal figures were emerging from the ground, still trapped within enormous crystals, their eerie glow casting a luminous light over the entire area. A chill ran down their spines as they realized they might already be too late. These skeletons were the 23 villagers mentioned in the report. Sue recalled a similar incident from the past. 30 years ago, the Wakayama mansion had mysteriously vanished, and a dimensional rift had nearly opened. As he was explaining this, the enormous pillar at the center of the magic circle began to erupt, with bursts of energy. Noticing this, Sue urged them to move quickly. Renita drew her sword and asked what they should do. Sue revealed that they had to stop it. Akane quickly recalled the director's orders. They were instructed to wait for further commands. But before they could discuss it, they felt a powerful aura behind them. When they turned, they saw Kanagi, wreathed in massive energy, and ready to fight. The group immediately noticed that Kanagi seemed much stronger than before. Even so, Sue was not shaken. He just smiled, moved forward, and told the others to come with him. Everyone ran after him, though Akane warned him not to be so reckless. As they descended toward the magic circle, Hinoke and the mage suddenly caught a scent in the air. It seemed strangely familiar, a scent they had encountered many times in their lives. The earth trembled violently, and with an explosion, a huge hand erupted from underground. Hinoke's eyes widened in shock. He now knew exactly what they were smelling. It was the scent of a forbidden technique, the same prophecy written in the Book of Scorching Heat. Hinoki explained that a long time ago, during the Epsi period, an awakened one named Bandu Shidima, who was the leader of the Dark Mages, committed genocide. The Homiotes eventually killed him, but an entire village was caught up in the chaos. Shidima collected the blood of the villagers, who had fallen, and used it to draw a magic circle, ensuring he would be reborn 1,000 years later. His goal: to devour everyone and rule the world as a demon king. Before he died, he left behind a forbidden technique that detailed how living beings were to be sacrificed for his resurrection. Now, in the present, Shidima has been reincarnated as a leader whose true identity is unknown. His mission is clear: to fulfill the prophecy of the scorching heat. He looked down at his hands and grimaced, realizing he had returned with far less power than he had expected. He wondered if there had not been enough sacrifices for the ritual. As he looked around, he noted with amusement that even after 1,000 years, the place had not changed at all. But his lips curled into a maniacal smile when he spotted the anti-prophecy unit approaching. He merely thought they were more sacrifices for him to claim. Channeling his dark arts, he unleashed the plate of yin, causing a massive explosion right beneath the anti-prophecy unit. Kanagi becomes alarmed as the explosion hits Renita and Akane, but they are all right when the dust settles. Then his expression darkens upon seeing a dark magic circle appear where they landed. It is the dark art of the Death Realm. Hundreds of spirits emerge from the circle, extending their ghostly hands to grab Reina and Anya. They fight back quickly, realizing that Shade is far more skilled than they thought. As Shade watches his spell work, he suddenly feels something behind him. It's Kenji, attacking him by surprise. Shade dodges easily, bending and weaving without any effort. He smiles, calling Kenji an amateur, then casts a dark platter right beneath him. The explosion goes off, but to Shade's surprise, Kenji is unharmed. Kenji counters with his skill, Thunderbolt Hadad, but Shade blocks it using his own dark magic. Even though he stopped the attack, Shade is impressed with Kenji's choice of skill. From the middle of the smoke, Soren approaches from behind Shade and uses the Chrysanthemum spell, launching a volley of sharp knives in his direction. Shade is surprised but dodges easily by leaping into the air. While he is up there, Soren casts another spell, showing that he already knew Shade wouldn't be taken down by such a weak skill. Soren slams his weapon on the ground and uses the Autumn skill, making knives rain from the sky, but Shade just smiles. Calling it a shower of mere lights, he then transforms his hand into a claw. Soren blocks, but the recoil is significant after the block. Shade realizes that Soren is probably the strongest one there. Kenji, watching from the sidelines, thinks that Shade's power is infinite. He is completely different from any enemy they have ever faced. Shade himself seems even stronger than the founders. As Kenji thinks about this, he hears his friends calling out from behind him. He turns and is shocked to see Anya and Reina being hit by dark art skills. They manage to escape the attack and both start charging towards Shade, who is still fighting with Soren. Shade summons 3 skeleton demons to deal with Anya and Reina, who are still advancing on him. Reina sees a demon appear right in front of her and kicks it, but to her surprise, it does absolutely nothing. The bodies of these monsters are as tough as the minotaurs they faced before. As Shade and Soren continued to trade blow after blow, one of the skeleton demons stood right in front of Kenji, blocking his path. Shade even mocked Soren, saying he wouldn't get any help from his friends, but right after Shade said that, Soren struck him directly on the shoulder. "I don't need help," he declared, then pointed at Shade. "Stay away, I only trust in my own skill." Shade just wiped the blood from his wound and began to scream like a madman, yelling that he didn't need anyone either and would devour them all. With that, he charged straight at Soren, who barely managed to block the attack just inches from his body. As he struggled to resist Shade's relentless assault, he heard someone call his name from behind. It was Kenji, running directly at Shade. Shade was surprised to see Kenji, especially since he had sent a demon to stop him. He quickly looked back and saw the others still fighting their demons, but the one he had sent after Kenji was cut in half. While Shade was trying to process all this, Kenji landed a powerful punch to his face, sending him sliding across the ground. Even Soren was impressed by the attack. Kenji then suggested that they fight together to defeat Shade. Soren was shocked for a second. Anya and Reina still hadn't defeated their own opponents, but this guy already had, and now he was offering help. But Soren's pride was greater. He completely rejected Kenji's offer, declaring, "I don't need anyone's help. I am more than enough to fight alone." Kenji couldn't believe it, but before they could argue any further, Shidima suddenly closed in. He unleashed his Magatsu's breath technique, and one powerful beam was fired directly at the two of them. Suo managed to block it, but Kenji was sent flying. His body was struck hard by the devastating attack as he crashed into a tree. His vision began to blur as he started to pass out, and as he fell into unconsciousness, he saw Hinoki and the souls of the mages. Standing right in front of him, Hinoki told him that he had fainted, which is why he had been summoned to his own plane of consciousness. Even with his body bruised, injured, and tormented by pain, Kenji tried to stand up, desperately asking to be sent back. He had to fight, but before they could even respond, a deep, authoritative voice echoed through the space, ordering him to stay away from the battle. Meanwhile, on the outside, Suo could barely defend himself from the relentless attacks. Shidima was smiling, even praising Suo for thinking like him, believing they needed no one else to fight their battles. With a sinister smile and that insatiable will to devour everything, Shidima poured all his power into his next attack. He struck with such force that Suo's sword snapped in half. Although Suo was stunned, he quickly summoned another blade and swung it at Shidima, but Shidima dodged it with ease. Bending backward with almost supernatural flexibility, Shidima clearly seemed to be having more fun as Suo continued to struggle. Meanwhile, back in the spirit realm, Kenji's spiritual form watched the fight unfold. They knew that Shidima was stronger than anyone else there. Hinoki told Kenji that this was far beyond what he could handle, and the mage added that Shidima's accuracy was terrifyingly high. If more humans were living in that place, Shidima could have already become a demon king. She warned Kenji that if Shidima also took his life, he would grow even stronger and wreak havoc on civilization. She even said that the discovery of the grimoire was just a coincidence. Then Hinoki stepped forward, asking Kenji to lend them his body so they could handle this. But to their complete surprise, Kenji flatly refused. He apologized but said firmly, "This is not training. This is real." He explained that he had to overcome this obstacle alone, just as he would have to in the future. Filled with confidence and determination, he looked at them and asked if they agreed. The mage tried to argue, but Hinoki interrupted. He told Kenji, "You have already defeated us." Hinoki placed a hand on Kenji's shoulder, recalling his claim to surpass the founders. So he encouraged Kenji to use everything he learned and do things his way. This truly boosted Kenji's confidence. With a determined gaze, he faced the battlefield, asking the founders to watch over him. Without hesitating for a moment, he rushed toward the field where Shidima and Suo were still locked in a fierce battle. Suo looked bruised and beaten. As soon as Suo opened his eyes, Shidima attacked again, launching him through the air. While Suo was mid-air, Shidima prepared for the final blow to finish him off. But just as Suo braced for impact, someone caught him in mid-air. Kenji grabbed both Suo and his sword, still in the air. He quickly borrowed Suo's sword and with a swift motion, threw Suo toward the ground, out of the range of Shidima's magic beam. Suo hit the ground hard, and Shidima immediately turned his attention to Kenji, who was still in the air. Shidima launched another Magatsu's breath directly at him but was shocked. Kenji was calmly using the one-handed rhinoceros sword style with sharp focus. Kaden cuts directly through Zidian's breath attack, slicing it cleanly in half. Then with precise control he strikes Zidian's arm, severing it completely from his body. Zidian is stunned, horrified, and speechless. He doesn't know what just happened, trembling with rage. He screams about his identity, but Kaden, fully determined, responds coldly that he is the one who will surpass the founders. The watching mage asks Henok if Kaden will defeat the dark mage, but Henok himself doesn't know yet. Even so, Henok is certain that Kaden is no fool. He suspects that Kaden might have learned something new while sleeping in the car on the way here. A wide smile spreads across Henok's face, making him wonder if it is something that not even he understands. He is equally shocked watching Kaden move so efficiently and fluidly. Just moments ago he had refused Kaden's help, but now that very same help is saving his life. Meanwhile, Kaden continues to relentlessly attack Zidian, forcing Zidian to teleport backward. Zidian counterattacks with his dark art ability. Pomegranate, sending a shower of energy blasts toward Kaden. Kaden tries to dodge them but quickly realizes they are tracking him. Kaden jumps, trying to escape, but the blasts continue to pursue him. Suddenly, he remembers one of the founder's abilities, the Aftershock. He stomps his foot on the ground, raising a stone barrier in front of him to block the incoming attacks. Zidian is surprised by Kaiden's tactics, but quickly launches more blasts in his direction. Kaiden responds by using the broken stone fragments to protect himself again. Then, seeing his chance, Kaiden combines two abilities and moves quickly behind Zidian, but Zidian manages to dodge in time. He immediately counterattacks, unleashing his burst plate, and hits Kaiden. Kaiden is hit but absorbs most of the impact. Using a stone in the air as a platform, he launches himself at Zidian. Remembering the Founder's lessons, Zidian dodges again, but the variety of techniques Kaiden uses leaves him stunned. Even the Founders watching from afar are just as shocked by Kaiden's rapid growth and his constant assault. But Zidian is not finished yet. With a dark look, he activates his forbidden art, summoning a giant skeletal monstrosity. By fusing skeletons together, this giant creature towers over everyone, emanating a powerful and evil aura. Zidian smirks. "This is the end," he says. The giant skeleton swings its massive hand toward Kaiden, and the Founders scream for him to run, but Kaiden just stands there motionless, staring at the attack coming his way. He is focused, realizing he still doesn't have enough power to defeat Zidian, even if he gave it his all. He knows he needs something more, something beyond his current limits. Recalling the lessons from the Mage and Hinoc, Kaiden remembers how to wield the Shining Flame and Hinoc's one-handed sword technique. He remembers Rhinoc teaching him the Wave Blade attack and various slashes. Drawing inspiration from both teachings, Kaiden channels the Shining Flame into his hand, while infusing his sword with Rhinoc's ability, transforming his weapon into a flaming blade. The Mage and Hinoc watch in shock. Kaiden has just achieved the impossible. Holding his newly strengthened weapon, Kaiden is ready. The technique he just performed is called the Blazing Fire, Severing Blade. Without hesitation, he charges toward the beast. Skeletal beast swinging his flaming sword, while Zidian watches in utter disbelief, remembering Rhinoc's teachings on the blade and the Mage's magic arts. Kaiden desires more than just those two. With this determination, he manages to use the Blazing Fire Severing Blade skill. Engulfing his sword in flames, with a swift motion he slices the skeleton in half, splitting it from head to toe. While also slicing Shigar in half, everyone is shocked by this feat, combining two magical abilities in such a way. The Founder, Alchemist, is particularly impressed, calling Kale an irregular for his ability to switch and combine all sorts of skills. He never expected Kale would be able to fuse techniques so easily, and he suspects there might be even more to his potential. Suddenly, the alchemist vanishes, leaving Hinox confused. The sorceress, upon hearing his words, agrees, realizing they might have underestimated Kale's abilities. She now feels a pang of concern, wondering if it is wise to raise someone like him. However, Hinox is excited by Kale's power and eager to see how far he can grow. As Kale lands on the ground exhausted, he is shocked to see Shigar, who had been cut in half, strangely, beginning to regenerate from his own blood. Shigar growls that if the attack had hit his head, he might have died. Channeling a dark energy, he forms a death ball, vowing to end things himself. But just as he speaks, Sui suddenly slits his throat from behind. Shigar is decapitated, completely caught off guard. As his body collapses, Sui catches Kael, who has fallen unconscious. While holding him, Sui remembers a distant memory. His older brother once carried him in the same way. It was a freezing night on a bridge with snow covering the ground. His brother had promised to bring him food in the morning. As Sui fell asleep, they heard the sounds of a grand parade. Above the bridge, others were celebrating while they shivered from the cold, their stomachs empty. This memory reminds Sui why he chose solitude. Shigar tried to manipulate him by exploiting his loneliness, but now looking at Kale, he realizes something. He isn't truly alone, and even if he is, he can endure it. As he ponders this, the barrier around them begins to crack. Kana and Renata rush in, immediately worried upon seeing Kale unconscious. Once they confirm he has only fainted, Renata notices the barrier is collapsing from within. She warns that they need to act quickly. Renata asks, what will happen if the energy inside the barrier explodes outward? Sui grips his sword tightly, revealing that if that happens, everyone will be crushed to death. Their only option is to attack it with their strongest charge and try to deflect it. Although Sui says this with confidence deep down, he is not sure if they are capable of it in their current state. But they have no choice. As they prepare, Kale, still unconscious, suddenly raises the sword, channeling energy into it. Sui notices this with shock. Inside Kale's mind, Hinox takes control, guiding his body. As the barrier explodes, everyone unleashes their full power while Hinox executes his one-handed cloud-splitting style attack. Outside the barrier, a red-haired man rushes toward the scene, accompanied by two men. His subordinates warn him that the barrier is about to collapse. Suddenly, it bursts open. The men fear they might be too late, but to their surprise, a brilliant beam of blue light shoots into the sky from Kale's sword. The red-haired man watches in awe, recognizing the light as a flawless sword technique. His name is Suo Makoto, the captain of the anti-prophecy unit. Watching the spectacle before him, he wonders whose work this could be. A while later, on a plane flying over Peru, Aiden is on a call with Marcus, surprised that the new member just stopped the prophecy, an unknown one. Meanwhile, in Japan, Marcus, still on the phone, faces a first-grade prophecy, one that he claims is on a much higher level than anything they've faced before. Aiden, instead of being inside the plane, sits on top of it, smiling as he reflects on how much the anti-prophecy unit has grown, even though he isn't there to witness it in person. However, his amusement is short-lived when Marcus reveals that the key member who stopped the prophecy was none other than Kenji, the same Kenji who had joined the team just 2 days ago. Shocked, Marcus desperately demands to know who he really is. Without hesitation, Aiden confidently declares that Kenji is the one who will end all prophecies. They had been anticipating his arrival for a long time. There was a lingering sense of expectation surrounding him, as if he was the one they had all been waiting for. Marcus, skeptical of such high hopes, questions whether their faith in him is truly justified, but instead of arguing, he is simply told to see for himself. Changing the subject, Marcus insists that Aiden return. His presence is needed, as facing an opponent of equal strength without him is proving to be a challenge. Aiden just laughs, offering a brief apology before changing the subject. Meanwhile, Lynn approaches, her voice filled with urgency, as she reports a massive prophecy materializing before them. It is a colossal foe, a super-rank prophecy, the boss of the suicidal stone infection. The monstrous being lumbers towards them. Aiden tells Marcus to just hold on, assuring him he'll be done soon. Without hesitation, he reaches out and unleashes the divine wind turbulence. At that very moment, in a hospital room, Kenji's eyes suddenly snap open. A gasp escapes his lips as he sits up abruptly. A nurse, noticing his sudden movement, leans in to reassure him. She informs him that he has finally regained consciousness. He's been in the anti-prophecy ward, asleep ever since his mission ended. Hearing this, Kenji wonders if he merely passed out. His sleep had been so deep that he didn't even enter the spatial realm to train with the founders. The nurse assures him he's all right, opening the curtain and telling him to call if he needs anything. As she pulls it aside, Kenji notices Seth sitting nearby, arms crossed, watching him silently. Upon seeing him, Kenji wonders if he had been watching over him the entire time. He was unconscious. Kenji looks around and realizes that Ren and Akane are missing. Curious, he asks about them, and Seth reveals they're out training, frustrated by how useless they felt in the last battle. With a tone of acceptance, Seth calmly states that Kenji's power was simply overwhelming. Hearing such praise from a man like Seth shocks the boy, but before he can fully process it, Seth suddenly gets to his feet and aggressively demands to know who he really is. In less than 2 days, Kenji has already defeated a third-grade boss and a potential first-grade boss, all while using a rare fusion spell that Seth has never even seen before. Pressing the point, Seth demands to know Kenji's true identity and how he, too, can become that strong. Just as Seth is demanding answers, Marcus suddenly arrives, asking if Kenji is the one he's looking for. Kenji confirms. Seth is stunned by the unexpected appearance of his older brother. Marcus walks right past Seth, barely giving him a glance, while Kenji hesitantly asks if he is truly Sui's older brother. The moment the question leaves his lips, Makoto suddenly draws his sword and swings it. Just inches from everyone in the room, Sui and Kenji are caught by surprise, dodging the attack. Kenji wonders if this is some kind of test, while an equally surprised Makoto marvels at the fact that a mere apprentice managed to avoid his blow. Makoto confirms that it was indeed a test, and that Kenji passed. Without hesitation, he introduces himself as the captain of Sui's squad. The realization hits Kenji with full force. Makoto really is Sui's older brother. After a brief pause, Makoto announces that, due to Kenji's extraordinary performance against the Rank 1 disaster, he will temporarily join his squad. The announcement surprises Kenji, but Sui is even more shocked. A touch of jealousy creeps in. Despite being Makoto's younger brother, he isn't allowed to join his squad. Without wasting any time, Makoto orders Kenji to follow him for a briefing, while in the background, Sui clenches his fists in frustration, so tightly that his knuckles begin to bleed. Meanwhile, in the training area, the duo from the anti-prophecy unit is training intensely. Akane wields various weapons, while Ren focuses on blocking her attacks. However, no matter how hard they try, they know that reaching Kenji's level is nearly impossible. As they continue practicing, Midori suddenly enters, announcing his arrival with chocolates from Peru. To his shock, they completely ignore the chocolates and rush towards him, eagerly asking how long he'll be staying in Japan. When Midori reveals he'll be there for 1 week, the duo immediately insists on training under his guidance. During that time, they refused to let Kenji surpass them without a fight. Surprised, Midori hadn't expected them to be so determined. He agrees to train them, but then asks about Sui, wondering if he wants to join. Just as he finishes speaking, Sui arrives, his expression filled with pure determination as he confirms he will be joining as well. Meanwhile, in the hallway, Kenji keeps up with Makoto's fast pace as he leads the way back to the training room. The group is shocked to see Sui so determined to join them. He reveals that Kenji was summoned by his older brother to join his squad temporarily. This revelation stuns the duo, making them realize just how much Kenji has progressed. Being personally recruited by Makoto is no small feat. However, Sui sees this as a sign of his own shortcomings compared to Kenji, believing he must improve even more. Meanwhile, in the hallway, a curious Kenji asks Makoto about the meeting. Makoto reveals that it's about their next mission, for which they'll depart the following morning. As they walk, Makoto suddenly stops and asks if Kenji is close to his younger brother. Recalling their last battle together when Sui lent him his sword, Kenji excitedly confirms that they are. Although Makoto acts indifferent, he secretly worries about his brother but never shows it. This has led Sui to mistakenly believe his brother hates him and doesn't care. The truth is, when Makoto visited them before, he wasn't ignoring Sui, he simply couldn't bring himself to look at his injuries. However, this misunderstanding made Sui believe his brother was disregarding him, fueling his determination to risk his life and become stronger, just to get Makoto's attention. On the other hand, Makoto doesn't want Sui to become stronger, he just wants him to be safe. This profound misunderstanding drives Sui's determination to surpass Kenji, believing that only then will his brother finally acknowledge him. One day he hopes to defeat Marcus himself. Meanwhile, a still curious Kane presses Marcus a little more, and Marcus finally admits that he truly cares about his little brother, which Kane finds very touching. Back at the training area, as Leo explains everything to the group, Akane finds it confusing even though Leo talks about surpassing his brother and proving himself. He still respects him deeply. Continuing her training with Renata, Akane comments that, in the end, Leo just wants to get his brother's attention. Renata finds this thrilling, but Akane's words trigger something in Leo, leaving him enraged. Meanwhile, at the meeting, Kane learns about the team's 3 main rules. First, be fast. Second, maintain offensive pressure. Third, overcome weaknesses. Within the Counterforce division, Marcus's team is considered the strongest in terms of combat capability. The team operates with a minimum of 7 members. Designed to be a small but elite force, their main targets are threats of level 1 and above, aboard the helicopter. As Marcus's squad is escorted to the mission, a squad member named Jace casually comments that 90% of the team's power comes from their captain, while the rest are just extras. Since Kane is only a temporary member, he isn't expected to do much. However, while Jace is explaining this, Kane is distracted, busy on his phone. Jace points this out, which leads Kane to apologize, explaining that he needs to make contact with his friends. A confused Jace asks what he means by contact. Kane is trying to get in touch with the other members of the anti-prophecy group, since the founders keep insisting on it while the group is training. They receive his message, and upon reading it, everyone is shocked, especially Leo, who wonders what the hell Kane is thinking by sending it. They immediately show it to Midori, who discovers that the message contains 3 separate pieces of advice, each one tailored for a different person. The detailed guidelines on how to get stronger impress Midori. With a smile, he extends his hand and asks if they will follow the advice or reject it. Seeing this as a challenge, they all accept, especially Leo, who is enraged, because Kane essentially rubbed salt in his wounds. Back on the plane, Jace informs Kane that they have reached their destination. Wiping the window, Kane is amazed by the sight of a vast, mountainous terrain, covered in snow with enormous crystal peaks jutting out of the ground. Their mission is to deal with a Rank 1 prophecy, Frozen Earth. This disaster threatens to freeze the entire planet, as the affected areas are expanding at an alarming rate. If it's not controlled, the entire Earth could be consumed, ending all life. This phenomenon is occurring simultaneously in 17 different locations across various countries, many of them in urban areas, which only worsens the crisis. Vice Captain Kashi briefs the team on the situation, emphasizing that they cannot afford any delays, as reports indicate the freezing effect is spreading faster than expected. Leading the mission, Marcus orders the team to jump from the back of the helicopter, as it can no longer proceed safely. Also, before they jump, he reminds them that no human life is to be harmed. To motivate everyone, he orders them to chant the team's 3 rules and they shout them in unison, bringing up the rear. Kenji reflects on his last battle, where he once again relied on Rhino in the end, determined to become stronger. During this temporary mission, he sees it as a valuable opportunity to learn from the other members as they all jump from the helicopter. Kenji decides to complete this mission on his own. This is his first Rank 1 prophecy. At 10:17 in the morning, everyone lands safely on the ground. The air is freezing, and despite being a high-ranking awakened, he catches a cold, questioning how the temperature is affecting him. Kasha explains that the cold is much worse than the reports indicated, which might be the reason. He also informs the team that the area is vast and suggests setting up camp halfway. Hearing this, Makoto considers something, but he keeps it to himself. Meanwhile, Kenji asks Kaito if the Frozen Land prophecy is recorded in any prophecy book. Kaito denies it, revealing that the anti-prophecy unit predicted it using their unique abilities. Although there are many prophecies, this is the first time a member has successfully identified a level 1 prophecy. That's why Makoto's team was chosen for the mission, given its gravity. Kenji's question is answered, but Kasha notices he seems a bit nervous. Kasha reassures him, saying that nervousness is better than letting his guard down, but he shouldn't let it become a burden. Gyro places a hand on Kenji's shoulder, repeating Kasha's words and reminding him that he is moving with the best team in the anti-prophecy unit. Kasha yells at Gyro for being too relaxed, prompting Gyro to apologize instantly. Suddenly, Gyro raises his hand, reporting that his radar has detected enemies at 2 o'clock, approximately 200 meters away. Kasha acknowledges the report and vanishes in an instant, only to reappear moments later. She confirms she went ahead and saw 30 monsters with an estimated level of SSS+. These creatures belong to the Ice Gargoyle race, from the Ice Tribe. Hearing this, Makoto immediately orders his unit to annihilate the enemy. The squad advances towards the approaching monsters in a highly coordinated manner. Their teamwork and situational awareness leave Kenji impressed. They operate on a completely different level compared to the recruits, making him realize that these are elite warriors, far beyond regular members. Eager to join the fight, Kenji asks for permission, which Makoto grants, dismissing the enemies as nothing more than SSS+ rank. With permission granted, Kenji charges forward and kicks a monster in the head. However, to his shock, the creature explodes, sending shards in all directions. Kasha, skillfully dodging an attack from a flashy monster, warns everyone that some monsters, extremely powerful ones, are mixed in with the others. Meanwhile, Kenji activates his fire-slicing blade and completely obliterates a monster with a flaming attack, sending it flying. Witnessing this, Gyro is surprised that someone like Kenji used a Fury Sword skill. Kasha is impressed, while Makoto, with just a few swings of his sword, effortlessly cuts down the remaining monsters. He also notices Kenji's fire sword and realizes that the blue beam of light he saw before must have come from it. With the monsters defeated, the group sets up camp in the mountains and begins to eat. During the meal, Kasha asks Gyro what else he saw on the radar, and Gyro informs her that there are no boss-level threats within a 10-kilometer radius. Hearing this, Kasha sighs in relief, confirming they can spend the night there. However, she soon wonders where Kenji and the captain went. On the other hand, Kenji is sitting at his own campfire, trying to fuse his spells as he did before. However, as he focuses on the process, the captain suddenly comes up from behind and calls out to him for his enthusiasm in training. Caught by surprise, Caden nearly jumps out of his skin as Mason gave him a real scare by approaching so quietly. After calming him down, Mason sits next to Caden and asks if this is his first time camping and if he finds it difficult. Caden enthusiastically claims he's fine, but to his surprise, Mason casually states that he just wants to go home and have a smoke. Caden is taken aback. He never expected someone like the captain to talk about smoking. To Caden's shock, Mason then reveals that he's desperate for a hit of his cat, leaving him confused and alarmed. Caden misinterprets his words, thinking he's talking about drugs. He immediately questions the captain about his cat, to which Mason, getting uncomfortably close, pulls out his phone and shows him a picture. Caden asks for the cat's name, and Mason reveals it's Oribi. As Caden examines the photo, he notices the cat's fierce gaze, but instead asks if Mason truly misses him. To his surprise, Mason denies it, revealing that Oribi is a real terror, always scratching his things, throwing up everywhere and being an overall nightmare. Despite all that, Mason admits the cat is still adorable, just like his younger brother, Leo. Caden finds it strange that Mason is talking this way, but he listens as the captain, in a hopeful voice, expresses his wish to one day talk with Leo, in the same way he's talking with Caden now. Caden, being an only child, admits he can't relate, but offers a suggestion. Maybe Mason should treat Leo the same way he treats his cat. Hearing this, Mason smiles and agrees. He then shows Kaden some videos on his phone, shocking him with footage of the captain treating his cat like a spoiled baby. Mason questions if that kind of behavior is really acceptable. Then with a gentle expression, he looks at Kaden and asks if they can practice together. In his head, Kaden really doesn't want to, but before he can answer, Casey arrives looking for them. She asks them to return to camp, reminding them they need to leave early the next morning. Mason agrees without complaint. That night, however, Mason and his team remain oblivious to a mysterious figure venturing into the snowy land. The person is dressed casually, as if they were heading to the beach, advancing deeper into the frozen terrain. When stopped, he claims, to be on a mission to fulfill the prophecy of that place. Holding a small book in his hand, he declares it's an important mission. He is a solo awakener, heading towards the same mountain as Mason and his squad. While Kaden sleeps, he finds himself training in his dreams with the founders. Today's lesson is archery, meant to improve his concentration. He practices with a heavy bow under the guidance of Margot, who is instructing him. Noticing that Kaden is sweating, Margot asks if it's painful to maintain a steady focus. As they train, Hino complains loudly about why it isn't a sword training day, but the mage quickly silences him, reminding him that it was his turn the day before. Despite the noise, Margot is impressed that Kaden remains unshaken, showing a significant improvement in maintaining his concentration compared to their first session. Kaden explains that he is currently on a mission with an incredible team, which motivates him to give it his all. With his focus locked on the target, he releases the arrow, hitting the center with perfect precision. Margot is amazed by the precision as Kanag falls to the ground, sighing in relief. Margot reminds him not to forget the feeling, and ends the day's training. Realizing the session is over, Hinoku gets excited, immediately drawing his sword and ordering Kanag to get up for sword training. However, just as they are about to begin, Kanag is suddenly awakened by his team, as it's time to continue their journey. Before leaving, Makoto informs everyone, saying that today they will defeat the boss, linked to the prophecy. As they advance, they encounter more monsters, this time a flock of blue birds. As the team moves towards them, the founders within Kanag comment on how easy this mission should be, given the team's power. However, the mage notices that one of the older founders seems restless, sensing that something is wrong with the fight. After a battle, the team successfully eliminates the monsters, clearing the path ahead. Makoto then orders Dakaru to scout ahead. Jakaru reports that approximately 2,000 meters from their position, there will likely be a huge boss, and it is heading straight for them. He then delivers the horrible news that the monster will reach them in just 10 seconds. In an instant, an imposing figure known as the Unknown God, Calamitas, comes rushing towards them. With a fierce and manic expression, her aura is completely different from any monster they have faced before. Makoto immediately orders his team to attack, and everyone advances towards the boss in perfect coordination. Jakaru uses his abilities to chain the creature, while Kasha attacks from all angles. However, to their shock, their attacks cause no visible damage. The boss remains completely unharmed. Despite the well-executed combo, just as the boss is about to counterattack, she suddenly senses something approaching from above. It's Kanag, descending with a powerful sword strike. Remembering what Kana and Rinoku taught him about executing a vertical slash, he unleashes his strongest attack first, ready to strike with full force. Combining his power, Kanag attacks with his blazing fire-cutting blade, sending a beam of fire towards the boss. However, to his shock, it has no effect. The boss immediately counterattacks, swinging her own sword and sending Kanag crashing to the ground. Upon hearing the powerful impact, Dakaru momentarily believes that Kanag has just died. However, Kanag survives, having landed on an ice crystal that cushions his fall. Meanwhile, Kasha, still fighting, realizes why this boss is ranked number 1. She casts a glance towards Makoto. It's now up to him to save them. Makoto draws his sword, and as he does, Jakaru instantly binds Kanag in chains and lifts him out of the fight, stating that if they interfere, they will only get in their captain's way as they retreat. The boss attacks Makoto with all her might. The incredible force of the attack creates a powerful shockwave, making Kanag worry about Makoto's safety. However, to his astonishment, Makoto stops the attack just inches from hitting him. The boss attacks again, and once more, Makoto effortlessly blocks it without hesitation. He counterattacks with a devastating blow, severing one of the boss's arms. Watching this, Hinoku is impressed, exclaiming that he wants to do the same. However, a worried Kanag firmly refuses to let Hinoku take over his body. Meanwhile, facing the injured boss, Makoto calmly declares that he wanted his team to gain experience fighting a boss of this level, but now he will finish it himself. Upon hearing this, His team quickly raises a barrier around them for protection. That's Azan. As soon as the barrier is up, Makoto channels his red dragon ability into his sword, unleashing scorching flames all around. He then combines this with crimson light, sending a massive inferno straight at the boss, which obliterated nearly half of its body. Kanagi, witnessing this, is completely shocked. Makoto used a sword flame technique, similar to his, but it was far stronger. Without the protective barrier, everyone could have been reduced to ashes. Kanagi silently apologizes to the boss, saying it was his duty to protect the world. Then out of nowhere he meows like a cat, causing an unbearable wave of second-hand embarrassment for everyone watching the battle closely. Kanagi realizes that Makoto's technique is very different from Ryland's. His skills are truly on another level. Surprised, Kanagi now deeply desires to learn from him. Meanwhile, Makoto delivers a final blow, cutting the boss completely in half. However, in an instant, a flash of light streaks across the battlefield. Makoto's arm is suddenly severed. In disbelief, he turns only to see a huge hole in Daikaro's body. Kanagi looks around, frantically, horror dawning on him as he realizes what just happened. One by one, his comrades' bodies are being torn apart, blood spilling onto the ground. Everyone is falling dead before his very eyes. Kanagi, seeing Daikaro fall, rushes to help him, but with his last strength, Daikaro pushes him away. Stumbling back, Kanagi watches in disbelief, as the comrades he fought alongside just seconds ago are now crumbling before his eyes. Despite being on the verge of death, Daikaro is filled with regret. His radar failed to detect the approaching attack, leading to this devastating loss. As he falls, he apologizes to his captain and collapses to the ground, hoping his team at least saw where the attack came from. Kashi is safe, but several other members are hit by the same beam, piercing right through them. Makoto, clutching his severed arm, yells for his team to take cover, calling it a skill attack. Without hesitation, everyone obeys and runs for their lives. While fleeing, Kashi calls out to a fallen comrade who was following her. However, he hesitates, worried about the captain who is gravely injured. The attack that severed Makoto's arm cannot be blocked even by a barrier, because its properties allow it to annihilate everything it touches. Suddenly, another beam heads for Makoto, but he narrowly avoids it by jumping into the air. Kashi watches with growing fear as the boss unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks while simultaneously regenerating. Realizing they must take down the boss in a single, decisive blow, she turns to Kanagi, only to find him kneeling on the ground, frozen in shock. Kanagi looks at his fallen comrades, his voice barely a whisper, as he begs the founder Valentine, asking if she can resurrect them. However, with a pained expression, Valentine apologizes. She cannot bring the dead back. Kanagi is silent for a moment, and then takes a deep breath. He summons all the founders, admitting that although he wanted to handle everything himself, this time, he now realizes he might need their help again. Without hesitation, Hino steps forward and takes control of his body. Meanwhile, Makoto, analyzing the attack, realizes that it completely bypassed Jiro's radar. Since Jiro's radar can only detect threats within a 3-kilometer range, the attack must have originated from beyond that distance. This single blow not only killed Daikaro, but it also severed Marcus's arm, proof that his hidden enemy is at least as strong as him. Determined not to let the sacrifices of his comrade be in vain, Marcus pushes beyond his current limits, channeling a power far greater than his normal capacity. He focuses his energy, using his heightened senses to pinpoint a location over 3 kilometers away. Despite the obstacles hiding the enemy, clutching his sword, he remembers those who fell today. Their deaths fuel his resolve. With unshakable determination, Marcus charges his blade with red light and unleashes a devastating blaze of fire. The scorching inferno tears through the ground, destroying everything in its path until it finally reveals the enemy who cast the deadly spell. It's the same boy who arrived there alone, wearing casual clothes. He's impressed that Marcus managed to track him after his attack, as expected from the captain of the strongest squad. However, Marcus is shocked. His attack was completely absorbed by this man. The boy claims that if Marcus still had his left arm intact, that attack would have killed him. He is using a spell called Darkness to channel shadowy orbs around him as he walks toward Marcus. He launches one of the spheres with killing intent. In response, Marcus swings his sword, conjuring a barrier of ice. He then counterattacks in an instant, disappearing and reappearing behind the boy, slashing at his neck. But before Marcus can process what just happened, the same devastating beam attack strikes again, tearing away a piece of his torso. The boy remains unharmed, calmly stating that he had anticipated Marcus's attack. However, he adds that it is Marcus who is truly close to death. This comment ignites Marcus's rage. With what little strength he has left, he charges forward, swinging his sword. But the boy easily dodges and counters with a powerful kick, striking squarely into Marcus's open wound. However, Marcus is one step ahead. Seizing the opening, he strikes with the back of his sword, knocking the boy to the ground. As Marcus watches, he grows curious why the boy stopped using his beam attack after only a few shots. Despite its overwhelming power, it seems he can't sustain it indefinitely. He realizes the boy can't use his spell continuously. In terms of stamina, they are evenly matched. The boy, after being knocked down, manages to land on his feet, confirming Marcus's suspicion, but pointing out that they are not in the same condition. Marcus is at a clear disadvantage with a severed arm and half his torso missing. However, Marcus refuses to acknowledge the concept of a disadvantage. He remembers the 3 rules of the Marcus squad, drawing strength from them. Determination floods his body as he prepares to fight to his last breath with unshakable resolve. He channels fiery electrical energy, cauterizing his own wounds to stop the bleeding. As he does this, he screams the 3rd rule of the squad. On the battlefield, overcome your weakness. With these words, he unleashes the scarlet flame. The boy's eyes narrow. He realizes that Marcus is burning his own life force to amplify his power. In response, he does the same, fueling his darkness spell with his own essence. Marcus, invoking the spirits of his fallen comrades, faces his opponent, his voice resonating across the battlefield, warning him not to underestimate his team. Meanwhile, back at the base, Kale is asking his backers for help. His hair turns white as Enoch takes control of him. The other team members, still running, are suddenly stopped by the boss, who stands strong as she regenerates her arms. Cassie, witnessing this, grows worried, realizing she can't take down the boss on her own. She calls out to Kenji, who is still kneeling in the background. To her, it seems his fighting spirit has vanished completely after witnessing the deaths of his teammates. It's understandable. He was just an ordinary person who had only recently joined their group. However, to her surprise, Kenji rises from the ground. In the blink of an eye, he charges forward and lands a devastating kick on the boss, sending her flying across the battlefield. Meanwhile, Makoto and his opponent continue their fierce exchange, trading blows. Makoto, wielding only half of his sword, unleashes the scarlet light. His opponent barely manages to dodge. Leaning to the side, he avoids the attack, but an unsettling feeling creeps in. Things are getting more difficult. Makoto's flames, which should have been extinguished by his darkness spell, are reigniting and lashing out at him again. On top of that, there's a limit to how much he can manually control his darkness, and that limit is fast approaching. Realizing this, he unleashes a barrage of darkness orbs at Makoto, but Makoto swiftly dodges. Seizing the opening, he lunges forward and slices his opponent's arm clean off. Now, the tables have turned. However, despite losing an arm, the opponent leaps forward and slams his knee into Makoto's injured arm. Makoto collapses to the ground in pain as his opponent slowly closes in. Looking down on him, he claims that losing one arm means nothing. After all, Makoto still has a hole in his stomach. He then reveals something chilling. He had anticipated Makoto's strategy from the very first attack. He knew Makoto would engage in close-quarters combat. He acknowledges Makoto's strength, admitting that he always makes the optimal decisions, and never wastes a moment. However, he also points out Makoto's fatal flaw. He's far too predictable. This, he declares, is why Makoto is going to lose. Reaching into his satchel, he pulls out a book. Holding it up, he claims that Makoto's defeat has already been sealed by its contents. Makoto's eyes widen in shock as he recognizes the Book of Perdition. The opponent opens the book, revealing a startling truth. The man claims that, if an organization exists to prevent prophecies, then it's only natural for another to exist to ensure they are fulfilled. Makoto is shocked to discover that such an organization even existed. The opponent then delivers his final revelation. He is one of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse. He introduces himself as the 12th of darkness, the one destined to fulfill the prophecy. Makoto, still in disbelief, questions the reason behind his obsession with causing destruction. The opponent, flipping through the pages of the book, smirks and asks if Makoto will forgive him if he reveals the reason. Makoto is enraged by the taunt. Without hesitation, he swings his sword with all his might, nearly cleaving the opponent's shoulder. Makoto is confident he can win this fight, as his adversary seems to be out of mana, and his body is reaching its limit. Makoto invokes the red dragon form, convinced it will guarantee his victory. On the other side, the man with his shoulder nearly torn off is still standing, declaring that this is the end for Makoto. With that, he takes out a potion and drinks it, unleashing a brilliant explosion of light. The flash blinds Makoto, and suddenly, from within the glow, a powerful punch smashes into Makoto's face, sending him crashing to the ground. When the dust settles, Makoto stares in disbelief, seeing that all the damage he had inflicted on the man has been completely healed, and his opponent is back to full strength. The guy claims the potion he used is an artifact that allowed him to heal completely. Makoto uses his Scarlet Light Blade again, sending a sword wave toward the guy. However, the guy disperses it with his orbs of darkness, and counterattacks with a barrage of strikes. Makoto is in shock, as the artifact the guy used is supposed to be controlled by entire nations, due to how powerful it is, and no ordinary organization should be able to possess one. The guy lands a kick on the wound in Makoto's stomach, throwing him to the ground where he takes his last breath. Seeing Makoto defeated, the guy lets out a sigh of relief, believing he has finally defeated him. Meanwhile, Makoto, remembering his childhood and his comrades, tries to reach for his sword. He also remembers Kaname's words about treating his brother like a cat, which brings a smile to his bloodied face. With renewed determination, he grabs his sword, but just as he is about to swing it, a beam of darkness strikes him, completely severing the hand that held the sword. The guy, in a confident tone, gives his final farewell to Makoto. However, just as he is about to deliver the final blow, someone arrives, shattering the crystal behind him. It's Kanagi, backed by all the founders, ready to take revenge on the guy who made their disciple cry. Makoto senses Kanagi's presence and is initially worried, but soon realizes it's not just Kanagi. Something else is emanating from him. The guy also notices the abnormality and the aura emanating from Kanagi. The boy in front of him no longer seems like a vulnerable target, but rather an existence that will defend itself fiercely. Growing concerned, the man warns Kanagi not to move, threatening to kill Makoto if he does. However, as he speaks, his arm is severed from his body in the blink of an eye. The man is shocked, unable to comprehend how it happened so quickly. Meanwhile, Kanagi simply swings his sword from a distance, the force of the blow even dulling his blade. The founders notice this, surprised that the sword became dull after just one strike. The alchemist founder intervenes, transmuting several weapons for Kanagi to use in the fight, with pure vengeance in his eyes. Kanagi orders each founder to unleash hell on the guy. Meanwhile, the guy completely regenerates his arm, which shocks Hinoki. The mage founder explains this as reversion, a skill she didn't expect a modern awakened being to possess. She speculates that the artifact he used continuously heals his wounds until its effect runs out. As she speaks, Kanade shoots an arrow that hits the guy directly in the head. The guy didn't see it coming, but he regenerates the wound instantly. Seeing this, one of the founders asks the mage how they can kill the guy. She reveals that they must kill him repeatedly until he eventually dies. The guy uses his darkness magic, while Kanagi loads another arrow. When Kanagi releases the arrow, the darkness magic tries to intercept it, but the arrow pierces through, hitting the guy in the chest and head. The archer founder scoffs at the guy, asking if he really believed he could stop his arrows. The guy regenerates his wounds and counterattacks with a sphere of darkness. Kanagi, using the evasive powers of a founder, dodges the attack and rushes toward the guy, kicking him in the face. He then grabs the guy's hand and delivers a palm strike to his face. One of the founders realizes that the guy can't use his annihilation beam attack if his vision is blocked by his own spheres, which works in their favor. Dodging the attack becomes easier because of this. Kanagi lands a powerful blow to the guy's stomach, knocking him to the ground. The founders wonder how many times they'll have to watch the same guy die and regenerate. Meanwhile, Kai approaches Leo, who in his weakened state, asks if he is truly Kai. Kai denies it, explaining that the founders are using his body as heroic spirits. Using Valentine's power of healing and preservation, Kai begins to mend Leo's arms. Kai reveals that they are in a hurry and must act quickly, and upon seeing Kai preparing to leave Leo, realizes it's the founders who are in control nearby. The guy gets up shocked that his spells are being dodged and countered so easily. Without giving him time to think, Kai attacks him with a spear piercing straight through his heart. The guy is mercilessly attacked, dying repeatedly, without a moment to recover. One of the founders asks the mage if keeping the spear in the guy's heart will stop him from regenerating. However, the spear passes through his body, and he begins to regenerate again as the guy starts to recover. Kai delivers a powerful kick from above, slamming him back to the ground. Kai wonders which body parts regenerate first. If they completely destroy his body, the guy starts to regenerate from his hand. But when his body is fully restored, he is panting and exhausted. He is being destroyed, but refuses to let a boy stop him, deciding to kill Leo and escape. He runs towards him only to find Kai already sitting there guarding Leo with a maniacal smile. Kai reveals that he is too late. Hinoki then takes control of Kai's body and, using his sword style, completely slices the guy's body to pieces. Although the guy is obliterated, he does not fear death as he believes he is fulfilling a prophecy. However, his determination begins to waver in the face of something as terrifying as Kai. As the guy regenerates again, he tries to remember his mission to fulfill the prophecy. Refusing to let fear overcome him, he grabs another artifact from his bag. But before he can use it, Kai cuts off his arm. The artifact scatters on the ground, creating a powerful golden cage around Kai, called the Cage of the Sands of Time. The regeneration effect on the guy ends, and he is unable to regrow his arm relieved. The guy believes he barely managed to escape the founders. Upon seeing the cage, become worried, asking what to do next, since the guy's regeneration is almost finished. The guy outside the cage claims that not even his darkness can destroy the cage, so Kai can't kill him inside. With a nervous expression, he declares he's leaving, but before he can finish his sentence, Hinoki yells at him to pay attention. Suddenly, the guy feels a strong aura behind him, and turns to see Leo standing there, still regenerating. How is Leo so confident and powerful? Well, it all goes back to his childhood, when he trained with the best Midor even. Midor lost to Leo in a sword fight, which led him to suggest that Leo find a better master to continue his training. Following the advice of the world's strongest awakener, Leo sought out masters to become a disciple of those at the highest level. However, he surpassed every master he found, whether they taught him swordsmanship, magic, or agility. All the masters gave up on him in less than a month. One of the masters recommended him to the strongest swordsman they knew at the time. Erika Hinoki's younger sister became Leo's final master, and he trained with her for about 3 years. One day, while training with Erika, Leo asked about a sword technique mentioned in a book called Indomitable. Even Erika couldn't understand how the technique worked, stating that it was a skill that only Hinoki, the founder, Marcus found it fascinating, as he had read about this in a book. Erika soon realized she had nothing left to teach Marcus, as he had already mastered the rhinoceros one-handed sword style. Marcus wanted to become even stronger, but Erika didn't know how he could progress. She compared him to a bud that had not yet bloomed, stating that even with all his training, blooming in this life would be difficult for him. She hoped that one day a stronger swordsman would appear before him. In the present, Marcus realizes that this very moment is happening right before his eyes. He notices Cain using sword techniques he didn't even know existed. According to Erika, such an opportunity might come only once in a lifetime, and he must not miss it. Grateful for the chance, Marcus thanks Erika in his heart and begins to bring his severed arms together. Seeing this, all the founders are confused about what he is trying to do. Kenji is also worried about his captain, who is outside the cage with the enemy. Marcus begins to emit the same aura as Kenji. Meanwhile, inside the training grounds of the anti-prophecy faction, Melody, who is training with Sue, senses a powerful aura. Suddenly, an explosion shakes the area, and as the dust settles, they are shocked to see a huge hole in the wall, and Melody has disappeared. Back on the battlefield, the enemy is baffled, watching Marcus achieve such a feat despite his condition. He is certain that he will be defeated. Watching this, Hinoki explains to Kenji that people are like flowers that bloom to their true potential when they reach their peak, whether physically, spiritually, or by mastering a supreme technique. For Marcus, this is the moment of his true potential. Hinoki, standing behind Kenji, advises him to burn what he sees into his mind. Kenji realizes what Hinoki is trying to say. Like a blooming flower, Marcus raises his arms as if holding a sword, and with unshakable determination, he manages to use the lost technique of the indomitable Hinoki one-handed sword style, the same technique he read about in the book. Even though the enemy's darkness defenses are perfectly activated, his body is sliced in half. Without Marcus even wielding a physical sword, the enemy wonders if this is the moment and the place where he will meet his end. As his body disintegrates, Hinoki praises Marcus for materializing a sword that existed only in his mind. Meanwhile, Marcus, although confused, feels that he has finally become the swordsman he always wanted to be. He considers it a blessing to have spent time with his family, friends, colleagues, and subordinates. All the experiences he had made him stronger. Even if this is the end for him, he remembers his little brother and his cat. Apologizing to them in his heart, as he is about to lose consciousness, he sees Kenji walking towards him, holding out a hand with a smile. Seeing this, Marcus realizes that this death may not be the end, as he can still leave his legacy to the next generation, through Kenji. Holding Kenji's hand, he gives his thanks, and collapses to the ground as the cage disappears following the enemy's defeat. Kenji runs towards his captain, feeling a deep connection through the emblem of nothingness. All their other comrades lie dead on the ground, but just as Marcus is about to join them, Melody comes flying in. He catches Marcus just in time as he falls. Marcus dies in Melody's arms. At 23 years old, after the battle with the Darkness User, press F in the chat to pay respects. Holding Marcus's body, Melody is in despair, unable to believe what has happened. He remembers a time he asked Marcus why he became the squad captain. According to Midori, back when they were training in the anti-prophecy unit, Makoto was the second strongest, right after him, and if he were to unleash his full potential, no one could ever match him. Midori asked Makoto if, with all that power, he truly believed it was better to fight alone. The question caught Makoto off guard, and he asked Midori if he thought he wasn't cut out for teamwork. However, the team meant more to Makoto than anything else, though he wasn't sure how to express this to Midori. But suddenly, his comrades called him over the group's comms. Derek was excited because one of their comrades, Kuzushiro, had just passed the level 2 assignment he had been working on. Kuzushiro was overjoyed as well, saying he wanted to tell the captain first. Derek, thrilled by the news, suggested they all go out for lunch. Seeing their camaraderie, Midori was taken aback. As Midori listened, Makoto revealed that he was fond of his comrades, and that even if he fell injured in battle, he would be happy knowing he had his comrades by his side. Flashing back to the present, Midori holds his friend's body and tells him that his wish to fight for his comrades has been fulfilled. Although most of their comrades have fallen, 2 of them are still alive. With tears in his eyes, Midori closes Makoto's eyes, stating that, as a leader, Makoto had fulfilled his duties, something Midori knew he himself could never have done. But Makoto did it, and with honor. Meanwhile, Kanagi is on the ground as all the founders stand behind him. Darkness begins to cloud his consciousness, likely because Kanagi is shouldering all the blame for the station's destruction and his own perceived weakness. All the founders have also experienced the loss of comrades, friends, and family. Their hearts were broken seeing their comrades pass away, and in most cases, like Inoue, they were unable to overcome their wounded hearts. Inoue approaches Kanagi, who is kneeling in despair. He calls out to him, his voice laced with desperation. Kanagi reveals that he doesn't want to fight anymore. His heart is shattered, and he believes that if he had just let the founders fight, from the beginning, no one would have died. He now understands that in his attempt to become strong for others, he ended up becoming nothing more than a vessel for the founders. Upon hearing Kanagi's words, Hinoki tries to say something, but Kanagi is too overwhelmed by his thoughts. He feels the hand that shook Makoto's burning like fire in his conscience. Kanagi knows that Makoto entrusted him with carrying on his legacy. This brings tears to the founders' eyes. But what Kanagi says next shocks them. He declares that from now on, he doesn't just want to surpass the founders, but to overcome them with every breath he takes. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light strikes Kanagi as he declares his resolve. From this moment forward, he will not let anyone else die. Our boy is now mentally tougher by 1,000 levels. 1 month later, in Nagano Prefecture, on Mount Mitaki, Su is sparring in hand-to-hand combat with Kanagi. He unleashes a flurry of blows at Kanagi, who deflects them all. Kanagi then counters with a piercing attack. Su blocks it, but the attack creates a shockwave behind him. Kanagi is stunned by how easily Su redirected the force of his piercing spell. As he's processing this, Su counterattacks, but Kanagi is prepared and uses haiku to spin Su around. Su attempts a mid-air kick, but Kanagi blocks and counters with a powerful kick of his own. Just as he's about to connect, a loud shout interrupts them. It's Erika! So, how did all this come to be? Well, the destruction of the squad left a deep scar on the anti-prophecy unit. During the funeral of the fallen, everyone was in mourning, but Soren stood frozen in front of his brother's photo. A short time later, as Kenji was heading to his room, he saw Soren coming out of Marco's room. He was holding some books and a cat, which Kenji recognized as Oribi, the cat Marco often talked about. Soren was shocked that Kenji knew about his brother's cat, something even he hadn't known before entering his brother's room. Soren didn't know about the cat, the books, the clothes, or even the thoughts his brother had. He only discovered these things as he went through Marco's belongings, and Kenji noticed he had a stack of diaries he planned to take. These diaries had been left by Marco, so his brother could read them in case he lost his life. All of Marco's daily training and missions were recorded, but Soren noticed something more. Every single entry in the diaries ended with Marco worrying about him, writing about how Soren was doing, the cold weather, and even his achievements. Reading this alone in his room, Soren broke down in tears, curling up on the floor as he realized everything his brother wrote was about him. Comment a tear emoji if you're crying too. When Soren revealed all this to Kenji, Kenji also shared that Marco always talked to him about Soren and his cat, Oribi. Hearing this moved Soren deeply. He declared that from now on, he would get stronger, so his brother would no longer have to worry about him from heaven. With that, they both went to train with Hinoka and Tia. At first, she was wary of them until they revealed Soren was Marco's brother. They also told her that Marco had fallen in battle. This shocked Tia, but she maintained her composure. In perfect sync, Both Soren and Kenji asked her to train them to become stronger, returning to the present. Tia is impressed with how much they've both improved, especially Soren, who has progressed remarkably. Kenji asks about his own progress. To this, Tia responds with an annoyed sigh, claiming she has nothing left to teach Kenji since he already knows everything. She jokes that she should be the one asking him to teach her instead, then kicks a branch toward them with a maniacal smile. She declares that she is the sword, challenging them to come at her. With that, both of them charge forward. Soren attacks from the front, while Kenji strikes from above. As they fight, Kenji is determined to become stronger. He is confident he will become the strongest awakened being in the world. Meanwhile, in England, London, a man wearing a hat and coat walks alone through the night streets. As he turns a corner, someone recognizes him as one of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse. 4. In turn, recognizes the person approaching him is Midor. Midor immediately demands that 4 reveal the location of his base and comrades, warning that if he says anything else, he will die. Hearing this, 4 instantly summons his weapon, a strange heart-shaped spear, and challenges Midor to a fight. Suddenly, a burst of blood splatters from the alley, followed by Midor emerging completely unscathed. Other members of the anti-prophecy group are waiting. Midor hands them a book, turns, and leaves, saying that 7 people remain. They now have 5 books, which means they have killed 5 members of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse, and Midor is heading for the next target. Inside the hunt for eternal secrets, the anti-prophecy's top-secret facility, a book collected by Midor, is presented to an elderly woman. She is introduced as Yuna, the superintendent of the anti-prophecy unit. The man delivering the book confirms it's indeed from Midori, revealing them to be the prophecy books of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse. This man is Genjin, the superintendent's assistant. Another assistant, a lady named Sheik, is also present. She suggests that the books might be part of a single, larger book that was torn apart. Yuna opens the book and comments that eliminating the apostles and retrieving the books are not the main problems. The real issue is that Midori is acting on his own, and it seems that the death of Makoto has left a deep mark on him. Sheik, hearing this, wonders what they should do, and Yuna, with a smile, orders them to leave Midori to her, assuring them that when he returns, she will prepare tea for him. Gang and Sheik then propose that, since Makoto's team was eliminated, leaving a gap in the anti-prophecy unit, they are willing to form a new team under her leadership. Hearing this, Yuna falls deep in thought. Meanwhile, somewhere around Tokyo, a Grade 2 prophecy, rebellion is unfolding. The boss of this prophecy is the god of Down. Members of the anti-prophecy unit are fighting against the prophecy's troops, but they are struggling to defeat even a few of them. In their nervousness, they call out for their captain, Ribik! Ribik! The squad captain, Ribik Setsuna, steps forward. To her, the troops are boring and easy to defeat. Next, she looks at Akane, who has joined their squad, and asks if she can handle it. Akane uses her spell, Trismegistus, creating a huge mass of mercury. She warns everyone to get back as she flows the mercury across the ground, towards the troops. Once every soldier has their feet submerged in the mercury, Akane uses her gasification spell, converting the mercury into gas. The troops begin to cough and suffocate. Akane then proceeds to convert the gas back into liquid mercury, which is now inside the troops' bodies. She uses crimson heat to boil the mercury inside them, and finally, she solidifies the mercury, instantly killing all the troops by forming spikes inside their bodies. The entire squad is shocked, as Akane just eliminated all the troops in a matter of seconds. Akane snaps her fingers and turns to the group, announcing she's finished. Ribik approaches her, clapping her hands and praising Akane for using all 3 states of matter and executing 4 attacks in a single skill, which is impressive. She holds Akane's chin and comments that it's a shame Akane is only a temporary member of their group. Ribik proposes that once Akane completes her training, she should join their squad permanently. A very excited Akane replies that she'll think about it. The other squad members are also impressed with Akane, wondering if she would really join them, considering how cute and strong she is. However, to everyone's surprise, Ribik wants Akane to join, because she wants their battles to become even easier. As soon as Akane leaves, she calls Kanagi, informing him that she has completed Lesson 7 on controlling the 3 states of alchemy, and asks him to send her the next lesson. Kanagi, who is trying to keep his lunch safe from his cat, readily agrees. The founding alchemist, upon hearing this, is amazed that Akane has finally mastered level 7. Kanagi requests the founder to prepare 3 more lessons for Akane, and he agrees with great satisfaction. Kanagi informs Akane, and she thanks him. She also mentions that Renata has reached Lesson 8 in the Saitama Prefecture. In Tokorosawa City, a Rank 2 prophecy emerged. a land-devouring beast with a sphinx boss. Ren was sent to eliminate the boss. He uses his lightning kick and completely destroys the boss in a single blow. With that, he completes his level 8 lesson. Regarding the lightning kick, Squad Captain Todoroki praises Hinata. He proposes that Hinata join their squad. Hinata, much like Akane, wants to think about which squad he should join, so he asks Akane for advice. Excited to compete with him, she states that no matter which squad he chooses, she will win against them. Kenji, who is on a joint call with the two of them, is happy that both are getting stronger and declares that he too should get up and start training while Kenji is talking. So gets irritated because Yuri, the cat, always clings to Kenji and not to him. He grumbles about it and tries to push the cat away from Kenji. Akane asks if they have heard the rumor about a new squad being formed. Kenji hasn't heard about it, so she explains that a new squad is being formed to fill the void left by Makoto's squad. The captain of this new squad will be selected from the member with the highest achievements. Kenji takes the news lightly, but Akane has something else on her mind. She reveals that the real question isn't who will become the captain, but rather if Kenji wishes to form his own squad. At first, Kenji dismisses the idea as a joke, but then he freezes. Realizing the weight of what she is saying, Kenji asks Akane why she said that. She reveals that there is a certain desire within the anti-prophecy, for there is a force in the world capable of eliminating all prophecies. Kenji is surprised by this revelation, and Akane adds that she also desires such a force. She explains that everyone in the squad is looking for a strong-willed leader, and she believes that Kenji possesses the qualities to be a capable squad captain. At that very moment, Akane's squad captain calls for her, causing her to apologize to Kenji and say goodbye. This conversation leaves Kenji deep in thought about the possibility of becoming a squad captain. Meanwhile, Itika asks So about Kenji, and he reveals the discussion about the possibility of him becoming a captain. Itika also believes that if Kenji wanted to, he could easily take on the role. So agrees with her, lost in thought. Kenji seeks answers from the founders, who seemed uncertain about how to advise him. As they had all dedicated their lives to following a master, they lack leadership experience. The Mage founder, realizing this, calls them useless teachers for being unable to guide Kenji in this situation. Hinoki then turns to the military strategy founder, Ryan, and asks for his opinion. Ryan, however, refuses to intervene, stating that it is not the right time, as there is already someone qualified to guide Kenji. Before Kenji can process this, his thoughts are abruptly interrupted by a wooden spear that strikes the ground just inches away from him. Looking up, he sees Itika approaching. She urges him not to waste time overthinking and to continue his training. With a maniacal smile, she challenges him to use his lightning step against her. Kenji agrees, leaping from the rock and using the lightning step in combination with the ripple step to land smoothly. Itika watches in amazement, questioning Kenji's true identity to herself. To her, the level of skill he achieved in just 6 months is impossible for a normal awakened one. Remembering the rigorous training sessions with Hinoki, where he failed countless times while learning the lightning step, Kenji lets out a laugh. However, before he can dwell on the memory, he feels an aura of energy surging in his direction. Realizing Itika is charging at him with her energy-infused wooden staff, he dodges swiftly as the staff strikes the rock behind him, splitting it cleanly and perfectly in half. Suo, witnessing this, is stunned, but Itika, undaunted, reminds Kenji that she doesn't care whether he's focused or not. She will force him to pay attention. Kenji, now slightly nervous, becomes fully alert. He maintains his stance. Inside him, Hinoki realizes that Ryan was referring to Itika as the one qualified to guide Kenji. The Mage founder also comes to understand that Itika is remarkably strong for a modern awakened one, as expected from a descendant of Hinoki. However, Hinoki denies having any children, claiming it might be his brother instead. Instead, he acknowledges Itika's strength, observing that since she trained someone as powerful as Makoto, she might be a living successor. However, as he says this, he notes her using a technique called Skyfall. It was something he had never seen before. This technique launches an electric shock toward Kenji, who barely avoids it, sensing the pure force behind the attack. Kenji understands that Itika is using everything she has against him. Itika charges forward and follows up with her Purgatory Sword technique, unleashing a powerful blow against him. Meanwhile, Hinoki watches with great enthusiasm, realizing that Itika has developed a new technique by refining all the knowledge passed down to her. Outside, as Kenji dodges the attack, Itika is impressed. It's a technique he had never encountered before, yet he still managed to avoid it. She praises Kenji's one-handed sword style, noting that it closely resembles the founder's techniques. This comment shocks Kenji, and before he can even respond, Itika adds that he might be worrying about whether he could one day become as strong as Makoto. Kenji is stunned, as that was the exact thought weighing on his mind. Suo, hearing this, is also surprised. Kenji's grip on his sword tightens as he remembers witnessing the strength of Makoto firsthand, and what an extraordinary squad captain he was. This is the very reason Kenji keeps questioning if he can ever reach Makoto's level. To his surprise, Itika tells him that he doesn't need to be like Makoto, suddenly yelling at him to pay attention, channeling her energy as she executes her sword technique, the Tango dance, creating a powerful water tornado. She explains that this technique was developed by past masters who based it on the founder's own techniques. Although these techniques might never match the founder's power due to the immense difference in strength, the masters never stopped trying, gradually getting closer over time. Hearing this, Kenji finally understands what she means, and Itika then reveals that she doesn't know exactly how great Captain Makoto was, but from what she knew of him, he must have been an incredible leader. She adds that it won't be the same for Kenji at first, but if he has the skills, he definitely has the potential to reach that level. Pointing her wooden staff at him, she advises Kenji not to try to become like Makoto, but to focus on the path he has been entrusted with. Hearing this, Kenji remembers when Makoto shook his hand. Thinking of that moment, he realizes he must look to the future instead of being held back by comparisons. A smile appears on Atika's face, as she declares that for the sake of that future, she herself will train him. With that, they both engage in intense training, pushing each other to their limits. 2 weeks later, at the Anti-Prophecy headquarters, Ribik and Todoroki, two squad captains, review the list of newly recommended squad candidates, submitted by the superintendent himself. The list includes Kanagi and Itika. Some members find this selection strange. Outside the HQ building, a shadowy figure speaks on their phone, informing someone that they have infiltrated to the facility successfully, and that the exam for the new squad captain will take place in 3 days. This figure carries the Book of Perdition and declares, boldly, that they will soon become the new squad leader of the Anti-Prophecy. This figure is none other than Eva. A member of the 12 Apostles of the Apocalypse, Eva possesses an ability called Celestial Demon, which allows her to replace the existence of anyone she kills. Her goal is to become the captain of the newly formed Anti-Prophecy Squad and destroy the organization from within. Meanwhile, Midori continues his killing spree against the 12 Apostles, and more than half of them have already fallen. Since they cannot defeat Midori head-on, they have decided to sabotage the Anti-Prophecy from the inside. Their motto is that they will do anything to fulfill the prophecy. 3 days later, on the grand training grounds of the Anti-Prophecy, the selection exam for the new squad captain is underway. As all the participants gather, the instructor announces that there will be 4 tests with only 4 people advancing to the final stage. The exam follows a point system. First place in each test earns 3 points, second place earns 2, and third place earns 1 in the end. The candidate with the highest score will be chosen as the captain of the newly formed squad. The superintendent watches on. As the instructor urges all participants to do their best in unison, they shout yes. Among them, Kanagi feels the weight of everyone's gaze. There are 8 candidates: Koki from the Yaguruma squad, Akirina from the Yorozuya squad, Sonobi from the Yashima squad, Risagi from the Kakabi squad, Sakazaki from the Tarazaki squad, Shikami from the Todoroki squad, and Jiro from the Hibiki squad. However, the real danger lies in the fact that one of them is actually Eva, one of the 12 apostles, an imposter hiding in plain sight. And then there's the special recommendation, Kanagi. Unlike the others, Kanagi stands alone as his squad captain. Itika is nowhere to be seen, oversleeping as usual. However, she sends him a message, warning that if he doesn't win, she will personally make him regret it, determined to avoid elimination before Itika arrives. Kanagi braces himself for the competition. Meanwhile, Itika rushes towards the training grounds riding on Suo's back. She yells at him to go faster, knowing that if they don't hurry, they might miss the crucial moments. She has complete faith that Kanagi will win, and she refuses to miss his victory back at the training grounds. The first test begins, which is mana measurement. To everyone's shock, Kanagi unleashes an immense amount of energy, shattering the measurement device and securing first place. Akirina, from the Yorozuya squad who placed 5th in the test, is stunned by Kanagi's overwhelming power. Sakazaki takes 3rd place, while Sonobi secures 2nd. Both realizing that Kanagi is an anomaly, Sakazaki comments that such irregularities occur occasionally when a genius in either physical strength or mana appears in the exam. He speculates that Kanagi is a mana prodigy, much like another participant, Shikami, who ranks 7th. On the scoreboard, Kanagi takes the lead with 3 points, as the instructor announces the second test: hand-to-hand combat. The battle begins. Each participant must face an opponent, and a victory will earn them 2 points. As the instructor announces the first match, Kale voluntarily raises his hand, requesting to face Kane. Kale is the strongest regular member in hand-to-hand combat. He is also considered an irregular. When he was just 2 years old, he was caught in the emergence of monsters from another dimension. Even as a baby in a stroller, he single-handedly killed all the monsters, shocking his own mother. He protected her and became a legend. Reika accuses Todor of cheating by sending Kale into the hand-to-hand combat test. Todor argues that there is nothing wrong with it. He is just choosing his strongest member, since Kale is blessed with magical talent and immense physical strength. He boasts that he has been training Kale ever since he joined his squad, and to this day, no one has ever beaten him in hand-to-hand combat. Hearing this, Reika wonders if the match will end instantly, considering that Kale's combat skills are practically unbeatable. As the fight begins, Kale approaches Kane and asks if he has really been teaching Alara. Remembering the founders, Kane replies that he is just a messenger. Kale does not understand what he means but continues. He states that someone out there is advising and teaching Alara, who is already a super genius. He adds that even without Kane's guidance, Alara would surpass her current level on her own. Instead of arguing, Kane simply agrees with him, which only irritates Kale even more. Enraged, Kale activates Violent Bite. He transforms into a monstrous form. In an instant, with blinding speed, he lunges at Kane. Kane ducks just in time, but Kale follows up with a powerful claw attack. Watching this, Todor is thrilled to see his fighter, giving it his all. As Kale swings with all his might, Kane dodges the attack, seizing the moment. Kane takes a kudu stance, grabs Kale's wrist, and with tremendous force, slams him into the ground. The impact unleashes a massive shockwave. It sends rocks flying across the field, startling everyone. As the debris settles, both Kane and Kale are in the air, and the other participants are in awe. Even though Kane had only redirected Kale's attack, the raw power behind it was enough to devastate the entire battlefield. Even Kane himself is impressed by Kale's strength, though Kale assumes he is being sarcastic. Despite the powerful blow, Kale lands safely on the ground, shocking everyone that he managed to do so on the destroyed terrain. Meanwhile, Rina, analyzing the situation on her laptop, comments that this outcome was inevitable. Kale's physical enhancement is irregular, and the sturdiness of his body far surpasses that of a normal awakened one. Regaining his composure, Kale charges at Kane once more. Kane realizes that simply countering Kale's blows will not be enough to win. He needs to try something different. Activating his founder's power, he delivers a light kick to the advancing Kale, then multiplies the attack. He uses the penetration technique, Luminance Kick, hitting Kale multiple times while he is still in the air. Everyone watches in shock as Kale falls to the ground, defeated. The instructor quickly intervenes, stopping the match before it can escalate any further, and declares Kane the winner, awarding him 2 additional points. The other squad members are dumbfounded. This guy just physically dominated KL, despite Akira's earlier claim that KL was an irregular. Now, typing furiously on his laptop, he had not expected Kane to be so exceptional in hand-to-hand combat. He had initially assumed that Kane, he would be naturally eliminated if left alone, but now it's clear that Kenji is becoming an obstacle in his plans as Shikami. Regains consciousness and opens his eyes. He is shocked to see Kenji casting some kind of spell on him as he lies on the ground. Kenji reassures him, saying that he is healing his wounds, which only surprises Shikami even more and irregular. Both in mana and physical prowess, now able to heal as well, seems almost unbelievable to Shikami. Still processing what is happening, asks Kenji if there is anything he cannot do. This question makes Kenji recall the time he desperately tried to bring back his fallen members of the Makoto squad, but failed after healing Shikami for a while. Kenji tells him that he should be able to get up now. As they talk, a loud bang suddenly erupts nearby. Kenji looks over and reveals that this marks the final match of the hand-to-hand combat exam. Shikami, now alarmed, wonders how long he has been unconscious, realizing it must have been a good while. Kenji calmly tells him it was only 5 minutes, according to Kenji. After their fight, the other battles started simultaneously. 2 of the pairs finished instantly, but Akira and Hisako are still fighting. Even after 5 minutes, both remain determined, exchanging a relentless barrage of full-power blows. As Hisako charges at Akira, she pushes him back with a powerful attack, mocking him for not possessing any special abilities. She taunts him, saying that without unique skills or traits, he is unfit to be a captain. Akira stabilizes himself and counters her comment, stating he is not the type to seek the spotlight. According to him, even if an ordinary person took on the role of captain, death would be the only outcome for them. He believes that a captain must have the ability to adapt to any situation to increase the chances of survival for every squad member. even if it is only by 1%. Akira declares that this is his goal, ensuring he will not suffer the same fate as the Makoto squad. This statement hits Kenji hard, as Akira is speaking about his fallen comrades in such a way. Shikami is also offended, and warns Akira to be careful with his words back in the fight. Hisako executes her disciplined chain sword technique, generating a whirlwind of energy as she charges directly at Akira. Although Akira blocks the attack, the sheer force sends him to the ground. Hisako quickly follows up with another strike, but just as she is about to land it, Akira unexpectedly surrenders. The instructor immediately stops the match, declaring Hisako the winner, leaving her in shock. Another squad member quickly restrains her as she seethes with rage, furious that Akira gave up so easily instead of putting up a real fight. Akira, on the other hand, claims he expected the battle to last longer, so he chose to preserve his energy for the upcoming tests. As he walks away, he knows he could have defeated Hisako if he had tried, but he does not want to reveal his full strength yet, especially with Kenji watching the fight closely. The second stage of the hand-to-hand combat exam ends with Kenji leading the scoreboard with 5 points, followed by Tsunobu with 3. The instructor announced a 30-minute break before the third assessment begins. He also reveals that in the next round, the 4 participants with the lowest scores will be eliminated as the lunch break starts. Kenji wonders about Ichika and Suo, who were supposed to be there but are still missing. Meanwhile, outside the Anti-Prophecy headquarters building, Suo finally arrives carrying Ichika exhausted from the effort. He gets confused when she starts heading for the courtyard instead of the training grounds when he questions her. Erika reveals she can smell the traces of a lingering aura, one that suggests someone died there recently. It appears to be the residue of an awakened who was killed by an overwhelmingly powerful monster. Upon hearing this, Sue is shocked. If an awakened was truly killed here, it means someone may have infiltrated the Anti-Prophecy headquarters, even though it's such a secret location. And Erika argues that the 12 apostles are strong enough to have discovered this place, shocking Sue even more deeply when she asks about the possible motive. She ignores the question and instead suggests they head to the training grounds. However, in her mind, she knows that whoever died was likely at the level of a squad captain, a figure of great importance. But with no official reports of such an incident, the situation is becoming even more intriguing. Now, not only Midor, but also Erika, Sue, and most notably Kenji, are all working toward the same goal: to avenge the death of Captain Marcus. During the lunch break, while everyone tends to their wounds, eats their meals, and chats casually, Irina sits alone, focused on her laptop. Meanwhile, Kenji, who is sitting with Shikam, gets excited upon noticing the arrival of his comrades, Erika and Sue. The atmosphere shifts as others grow nervous, recognizing Erika as one of the 5 elite members of the Special Task Force, Anti-Prophecy, alongside Midor. Sue, observing the gathered captains, feels quite uncomfortable. Erika had claimed a captain was killed, but all 7 captains are present at the training grounds. Erika smiles and calls Kenji over to share something important. Concerti, she tells him everything, shocking him with the revelation that one of the captains might actually be a disguised member of the 12 apostles. According to Erika, the probability is high. Based on the aura residue she sensed in the courtyard, the individual who died was undoubtedly captain level. However, all the captains are present, making the situation extremely suspicious. Logically, this should be impossible. But if someone is disguising themselves as the victim, then there is an imposter among them. Realizing the potential danger, Kenji tenses up, and Sue fully agrees. The person who just killed a captain-level individual is among them. Sue fears that if they don't solve this problem, soon, there could be more victims. If they let this go, a prophecy could come true, leading to human extinction. Something terrible. And Erika, with a wicked smile, suggests a far more ruthless approach: kill everyone there to completely eliminate the threat. Sue and Kenji immediately oppose the idea, arguing that they only need to find and eliminate the single member of the 12 apostles lurking among them. And Erika, now excited, points out that if they're dealing with the 12 apostles, this could be their chance to avenge Marcus after all. They are the ones truly responsible for his death, without a doubt. She asks Kenji if he feels the same as he recalls what happened to Marcus and his squad. He confirms. Sue, clenching her fists tightly, also remembers everything that happened to her brother. Kenji then turns to Azure, the founder of the detectives, to ask for his opinion. Azure suggests that he should first examine the crime scene, but given that they're in the middle of an examination, he knows that's not really possible. Kenji considers rushing over there, since there's still some time left before the lunch break ends. However, Wesley warns that this could alert the culprit. If the apostle they're dealing with is as strong as the one they faced on Nevada Mountain, he could easily annihilate everyone here if he so wished. They need to be prepared in case that happens. Taking this into consideration, Kenji decides to go to the training ground after today's test but asks if there's a possibility that not even the founders can detect any residual aura at the crime scene. Hinok then reveals that they were near a volcano for the last month, where he trained and mastered his one-handed sword technique. He explains that the volcano might be interfering with the flow of his chi, potentially making it difficult to detect any residual energy. Mars also reveals that if the aura can only be felt at close range, it's almost certainly from an enemy of the 12 Apostles class. Azure, annoyed that they're taking over his detective work, is about to protest vehemently, but Hinok interrupts him, suggesting they focus on catching the culprit so he can kill them. Returning to the interrogation, Azure tells Kenji to ask Ethica a question. Kenji then asks if there's a possibility the apostle infiltrated as a candidate instead of a captain. This catches Ethica by surprise, but after a moment, she confirms it's possible if they're talking about the captain candidates. However, she insists they can't rule out the squad captains as suspects either. Kenji understands, but he quickly forms an idea that he plans to use in the next test, assuming it will involve combat skills. However, just a few minutes later, the instructor announces the start of the third stage of the exam, revealing it's a written test, shocking Kenji completely. The candidates are seated in private chambers where phones are not allowed, making it impossible for Kenji to collect any information about the infiltrator. The test focuses on the rules of the anti-prophecy, something Kenji knows absolutely nothing about. However, he refuses to give up, determined to push forward. When the test ends, the instructor announces the results. Kenji scores 0 points, while Akirina jumps to second place with 3 points. The last 4 candidates, including Shikamaru, are eliminated. Kenji feels ashamed for having the lowest score on the written exam, but as he stands there frustrated, Shikamaru approaches and encourages him, telling him he did very well. Both Kenji and Shikamaru received 0 points on the written test, but Shikamaru is especially frustrated with Akirina for getting a perfect score. Despite this, he praises Kenji for maintaining first place and assures him that he'll be rooting for him in the second half of the exam. He wonders who will be selected as the new captain, and adds that after the captain is chosen, the superintendent will also evaluate whether the squad, newly formed, will function properly. Shikamaru explains that the minimum number of members in a squad is 7, which means the captain must recruit at least 6 more members. He advises Kenji to start considering which candidates he will recruit once he becomes a captain. Placing a hand on Kenji's shoulder, Shikamaru offers himself as a squad member, emphasizing his strong physical abilities and his loyalty. Then, with a smile, he walks away, wishing Kenji the best for the rest of the exam. As Shikamaru leaves, Ezra approaches Kenji and tells him to visit the crime scene. However, something knowing and confident about Ezra makes Kenji realize that he has already identified the culprit. Ezra confirms this, but states that he still needs solid proof to make an official deduction. He then declares that they will now go on the offensive against the 12 apostles. The sorceress explains everything that has happened so far, and mentions that Detective Ezra is assisting Kenji with his deductions and methods. This annoys Hinok, as the sorceress is speaking indirectly, but she does it intentionally to lighten the mood with her narration. They are at the crime scene, where Ezra is taking Kenji's place, and begins to examine the area with great attention. As expected, everything aligns with his suspicions. With the victim's identity confirmed, he now also knows who the culprit is. Upon hearing this, Hino realizes that their opponent is indeed one of the 12 apostles. This means he may have obtained the Book of Perdition, the same one the last apostle possessed. The mage then asks what they should do. Next, just as Kanagi is about to answer, he suddenly feels a surge of energy and is transported to a misty realm. There, he meets an elderly lady who, when questioned, simply claims to be a passing grandmother. She asks about his investigation, and Kanagi reveals that a murder was committed. The culprit has assumed the form of another person, and appears to be extremely skilled. Hearing this, the grandmother asks if they should find the culprit immediately. However, Kanagi explains that they already know who it is, not by a mere hunch, but with solid and irrefutable proof. Despite this, he admits that he cannot expose the truth yet. The grandmother is confused, as she believes that revealing the culprit and eliminating him immediately would be the best course of action to take. However, Kanagi argues that although it may seem that way, there are actually 2 culprits instead of 1. He insists it would be better to take them both down at once when they are in the same place. He decides to handle it in the morning, but asks that the elderly lady, who is actually the superintendent, refrain from interfering and just observe. She smiles, wishes him luck, and reiterates that she is just a passing grandmother who will not interfere. As she is about to leave, Kanagi reveals his name to her, prompting another smile from the elderly lady, a gesture of approval. Suddenly, a strong surge of energy courses through him, and he regains control of his body. In a top-secret location, the assistant questions the superintendent, asking if it was wise to leave things as they are without intervention. The grandmother, however, assures her that she doesn't mind, as Kanagi seems to be close to the truth and appears to have a well-thought-out plan. She states that she is merely interested in seeing what he will do next. She then orders the assistant to instruct the other officers to provide support for Kanagi in case anything happens. The assistant agrees but admits that even after walking near the residual traces, she found nothing particularly interesting. Still, the superintendent places her trust in Kanagi's words, without hesitation. The assistant is intrigued as to why the superintendent has so much faith in him. In response, the grandmother reveals it's because of the confidence and determination she saw in his eyes. The next day, as Kanagi walks through the forest, Shikame joins him, explaining the next test. This test will evaluate their performance based on how well they would function as a squad captain. Shikame already expects Akirina to rely on her strategic abilities, but he expresses his support for Kanagi instead with conviction. Kanagi thanks him, but then, suddenly out of nowhere, asks why Shikame deliberately dropped out of the exam. After a brief but sinister pause, Shikame turns to him and claims that he changed his strategy midway through. Instead of becoming a captain, he now prefers to operate in his own way, under the command of a strong captain. Kanagi narrows his eyes suspiciously and accuses Shikame of doing this so he could eliminate all the promising squad members, without mercy. Chika is also present, hidden in the trees, just as a precaution. Hearing Kanagi's suspicion, Shikame openly admits that he has no problem killing someone. If a replacement is necessary, he would do it without hesitation. He explains that during the third test, he had trouble writing anything, because his brain could only process and retrieve information already stored in it, and that is why he ended up with a score of 0. Calling himself a fool, he accepts that it would be better for him to simply eliminate Aquina's body instead. As they enter an open field, all the captains and squad members surround him in the center. Kalen is chained to the ground, while Rylan and another captain stand by his side with their usual casual and arrogant posture. Rylan refers to KL as Lord Apostle and asks him to introduce himself. Realizing his cover has been blown, KL deepens his voice and reveals his true identity. Eva, the 9th Apostle. Eva then explains her ability, adding that she can also extract information directly from a host's brain without any difficulty. She claims she killed KL because he possessed the strongest physique among the contenders. Rylan smiles and asks if Eva's goal is to sabotage the anti-prophecy. Internally, Eva confirms this but admits that, since she has now failed, she has no choice but to kill everyone present without exception. However, before she does, she wants to know who discovered her true identity first. Rylan points to Kenji, who is standing right beside Eva. With a wicked smile, Eva glares at him and comments that she never expected he would have the audacity to stand so close to her. Turning to face him, she radiates an immense energy and demands to know who the hell he is. But how did all of this happen? Shortly before Kale's body was possessed by Eva, Kalen had told him that he would recommend him as a candidate for the new squad captain position. This news greatly excited Kale, though Kalen warned him that the information was still a secret and would only be officially announced the following morning. Growing even more excited, Kale joked that despite it being a secret, they were practically shouting it aloud, which would definitely let the others know. Kalen then reassured him, stating that Kale was one of the strongest individuals there in terms of raw physical power, and would undoubtedly be a great captain. Seeing this level of confidence in him, Kale agreed, feeling determined to do his best. However, just as he was giving Kalen a fist bump, something sliced him to pieces. In an instant, Kale was cut down right in front of Kalen, leaving him utterly shocked and unable to process what had just happened. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed through the air, mocking Kale's weakness and questioning if this was truly the standard for a squad captain candidate in the anti-prophecy unit. The figure then answered its own question, stating that the squad had only grown stronger thanks to the artifacts and the one who had supplied them. Stepping forward, the figure introduced herself as Eva, one of the 12 apostles, and declared that she was looking forward to their future. Approaching Kale's lifeless body, Eva activated her celestial demon ability, taking complete control over him as she channeled her power. Kalen, with his powerful Vajra punch, smashes her entire body into a spray of blood. Crying out in rage, Kalen breathes heavily, fury burning in his eyes. But to his shock, he suddenly hears applause from behind him. The same Kale he had just seen die is now clapping. He praises Kalen for managing to kill one of the 12 apostles with a single blow, just as expected of his master. Stunned, Kalen turns to see Kale standing there, apparently alive. However, before he can even react, his body is instantly sliced in half by Eva, who had taken Kale's form in the blink of an eye. With a wicked smile, Eva then activates the Necromancer's dance artifact, resurrecting Todor as a corpse slave bound to her will. Now under Eva's control, Todor agrees to serve her, addressing her as Eva, but before he can say anything else, she slaps him so hard it nearly knocks him over, correcting him and demanding he call her Celine to ensure no one suspects her disguise. Without hesitation, Doruk nods obediently, and the two share a dark, twisted laugh. Meanwhile, at the crime scene, Kaden and Ezra investigate. Using his unique ability, Theatrical Detective, Ezra rewinds time to witness everything that happened there. This powerful ability allows him to replay past events at a crime scene, giving him a first-hand view of what truly transpired. The only condition is that Ezra himself must possess the evidence and personally deduce the culprit, not just by looking at the clues, but by reaching a conclusion on his own. Furthermore, this ability allows him to predict future crimes before they happen. However, there is a significant drawback. If he fails to deduce a case correctly, the ability will be permanently lost with no chance of recovery. This means that, for the rest of his life, he will never be able to use it again. As Wesley explains this ability to the founders, they are disgusted by Eva's treacherous technique of killing someone and cruelly taking control of their body. However, the room falls into a shocked silence as everyone turns their gaze toward Kaden, who is overflowing with mana from his uncontrollable rage. With burning determination, he swears he will not forgive the apostle under any circumstances. Back in the present, still burning with fury, Kaden unleashes a devastating attack, a flash reflex punch, enhanced by his penetration spell, aiming directly at Eva with all his might. He also uses the Fist of Luminance, and as he strikes Eva's face, a huge explosion of energy erupts, sending her flying through the air. She tries to land, but the force is so immense that she slides backward, struggling to regain her balance. However, as the dust settles, Kaden is shocked to hear her call him cruel. Despite being hit by multiple techniques, she still speaks mockingly as she mentions his friendship with Celine, questioning why he attacked her so mercilessly. Kaden, already expecting this, knows he cannot defeat Eva with his current strength. Eva, still staggering from the punch's recoil, claims it is nothing and taunts him, saying his attacks feel like he is just playing around, with no seriousness. As the recoil subsides, Eva shouts that these kinds of attacks will not do anything to her. Kaden agrees but reveals he was never the one meant to defeat her. All he was doing was buying time, enough for the founding mage to take control of his body. As the founder takes over, she claims everything, and Kaden's body becomes enveloped in energy. Seeing this, Eva realizes that Kaden might be the person the satellites warned about. Someone who has become completely different, a new threat. But instead of feeling fear, she becomes even more excited. With a wicked smile, she summons hundreds of mummies from the sky, their terrifying screams echoing everywhere. She declares that life is boring until one faces death, so they should fight with all their heart and soul. Ezra, watching the mummies descend, comments that they look like nothing more than empty husks controlled by Eva, using the bodies she had previously taken, laughing loudly. Eva boasts that all these mummies possess the same physical strength as Celine, and challenges them to attack her without hesitation. Looking around, Riker notices there are approximately 100 bodies, all at the same level as Celine. This shocks a nearby candidate. Kannagi, witnessing it from within his own consciousness, finds it repugnant that Eva is using the bodies of those she so vilely trampled. The sorceress possessing him notes that he has changed, and so have the founders. As mummies plummet toward the ground, the sorceress controlling Kannagi's body declares that Eva has gravely underestimated him. With that, she unleashes multiple bolts of electricity, electrifying all the mummies mid-air and stunning Eva. The sorceress takes this personally, as Eva summoned her minions only to let them fall helplessly before her. This forces the sorceress to strike them down before they can land. As the flaming husks rain from the sky, Eva is bewildered, wondering what Kannagi just did. Some people master unparalleled precision through intense training, but Kannagi simply used his ability without a second thought, managing to hit every single target without fail. The sorceress instructs Kannagi to stay close and study her actions. Our hero finds it incredible that, even while using such a weak body, she can still cast all her spells with perfect efficiency, calling him closer. The sorceress explains that while Kanagi was merely seeking power for himself, the founders, on the other hand, were eager to wield their power through his body. Kanagi is confused, not understanding what she means. The sorceress continues, stating that even after everything, a Kanagi intoxicated by immense power still felt he was getting closer to his goal, which was simply to become stronger, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, the founders were also intoxicated by the unparalleled talent of Kanagi. However, after experiencing the tragedy of losing a friend, someone who entrusted the future to him, the sorceress concludes that Kanagi is enraged, a deep fury, born from the very bottom of his heart. Pointing to the excited founders, the sorceress claims they all prefer this current version of Kanagi. Hearing this, Eva grows confused and lunges at him. She screams that the law of the world is simple and cannot be changed. The weak are trampled by the strong. But just as she is about to strike, an electric arc erupts before her, stopping her in her tracks. A stunned Eva looks around and sees the sky raining down, lightning, and thunder. Mayday reveals that many people think like Eva, but he remembers witnessing an existence so powerful it could shatter the tower, only to be manipulated and devoured by beasts from another dimension. Mighty, who watched his comrades fall, now stands for the weak, vowing to avenge them as he slowly approaches Eva. Maide, still in control of Kanagi's body, calls Eva a frustrated child, mocking her for lacking the strength to even fight back. Eva, on the other hand, cannot get up, as she is continuously struck by lightning. Maide knows that while Kanagi trained in the mountains, laughing on the outside, deep down, he yearned for revenge. He assures him that all the founders share this belief, that one day, Kanagi will reach their level. Extending a hand, Mighty assures him that if he ever needs their power, they will grant it. If he feels sorrow, he need only point to its source, and they will end the prophecy without hesitation. Kanagi points toward Eva in the sky, and suddenly, she is struck by a torrent of lightning that tears her body to shreds. Everyone is in shock. The instructor realizes that Kanagi resembles a young Idori, a monster in the making. As Eva lies in pieces on the ground, she cannot comprehend how this young man not only destroyed all her minions, but also obliterated her very body. Kanagi walks toward her and asks if she now understands their power. He states that he has many questions for her, adding that he knows many people skilled in the art of interrogation, and he wants to have a long talk with her about everything that has happened. However, in a deep voice, Eva reveals that she cannot fight Kanag in her current form and admits that her boss was right. Suddenly, a coffin emerges from the ground, and Eva calls it her trump card. Kanag is shocked as Eva explains that, hundreds of years ago, one of the founders known as the Reaper of 10,000 Armies was responsible for destroying the tower. To Kanag's horror, Eva reveals the body of Hinoki Raishiru inside the coffin. All the founders, especially the spirit of Hinoki, are shocked that she possesses his corpse. Without a word, Madi casts a lightning spell hitting the coffin. This shocks Hinoki. But Madi states that this is for real now, as Eva has already taken control of Hinoki's body. In front of them, Hinoki's corpse rises. Wielding his blade, Eva, excited with her new power, declares that she can now fight on equal footing. Kanag is surprised by the overwhelming pressure in the air. He realizes this aura is even stronger than what he felt training with Itika. But that is not all. With a snap of her fingers, Eva summons hundreds of minions from the ground, calling them the second wave. Kanag starts to worry, but Madi reassures him, saying it is nothing. As Eva continues summoning her minions, a sudden explosion erupts behind her. Turning around, she sees Kanag's friends arriving. Itika, Suo and the others are ready for a battle. He is not alone. Eva feels irritated believing Kanag was alone in this trial. As she watches him speak, Kanag realizes that the corpse's voice and speech pattern are identical to Hinoki's. Despite his friends joining the battle, they struggle to defeat the minions, as Eva comments that these are much stronger this time. The minions possess a physical hardening ability, and even when one of the members unleashes their full power, the attack leaves the minions unharmed to their horror. Each minion possesses a unique ability, making them formidable opponents. With their overwhelming numbers, the anti-prophecy members find it increasingly difficult to face them head-on. And Ribik, who was watching the battle closely, activates her sound visualization release ability, summoning a phoenix of sound that obliterates a group of minions in an instant. However, despite her powerful attack, she remains cautious, realizing that each minion's strength is enhanced by its individual abilities. As if things were not chaotic enough, Todoroki suddenly breaks free from his chains and throws one of the younger members with overwhelming force. However, Ribik reacts in time, rescuing them from certain doom. Amidst all this, Eva delights in the chaos, enjoying herself immensely. She arrogantly declares that in a battle like this, Only the squad captains have a chance to survive. Hearing this, Kanag turns to the other founders, seeking their opinions, but they all remain silent. He then turns to Madi and asks her to let him take control of the body. For a moment, she is surprised by the request, but she finally agrees. Taking control, he confidently taunts Eva, accusing her of underestimating his friends, something she should not have done. Meanwhile, Renata finds himself surrounded by minions, but he remembers Kanag's lesson 7. Channeling his fist technique, he summons a dragon, using it as a power source and a base for his attacks. A while ago, the founder spirit Vontak had observed the muscular build, but flexible physique of Renata, noticing his tendency to rely on concentrated single-point strikes combined with his agility. Another founder, Eilerson, had argued that while it was not a bad technique, it could be much more effective with their guidance. Now in the present, Renata perfectly integrates all the techniques they taught him, moving like a coiled snake, striking from all angles and obliterating the minions with precision at the same time. Connie holds her position, ready to face the horde of minions rushing toward her. She remembers Kang's advice about the transmutation technique that converts an imperfect substance into perfection. In the past, she could only produce cheap, low-quality weapons, but now she uses her alchemical prowess to defy limitations, creating stone golems from the earth itself. This is something she mastered in Lesson 8, and with it, she can even destroy the minions' hardened physiques with ease. Kang asks Enoch about Su, but Enoch assures him that Su is managing just fine, although he may not be as brilliant as his brother. He has his own talents. Right now, he is skillfully wielding the rhinoceros one-handed sword style, combined with the celestial fall skill, felling a swarm of minions with a single, powerful blow. He then enhances the attack by fusing it with marigold, creating a flower-shaped slash that hits the minions in a wide area of effect. Watching this, Itika feels a sense of pride, impressed by how flawlessly her student combines techniques and skills. However, in her opinion, Kang's feats remain unparalleled due to the complexity of his combinations. As she continues to take down minions, lost in thought, she suddenly notices a massive tornado of fire forming in front of her. The sight is frightening, as this can only mean that the battle between Kang and the 12 apostles has already begun. However, as she focuses on the flaming vortex, her shock intensifies upon realizing that Kang is fighting none other than the legendary founder, Enoch. Eva lunges at Kang, wielding Enoch's one-handed blade style, combined with the wave-slicing blade technique. However, our boy effortlessly dodges the attack, with the precision of Goku in Ultra Instinct. Despite missing the target, Eva's strike completely obliterates the ground beneath them. Kang immediately counterattacks with Mad's lightning strike, but it barely affects someone as powerful as Eva. She retaliates with her devastating dicing cut ability, slicing the entire battlefield into countless cubes, even taking down her own minions in the process. However, our boy survives by leaping onto one of the floating cubes, remembering he had endured this very same ability with his own body before. Meanwhile, with the battlefield reduced to moving cubes, the other members struggle just to stay on their feet. One member desperately clings to another, who is about to plummet into the abyss, but before they can pull him up, the dicing cut severs her arm, causing her to fall. As she plummets in a freefall, still holding the severed arm of her comrade, Kang spots her just in time. Without hesitation, he casts a bubble spell, lifting them all to safety. Mad Spirit, growing increasingly concerned, turns to Enoch and asks what they should do next. However, Enoch simply leaves the decision to her, telling her to do as she pleases. She agrees, and just as Eva unleashes the splitting cloud, a powerful beam of energy engulfs the entire battlefield. Even Rebik, a squad captain, is stunned by the sheer madness of it. Meanwhile, Eva is thrilled with the capabilities of a founder's body, marveling at how perfectly the rhinoceros's body is suited for battle. However, despite this, Eva feels the need to use an ability, even stronger. Activating Enoch's secret technique, Indomitable, she prepares to strike. But to everyone's total shock, Kanagi catches her sword with his bare hand. Hinoki's spirit watches on, unimpressed, while the medium mockingly claims that even though Eva is using Hinoki's body, she is still weak. Hearing this, Eva screams in frustration, demanding to know how the legendary body of a founder could be considered weak. Desperate for a stronger ability, she frantically searches through Hinoki's memories, trying to extract something more powerful as she forces her way deeper into his mind. Her eyes begin to water as if she has just witnessed something truly terrifying. Eva's tears stem from the overwhelming memory of Hinoki's past, from when he was still alive during the era of the towers. Just witnessing this memory pushes Eva to the brink of madness. In the vision, Hinoki slices an entire tower in half with a single swing of his blade. However, despite this awe-inspiring feat, he grows colder and more distant with each passing battle. Eva struggles to comprehend how the wisdom and skill of a mere human could reach such an unfathomable level. Hinoki's memories are filled with countless acts of destruction, severing human bodies, slaying monsters, slicing the very sea, and even wounding the planet itself. The crushing weight of these memories shatters Eva's spirit, leaving her crumbling under the pressure. She desperately wonders where she should go, how she can become stronger. But the weight of it all is unbearable. Her very soul begins to fracture, feeling as if it's about to shatter into nothingness. Hinoki's spirit, carefree and relaxed, simply comments that Eva's spirit should just shatter. However, another founder quickly warns that if that happens, she will go berserk, slaughtering everything around her. And to their horror, that's exactly what happens. Eva's spirit shatters completely. She lets out a piercing scream so powerful that its force is felt even in the distant city of Takasaki. The overwhelming force of the scream triggers an immediate evacuation as residents check their phones and discover that the source of the aura is coming from the Nagano prefecture, a staggering 100 kilometers away. However, despite the vast distance, the shockwaves still reach them. Panic spreads rapidly as people fear that the end of times has come, or that a monstrous and terrifying entity has emerged. Back on the battlefield, as Eva's scream echoes, the very rocks begin to levitate off the ground. The overwhelming aura crushes everyone present, weighing heavily on their shoulders. Weaker members begin to cough violently, their bodies completely pinned to the ground by her sheer, overwhelming force. Kanagi, witnessing this entire scene, screams for Hinoki, but the spirit remains completely unperturbed, still relaxing, as if absolutely nothing is happening. He simply replies that he has left everything in the mage's hands, and the mage fully agrees. Meanwhile, as Eva charges towards Kanade, the mage lifts her sleeve, revealing the seal of truth on her arm with unshakable and absolute confidence. She declares that if she needs to use Kanade's body, she will end all of this in just a single blow. As she releases the seal of truth, Kanade's body begins to radiate an immense and powerful energy. Witnessing this, Kanagi is in complete and utter disbelief. The alchemist spirit within Kanagi speaks, telling him that he and Kanagi must watch very closely. He explains that whether it's magic or alchemy, they are the true pursuers of truth. And in this crucial moment, Kanagi will reach one of these fundamental truths. As he continues to speak, Kanagi's arms become marked with the same seals that the mage once carried on her own body. The alchemist spirit wonders if Kanagi's body can truly withstand the fragments of truth, or if he will crumble completely under the weight of such power. Meanwhile, Eva's soul is already shattered into countless pieces. The only thing driving her body is the lingering residue of her spirit, yet the body moves instinctively, as if guided by primal urges, just like a wild animal. And Enoch, who was once mature and composed, abandoned his body to this state a long, long time ago. To describe this peculiar phenomenon, they call it the ignorance of truth. As Eva grows more and more enraged, she unleashes a wave of dark energy, her aura twisting and distorting the air around her. Terrifyingly, the mage witnessing this foresaw a future where the energy becomes so overwhelmingly powerful that it destroys everyone, including Cain, and even affects people far beyond. Across the entire continent, Eva could very well be the end of the entire world. In that moment, Cain, realizing the extreme gravity of the situation, recognizes the imminent danger contained in the vision. The mage then activates one of her most powerful abilities, the Magus of Truth, a technique designed specifically to counter the abilities of its target. The technique is so incredibly powerful that the world itself can barely withstand its immense and overwhelming force. As Eva charges dark energy into her arm and swings it at Cain, he stops the attack without the slightest effort. To her complete shock, he firmly grabs her hand. At that exact moment, the mage channels a searing light attack, creating a powerful and intense explosion of light between them, completely engulfing the entire area. As the dust settles, Eva is reduced to nothing more than a charred skeleton, while Cain still holds her hand firmly. The mage, using Cain's body, utters a final, solemn farewell to the dying Eva, as her ashes are carried away by the wind. The other founders watch all this unfold, with great determination, but Enoch rises, clearly irritated by the fact that his soul and his body are now completely separate entities. The mage smiles and turns to Cain, asking if what he just witnessed will help him in his future training. As Cain regains control of his body, he is shocked to see that the field is completely cleared, with all his comrades cheering for him as if he had vanquished the monster. Tika, however, is concerned that he didn't use his sword at all, making her teachings seem to have had no impact. Aneda sighs in relief as he praises Kane, saying he incinerated that powerful enemy with a single attack. However, Akari has a much deeper insight. She understands that Kane completely analyzed his opponent's abilities and rendered them useless. This realization makes Akari's hands tremble, as she wonders if it is even possible for a human to reach such a peak. Despite her uncertainty, she gains confidence, motivating herself that she will do the exact same. The instructor, meanwhile, is now worried about the enormous hole in the field, since it was just a simple exam. But things went spectacularly wrong. Even Toter is dead, which deeply irritates the instructor, knowing he will now have to conduct another exam like this one. As the members gather, one of them notices a strange glowing circle and is utterly terrified. The instructor is also shocked, but to everyone's surprise, the superintendent appears. Seeing her, Kane remembers the old woman that he saw in his consciousness earlier. The superintendent's assistant also seems a bit confused about the real reason for her visit. However, the superintendent suddenly kneels before Kane, stating that she has been waiting. Eagerly awaiting their return, she said she had waited for hundreds of years for the founders, and now they were finally right in front of her. Suo and the others turn to Itika for answers, but she simply states that they should already know, even though this might be the first time they've seen her. According to Itika, the old lady is one of the founders of Anti-Prophecy, and holds the highest leadership position in the Japanese branch. A frustrated Suo exclaims that they already know that, but what's really confusing and intriguing is why she's kneeling before Kanagi. Itika admits she doesn't know the answer either, while Kanagi is equally perplexed, wondering why the old woman is bowing before him in such a respectful manner. The founders within him are also deep in thought, trying to recall what is really happening, but they can't find the answer. Not at all. Suddenly, Kanagi is struck by an intense shock as he feels her overwhelming and powerful aura. The old lady stands up and asks if Kanagi remembers her, remarking that she has aged quite a bit. To make things completely clear, she turns and begins to shake her hips, calling for Hinoki to witness her performance of the waist dance. All the founders are confused, but suddenly they realize the old woman is Ayu. Hinoki quickly asks Kanagi to switch places with him, and upon doing so, he greets her very informally, which shocks everyone around, and the assistants immediately assume an offensive posture. Seeing this as disrespectful behavior toward their superintendent, they become enraged and declare their intention to kill Kanagi and completely retake the exam. However, Iyu, still dancing happily with Hinoki, tells them to back down, assuring them that everything is perfectly fine. Hinoki playfully rubs Iyu's head, joking that she's already become a grandma. Upon hearing him speak, Iyu suddenly remembers that he used to talk in the exact same way in the past when she was with them. After a while, all the members begin to repair the training grounds and regroup. Meanwhile, in the depths of Anti-Prophecy, in a top-secret location known as the Cabin of Eternal Vision, Kanagi is completely stunned by the sight of her garden. Ayu explains that since she cannot reveal her appearance, often a barrier is normally placed around the area, so that she can live there without being disturbed by anyone. Kanagi asks if she knows all the founders, to which she begins to explain her long and detailed story. She reveals that she was an orphan, having lost her family during the era of towers. The founders saved her and raised her lovingly. Kanagi is shocked to realize she was just a child during that time. When Iyu mentions this was 300 years ago, he is even more stunned, realizing she is over 300 years old. She then reveals that she was able to stop time using an artifact that freezes time, as long as she remains within the organization's headquarters. Upon hearing about the artifact, Kanagi suddenly remembers it. Meanwhile, Hinoki's spirit explains to Valentina that the artifact works very similarly to her preservation ability. Valentina agrees, stating that in her prime, she could have achieved the same feat with her own ability. However, she wonders where Ayu obtained such a powerful and rare artifact. Ayu explains that within Anti-Prophecy there is a secret division tasked with collecting artifacts, and its existence is kept completely hidden from everyone. However, she reveals that the facility storing these artifacts was recently attacked, resulting in the loss of a great number of them. In response, a special task force, including Midori, was formed to retrieve all the stolen artifacts. The detective founder within Kanag wonders if the attack was carried out by the 10 Apostles, which would explain why they are so powerful in the modern era. Kanag is shocked by the speed and insight with which the detective deduced this from such a brief conversation. The detective then reveals that when she mentioned her boss as the one who provided the artifacts, he investigated her memory and confirmed the information. Another founder explains that instead of recruiting 12 awakened stronger than Makoto, it would be much easier for the enemy to use artifacts to enhance mediocre awakened. He agrees, noting that the two enemies they previously encountered were not as strong as Makoto. Another also agrees, stating that they were completely unaware of the 12 Apostles' existence until they invaded the facility. She explains that the apostles now possess the same power as the greatest enemy of the anti-prophecy, making them too dangerous to be ignored. She adds that they are doing their best to track their leader, but it seems Midori will reach them first, before everyone else. This deeply shocks Kanag. Meanwhile, in Detroit, Michigan, the streets are eerily empty. In an area that looks like a battlefield, a turbulent spell suddenly creates a tornado that strikes the ground with immense and devastating force. At the center of it all is Midori, who has just made a shocking discovery. They had assumed that the 12 apostles consisted of 12 individuals, but there is also a 13th member. Watching through an orb, a man relaxing on his couch smiles, impressed that Midori arrived earlier than expected. With a sinister and threatening tone, he casually asks if Midori would prefer a cup of coffee or black tea. Without any hesitation, Midori chooses death for him, calling out his true title, Number Zero. Midori launches another beam of turbulence towards the floating Number Zero. The beam is so massive that from a distance, another member of the task force, Nishina, notices it. Mikado, who is also with him, comments that the city is already completely abandoned, so they should be fine, but he is intrigued as to why Midori is using such a powerful attack. As they discuss this, they suddenly feel a strong attack coming their way. Just in time, they leap off the building, which is instantly sliced in half. The structure shatters completely into countless pieces, falling to the ground. They decide to leave Number Zero to Midori while they focus on dealing with Komuragi, one of the 12 apostles. Meanwhile, Midori grows frustrated, unable to pierce the bubble surrounding Number Zero, even after using his strongest wind attacks. He wonders if it is the effect of a skill, or perhaps a powerful artifact. Finishing his tea, Number Zero steps out of the bubble himself, mocking Midori and asking if he is finished yet. Without any hesitation, Midori instantly casts Wall of Cutting Pearls, launching massive rocks towards Number Zero and triggering a huge explosion. However, to his complete shock, Number Zero emerges unscathed, casually comparing himself to a whale among fish in front of Midori. Midori quickly realizes that Number Zero has other means of defense even without the protective bubble. Seeing Midori standing before him, Number Zero begins to taunt him. He claims that, under normal circumstances, Midori would be so powerful and terrifying that he would not even consider him an enemy. However, now Midori is mourning the death of his friend, according to Number Zero, that makes him a pathetic and weak creature. He goes on to say that from the moment Midori was born, he was nothing more than a monster, designed exclusively for battle, and yet, despite being made for war, he still failed to protect his precious friends. These words ignite a deep, uncontrollable fury within Midori. Enraged, he charges at Number Zero with overwhelming power. His eyes burn with murderous intent as memories of the past flood his mind. Memories of what happened 23 years ago. In the depths of the Shinoan Mountains, one member of the Special Task Force stood in shock, looking at a brilliant wave of energy erupting from a massive and enormous crater. Shouting in disbelief, he realized that this was all that remained of the Midori family mansion. Superintendent Yu is also there, witnessing the remains of the completely destroyed mansion. In the center of the devastation, something is emitting a tremendous amount of energy. As she gets closer, she realizes the true source is a baby, radiating an overwhelming and powerful aura. The intensity of the energy makes them believe that the entire disaster was caused by the birth of this child. Without any hesitation, Superintendent Yu runs towards the baby, enduring multiple cuts on her body from the sheer pressure of the energy surrounding him. Despite the intense pain, she pushes forward, finally reaching the child. She gently picks up the baby, whispering words of comfort, assuring him that everything is all right now. Feeling the warmth of Yu's embrace, the baby slowly stops crying. As a result, the violent wave of wind around him dissipates, revealing a bruised and bloodied Yu, but she is holding the child firmly in her arms. She declares that this child will be raised by the anti-prophecy. Later, the baby is given the name Midori. 9 years pass, and Midori is now a young boy. He is preparing to leave the facility once and for all. A teacher named Hino Hiradu, along with a 12-year-old Itika, tries to stop him, warning him not to cause any kind of trouble. The man warns Midori that if he goes through with this, the anti-prophecy will hunt him down without mercy. Unfazed, Midori agrees, but as the master turns away, he enigmatically states that this was the very reason why he let Midori live. Itika, standing nearby, senses the tension in the air but suddenly starts laughing unexpectedly. The master, annoyed, questions why she is doing that. Midori has always been exceptionally strong, breaking all the records, and considering everyone else weak in comparison. However, one day, he meets Makoto, who casually tosses a wooden stick in his direction, and asks if he wants to be his partner for sword training. Midori is confused, but Makoto simply smiles and extends his sword in a gesture of invitation. At that time, Makoto was the exact same age as Midori. With that, they begin to train together, but Midori was unable to defeat Makoto in sword fighting. This irritated him deeply, but he kept trying, constantly asking Makoto to fight him one more time. Makoto, wanting Midori to learn his lesson, fights him again, and the result is exactly the same. Midori loses. Frustrated, he shouts, demanding to know why he can't win despite trying his best. Nishina, who is also present, reveals that Midori is too strong, which might be the real reason for it. Midori doesn't understand what he means, since he is always losing to Makoto. An outside voice intervenes, saying that this is a compliment for Midori. The voice belongs to Makoto, who at the time was 14 years of age. Midori keeps breaking his wooden swords while fighting Makoto, so Makoto explains that even if Midori wins, he will still break his sword in the process. To illustrate the point, Nina shows him an egg, explaining that when someone exerts all their power, it's hard not to break the eggshell while holding it during a fight. Aiden remains confused, so Leo takes the egg and throws it with full force. However, he is shocked to see that despite hitting the ground, the eggshell doesn't even crack. Picking up the egg, Leo explains that Aiden just needs to balance his offensive aura with the aura that protects the eggshell, and it's not a skill, but rather something that comes with time. While he is explaining, Nina throws all the eggs at the wall, and even after hitting it, none of them break. Aiden is completely impressed seeing that not a single eggshell shatters. Leo hands an egg to Aiden, and explains that if he wants to beat Leo in swordsmanship, he needs to adjust his aura. Once he does that, even with his overwhelming aura, he won't hurt anyone around him in any way. As Leo starts to leave, Aiden calls out to him, but gets hit by an egg on the head. Aiden turns around, and sees it was Leo, who wants him to join in on the adjustment. Leo, returning the favor, asks him to apologize to him first. He then kicks the box of eggs, and uses his power to make them levitate. However, when Aiden tries the same, all the eggs either explode or shatter around him. However, after trying for a while, Aiden manages to create a hole in the wall with the egg, and it doesn't even break the eggshell. Both then start training in swordsmanship, and now that Aiden knows how to control his aura, they can spend a whole day exchanging blows with each other. Seeing this, Nina and Leo also get excited, and ask him to fight them next. 4 years later, Aiden is taken to the Special Task Force, and Leo leaves for his own ventures. Aiden is heading towards a prophecy to support the European branch, as he heard there is a special rank prophecy called Pandemonium. Aiden then asks if Leo is still looking for a sword master to teach him. Leo confirms, reminding Aiden of his own words about finding a master for himself. Leo holds out his fist, stating that he wants to be on equal footing with him. Aiden, with a smile, gives him a fist bump, revealing what will be waiting for him. After that, Aiden does everything for his friends as long as they are alive. Aiden has the determination to keep doing what he's doing for them, no matter the cost. He just wanted friends, but the 12 apostles took that from him. Returning to the present, remembering all of this, Aiden charges towards number 0 with full killing intent while the guy stands there nonchalantly without a care. However, just as he is about to attack, number 0 takes out a golden egg artifact and breaks it in front of him. It releases a Berserk Life Stampede spell, creating a massive glare of sunlight between them intensely. Other members of the Special Task Force also notice and wonder if Aiden did it. As the glare subsides a bit, they see Aiden emerge from it, radiating a strange but incredibly powerful aura. Seeing Aiden, Mikhail asks if he has already defeated number 0. However, Aiden doesn't say a single word. They call out to him, but to their shock, Aiden reveals that he doesn't know them at all. Nina instantly realizes that something much worse has happened and yells for Mikhail to fall back, but it's already too late, as Aiden has his hand on Mikhail's forehead. With a wicked smile, he uses the turbulence spell, creating a strong whirlwind of wind. After the 3 members of the Japanese branch's special force, another special task force from the Taylor branch, including Marky and Eston, is sent to investigate the matter. Upon arrival, Eston touches the ground and senses that the residual energy in the area is extremely potent, indicating it was the epicenter of a massive explosion. Marky is stunned by the sheer size of the crater Midor created, and he understands perfectly why he is called the strongest man in the world. However, he's confused as to why someone as powerful as Midor would suddenly vanish along with his team. Eston also has no explanation for their disappearance. The news of Midor's disappearance reaches the Japanese branch, plunging the situation into complete chaos at the Lodge of Eternal Vision. The assistant superintendent grows anxious as he hears the reports, struggling to believe the news, and equally worried. Aya asks if there's truly no information on Midor's whereabouts. She questions Midor's assistant, Rin, but even Rin knows nothing. The artifact that connected her to Midor has been completely destroyed, and he considers the situation deeply regrettable as they discuss the matter. Kane arrives, now officially a squad captain, wearing the captain's cloak. He feels a bit awkward in his new role, but the superintendent assistant reveals that his promotion came from the unanimous recommendation of all the other squad captains and the superintendent himself. Kane had even faced down Eva, leading everyone to believe that he is the only one capable of filling the void left by Marcus. Kneeling, Kane recalls his oath to surpass the founders as quickly as possible and to prevent any further deaths. He thanks them for their trust, and with the founders' legacy behind him, he declares, confidently, that he will do his best to meet the expectations of the anti-prophecy. Upon hearing this, Aya becomes animated, stating that she always believed he was the most suitable candidate for the captaincy. However, she suddenly turns serious and gets straight to the point, asking for his opinion on an urgent matter. Kane, who had been pursuing members of the anti-prophecy to offer them positions in his squad, now finds himself sitting before the superintendent, being questioned for his opinion. The situation seems to have escalated quickly, as Aya, adorned with a tiger design, makes a sudden appearance that shocks Kane. Opening the door, Aya presents two members of the Special Task Force, Nash and Marcus, both in a severely beaten state. Aya reveals that Nash and Marcus were part of the same Special Task Force as Midor, and they are the only ones who know what truly happened. Marcus begins to explain that while they were in Detroit, Midor's body was taken over by the leader of the 12 Apostles. This revelation leaves Kane completely stunned. Marcus continues, stating that the ability used to control Midor seems similar to the one Eva had employed before. He speculates that it's likely caused by an artifact, although the specific details of the artifact aren't important right now. The crucial point, Marcus emphasizes, is that Midor, once a protector of his friends, has now been turned into an enemy of humanity. This terrifying reality shakes Kane to his very core. Marcus adds that Midor resisted the control for as long as he could, buying time for Nash and Marcus to escape before he completely succumbed. Midor apologized and made one last request. He asked Kane to defeat Number Zero in his stead. Hearing this, Kane is left speechless. Overwhelmed by the weight of Midor's words, the assistant superintendent places a hand on Kane's shoulder, expressing his high hopes for him. However, he reminds Kane that he has not yet met the minimum requirement of 7 members for his squad. Currently, Kanagi has Honda, Akane, and Sue, but he needs to quickly recruit 3 more members. This, states the assistant superintendent, is Kanagi's immediate task upon hearing the urgent need to recruit more members for his squad. Kanagi rushes off to find suitable candidates. He spots a young man from the Rubik squad and immediately starts chasing him, begging him to join his team. The boy, however, is visibly nervous and runs in a panic, shouting that he will never leave the Rubik squad under any circumstances. Just as the boy thinks he has escaped, he runs into Akane, who is calmly standing in his way, holding a letter of permission signed by Rubik himself. The boy is stunned, unable to believe that his captain, Rubik, would allow him to leave. However, after reading the letter, his disbelief turns to shock as he realizes it's genuine. Reluctantly, he agrees to join Kanagi's squad. With that, Kanagi and Akane successfully secure their 4th member. Meanwhile, outside, Ronaldo is trying to recruit Akirina for the squad. His approach, however, is anything but conventional. He performs a strange and exaggerated foot-stomping gesture as an invitation, which Akirina finds completely bizarre. Ronaldo insists it's an order from the captain, and declares that he wants Akirina on his team. Akirina, however, flatly refuses, explaining that his goal is to participate in the next captain's exam, since a position opened up after Todoroki's death. Unfazed by the rejection, Ronaldo suddenly launches a powerful kick towards Akirina, testing his reflexes. To Ronaldo's surprise, Akirina effortlessly dodges the attack, showcasing his unique evasion skills. Impressed, but not defeated, Ronaldo insists. Akirina, now intrigued, proposes a challenge. He agrees to join the squad on one condition. Ronaldo must manage to touch him a single time, within 60 seconds in the courtyard. If Ronaldo is successful, Akirina will gladly join their team. Ronaldo confirms if he can use any means necessary to achieve this, and upon receiving Akirina's approval, he summons the Shining Dragon around, himself, determined to win the challenge. Akirina starts the timer on his laptop. Somewhere inside the limestone cave of the anti-prophecy unit, Akirina meets Captain Tsurukai, who appears to be fishing in a 17th dimensional rift called the Lower Jaw. Tsurukai reveals that he sometimes catches large fish there. Noticing Akirina, he asks if he is applying for the replacement exam for the Todoroki squad. Akirina confirms. but states that he wants to be a captain who doesn't want to die. Tsurukai replies, telling him that his goal is still achievable even without becoming a captain. This shocks Akirina, who asks if the captain thinks he isn't suitable. Tsurukai, pulling out a monster shark, states that he believes Akirina is missing something. Returning to the present, Ronaldo is advancing on Akirina, who is trying to avoid any physical contact. Despite getting within inches of him, Ronaldo fails to touch Akirina even once. Ronaldo is impressed, realizing that Akirina is using some kind of evasive ability to dodge his attacks. Akirina is using Omni-Egos, an ability he has tried to hide from everyone for a long time. His Omni-Egos allows him to teleport to a designated location within a 100-meter radius, although he needs to visit the target location at least once before the ability can be used. Once it is set up, he can teleport there with speed and high precision. Despite Rena delivering blow after blow, Kira manages to dodge every single one using her ability. This proves challenging for Onoda, but he treats it as training, knowing that in the future, he will have to fight Midori while teleporting and evading blows. Akina asks Onoda what kind of redeeming quality he sees in Kanade, and Onoda, continuing his attacks, reveals that he does not know anything specific. He launches a kick towards Akirina and admits he knows about Akirina's ideal image of a squad captain, meant to increase his squad's survival by 1%. Onoda finds this admirable but states he would not place his life in the hands of a captain who prioritizes the odds of survival above all else. This comment irritates Akirina, but Onoda explains that if someone always thinks of themselves, they will not be able to achieve the goals they were destined for. As he says this, Onoda recalls his childhood, when he saw the bodies of his family scattered, killed by a prophecy. This event instilled in him the determination to end all prophecies. With this motive, he finally understood that Kanade has the ability to do just that, which is why he decided to become his subordinate. Hearing this, Akirina realizes what he lacks to be a captain, the ability to be trusted by others, as he refocuses on dodging. He knows he is winning the fight and hopes to use this conversation as a reference in the future. With the countdown at 5 seconds, Onoda starts messaging someone on his phone, stating that someone has arrived just in time. Akirina is confused when suddenly Sue, using her Calendula spell combined with Skyfall attacks from above, destroys the entire courtyard where they were. This completely removes Akirina's ability to teleport, and Onoda seizes the opportunity. He leaps from the building and uses a lightning kick to tear off a piece of clothing from Akirina. The clock hits 0, but tearing the fabric counts as a touch, making Onoda the winner. He lands as Sue asks if destroying the entire courtyard was worth it. Onoda downplays it, praising Sue for her help. Meanwhile, in the background, Akirina is furious, but after typing something on his laptop, he calms down and agrees to join Kanade's squad. Hearing this, Onoda and Sue high-five. Meanwhile, Kanade and Akane bring in another member, Iryu, who is in chains. Kanade, noticing the destroyed courtyard, is in shock, but Sue reveals she is counting on Kanade to write an apology letter for the damages. Onoda tries to calm everyone down, suggesting that Rin could fix the courtyard, but the main problem is that they still need one more person for their team. Akane does not know anyone else and asks if Kanade has any recommendations. Kanade points to the members of the Special Task Force, Itika, Mikado, and Nishina, and reveals that he has already accepted them into his squad. From that day on, they are temporarily Kanade's subordinates, and will fight in his squad. Elsewhere, in the Watchtower, the remaining members of the 12 Apostles of the Apocalypse hold a meeting. Only 5 of them remain, but they are confident because they possess the most powerful weapon in the world, Midori's body. To them, it seems they are one step closer to annihilating the unit. Anti-prophecy. Number 0 reminds everyone of their motto. Everything they do is for the sake of the prophecy's emergence in this world. Inside the Anti-Prophecy's prophecy research room, the superintendent and his assistant ask the director if he has obtained what was requested. The director confirms and reveals that the Book of Perdition, or Troda, possessed by the 12 Apostles, is actually from a single book torn to pieces. Based on the 8 books that Aiden brought, they determined that the recent incident is part of the prophecy, specifically, one concerning a special scripture known as the Bhagavad Gita. To destroy the world, the 12 Apostles need Aiden's power, and his power alone is sufficient. Meanwhile, over the sea, Aiden and Radam, a member of the 12 Apostles, are flying toward an unknown destination. Out of nowhere, Aiden asks Radam if he has ever read the Gita, to which Radam says no. Aiden explains that it is one of the Hindu scriptures. He emphasizes that humans must fulfill their duties with a selfless heart. According to Aiden, whoever wrote a prophecy like the one currently unfolding probably harbored a deep-seated hatred for humanity. As they fly over Times Square in New York, a family spots them, and a child excitedly recognizes Aiden as the world's strongest, awakened. A crowd quickly gathers, cheering and clamoring for photos. They also notice Radim, referring to him as a samurai. As the crowd's excitement builds at the sight of their heroes, Aiden gives Radim the order to begin their mission without hesitation. Aiden begins to channel a ball of energy in his hand, while the crowd continues to cheer, oblivious to what is about to happen. Just as a father snaps a photo of his son with Aiden in the background, Aiden suddenly unleashes the energy ball into the air, completely engulfing the sky. The ball transforms into a massive tornado, and from within it, the real Aiden screams desperately for Number Zero to stop. However, it is too late. Number Zero has already cast the spell, Turbulence, upon them. At the anti-prophecy cafeteria, Kane is busy giving a lecture when Sol rushes towards him, urgently showing him something on his phone. It is breaking news. New York is burning like an inferno due to Aiden's attack. The report claims an awakened attacked and destroyed the city. Meanwhile, at the Eternal Cabin, the superintendent of the American branch, Wise, is screaming at Eva to do something. Furious because Aiden just wiped out an entire city, and she is trying to calm him down. But the tragedy has claimed countless lives in New York, the heart of the world's economy. She reveals that it was not Aiden who caused the destruction, but rather the leader of the 12 apostles, who is controlling his body. She further explains that they have already identified him as Warren Hastings, an Englishman, and Eva theorizes that he may be collaborating with invaders from another dimension. Wise is shocked by this revelation, as Eva discloses that the 12 apostles are using artifacts beyond the supervision of the anti-prophecy. According to her, someone or something is supporting them. Wise counters that the responsibility still falls on Eva, since the man who leveled an entire city came from her special task force. He warns that the White House is even considering using nuclear weapons against Aiden. However, Wise knows that not even nuclear weapons will have an effect on Aiden, and he asks her what she plans to do. Back at the cafeteria, Kane asks Sol if he has completed Lesson 15 along with the others. Sol confirms, and to his shock, Kane appoints him as vice captain of the Kane squad. He then orders Suki to instruct everyone to continue their lessons until deployment orders are given. He notes that Arian and Irina are always arguing, so they must focus on teamwork to achieve perfection. Sol wonders what Kane himself will do with his free time, to which Kane reveals that he will be sleeping, and this time, it will be a deep sleep. He orders Sol not to let anyone wake him, and since it is an order from Kane, Ao accepts, placing her trust in him. Back at the Eternal Cabin, he reveals that he plans to confront Midor head-on. With his strongest elite unit at the headquarters, Caden reaches his room and instantly falls asleep. In his dreams, he draws his sword and begins practicing with the rhinoceros, while the other founders stand ready to teach him. However, to Caden's shock, the rhinoceros cuts him to pieces in a single flash. He regenerates immediately, only for Hinox to slice him to pieces again. Hinox reminds Caden that he was the one who insisted they not hold back in training, so now he will devour him. Saying this, he charges at Caden with all his strength. Another founder tries to intervene, but Will and the Mage stop him. Other founders argue that while short-term training might require such extreme measures, Caden is dying far too often, and his soul could soon be scattered. Still, they all understand that Midor is the strongest awakener of this era, and the current Caden stands no chance against him. It may be a desperate training method, but it is the only path to victory. The founder from before warns that there may be a limit to how much Caden can endure, but the alchemist reassures her, saying there is no need to worry, as Caden is not a delicate man. The mage, witnessing Caden being sliced apart repeatedly, still believes he will overcome this. Caden apologizes to Hinox, feeling an immense pressure just from standing before him. It feels as if he has been thrown into a blizzard, on top of a frozen mountain. Catching his breath, Caden stands up against Hinox once more, only to be instantly sliced in half. To his surprise, however, he manages to cut a single strand of hair from Hinox's head. Before, he couldn't even touch a single strand of hair, but now he has succeeded, despite being killed countless times. Caden remains determined to grow stronger. He gets up, again and again. Meanwhile, in Mumbai, at the gateway of India, Arad, from the Indian branch of the anti-prophecy, is stirred by the sight of Midor. He reminds Midor that without him, the special rank prophecy chief would have turned Mumbai to ash. With a smile, he asks if, after they protected the city together, Midor is now there to destroy it. Midor dismisses his words as futile, explaining that although it is his body, he is being controlled by Number Zero. Mocking Arad, Number Zero scoffs at the idea that Midor could ever regain control. To provoke him further, he projects Midor's trapped thoughts directly from his mind. Midor's voice apologizes and urges Arad to flee. However, Arad refuses to run away. This is his hometown, and he is prepared to fight until his last breath. Back at the Eternal Cabin, Ao explains, the century-long war between humanity and beings from another dimension to the superintendent's assistant. During the era of the Founders, the Tower appeared first, followed by the Rift and the Prophecies. Throughout the long history of the war, there have always been humans who collaborated with these beings to destroy the world. As she explains this, one of the assistants watching the news about the fall of India becomes alarmed, realizing the enemy now seems to be heading for Europe. I expected this, Ao comments, but it would have been preferable if they had gone straight to Japan. When the assistant asks why, she reveals that, since Number Zero has only recently taken control of Midor's body, he shouldn't yet be able to fully harness his power. Ao then turns to Tengu, her assistant, and informs him that he will also be sent to the battlefield. Tengu jokes back that they only use him for manual labor in times of peace. However, the real shock comes when Ao announces that she herself will join the fight. Meanwhile, the Kanagi squad is in the final stages of preparation. They are the only real hope of defeating Midori, but until they are fully ready, Ao orders the other squads to delay him. Ribik and the other squad captains, visibly tense, ask how long the preparation will take, and she reveals that, according to Kanagi, he needs 2 days. She then announces their destination, the Pacific Ocean, where they will try to stop Midori. There, the entire Japanese branch of the Anti-Prophecy gathers, preparing for battle as Midori advances on them. He unleashes his powerful turbulence spell directly at the group. However, he is stopped abruptly by Ao's own defensive spell. Midori, visibly surprised, narrows his eyes as Ao smiles and taunts him not to underestimate them. Sometime earlier, as the captains headed to the ocean, Hisagi and the members of his squad rushed to their captain, begging to be taken to face the leader of the 12 apostles. The captain refuses, but Hisagi, with tears in his eyes, insists that even if they can't make a significant impact, they can at least serve as shields to protect the captains. The captain, along with the others, turns to face them and asks if they understand why the captains have chosen such an irrational battle. He explains that although they know they won't return, as the power levels are vastly different, they still cling to the hope that their subordinates will survive and carry on. The captains place their trust in their subordinates, believing they will take on the responsibility of protecting the world. Saying this, the captains leave their subordinates behind. While some fall to their knees in tears, others strengthen their resolve to protect the Kanagi squad until their preparation is complete. Although their eyes are filled with sadness, they know they must act instead of just crying, and they must act quickly. The squad captains, along with the superintendents and assistants, teleport to the ocean, where they now stand face to face with Midori. As Ao effortlessly blocks Midori's spell, the other captains watch in awe of her immense power. Midori is also surprised by this unknown ability. Number Zero, reading Midori's memories, recognizes Ao as the superintendent of the Anti-Prophecy, a mother figure to Midori, who had always kept her true strength hidden. Ao, standing before him, declares that this is the first time in 100 years she has used her abilities on the battlefield. None of the captains had ever seen her release her full power before, but now, right before their very eyes, she activates her 8-sided mirror spell. This spell has 2 stages. The first allows Ao to completely nullify any ability, as long as she understands its effects, granting her a 100% defense rate. The nature of this ability is a direct countermeasure, combining perfectly with the advanced analytical skills of a mage. Without wasting any time, Midori follows up with his turbulent and flaming spell, unleashing a barrage of powerful tornadoes toward Ao. Upon seeing them, the captains realize this is the same ability that burned all of India. Fortunately, Ao knows this ability and deflects it effortlessly. The second stage of her ability allows her to copy an ability after having reflected it. As she sends her own tornadoes, they collide with Midori's and completely destroy them. Midori, now focused on the battle, understands how her ability works, but he gets annoyed as he senses someone trying to attack him from the side. Off. One of the captains launches his infinite fist attack, bombarding Midori with a barrage of punches. Each time a punch lands, Midori feels his body go numb. However, despite landing countless blows, the captain is shocked to see that Midori remains unshaken. Suddenly, the captain grabs Midori in midair and signals for the others to attack while he restrains him. Ribik instantly activates his view release, Sonic Phoenix, while the other captains follow up with their own powerful abilities, hitting Midori all at once. However, Midori counters them with his cutting pearl wall spell, generating a massive explosion of tornadoes that hits all the captains. As the smoke clears, Midori emerges unscathed, mocking Gyro for bringing weaklings to fight against him. But as he speaks, he feels a powerful aura above him. Looking up, he sees the superintendent's assistant summoning a huge ball of energy the size of the sun, preparing to unleash it upon him. Midori immediately realizes that this ability gets stronger the longer it's channeled, as he tries to summon his own energy ball. To counterattack, the assistant uses her enslavement spell, chaining his hand. Midori is stunned. He didn't expect her to be a warp awakener. Now caught in the shackles, he is unable to cast his spells. Meanwhile, she finishes channeling and hurls the massive sphere of fire towards the immobilized Midori. Seeing the attack approach, Midori realizes he can't dodge it. However, if he unleashes his most powerful attack, a wind-based one, at the last moment, he might be able to lessen its impact. But just as he processes this plan, he notices another identical fireball coming from the opposite side, created by IU using her mirror spell. The lady raises her arms towards Midori, saying that for the sake of everyone's future, he must die. He is trapped in a chain of energy, and curses the old woman. Someone is watching from afar with the help of binoculars. Two flaming spheres collide and cause a sinister explosion. Like a huge atomic bomb, the mushroom cloud rises into the sky, and this explosion engulfs the entire landscape. The soldier, using the binoculars, grows worried about the situation. He lowers his equipment. An aircraft carrier and several military ships are approaching, quickly, towards the target. In disbelief, one of the soldiers in charge of transport asks them to look at the situation. The white light must be at least a few thousand degrees, and he doubts anyone could survive that, be it foe or ally. Pointing at the screen, he said he believes this should be enough to handle the situation. A very stern man with his arms crossed observes the situation. They call him Mr. Richard, with a grim expression. He said that this isn't over yet. The light energy that formed over the sea begins to shine, with a violet star at its core. Looking closely, a man's silhouette can be seen in the middle of it. So, the long-haired blonde man is shocked to see this. No one can believe that someone was able to survive the gigantic explosion that just occurred. Leonis Valte puts a hand on his head and asks if they sacrificed their own people to try and kill him with that explosion. He knows they deserve praise for catching him by surprise with all their efforts and for making such an elaborate plan to land a blow, a successful explosive blow against him. But he bets they didn't imagine what would come next. He grits his teeth, trying to contain all the emotion in his chest. Then he starts shouting, telling them to look at him because he is completely unscathed. He opens his arms and says he was just hit by a 1,000-degree fireball and there isn't a single scratch on him. While the blonde boasts about surviving the situation, a targeting reticle starts to lock onto him, and at that exact moment, a squadron of several planes begins to bombard him with multiple direct hits to his body. Missiles are also launched from the aircraft carriers and planes in his direction. Some pilots are wounded in this operation and begin to notice the loss of their troops. The sea churns with all the explosive warfare, raging more fiercely than a storm with the force of a massive wave. The aircraft carrier sways on the sea, and the planes also start getting hit. The boy is in a state of euphoria and starts laughing as multiple explosions and deaths occur. Behind him, another, larger ship begins to approach the battle site. Mr. Richard shouts for Marcus to act according to the plan. A golden aura ignites through his body, and the ship in question then gains a protective shield. But it doesn't last long. It soon begins to take damage and crack. Marcus is stunned by such power, saying he can barely hold on even from this distance. He knows that with power of this magnitude, this guy could destroy the entire world if he wanted to. Mr. Richard clenches his fist. Growing very tense, he says no. He insists that this isn't over yet, and that they cannot give up under any circumstances. Leonis starts to feel an uncomfortable dizziness and brings a hand to his face. In his thoughts, he begins to hear voices, saying they knew he would use too much energy at once. He is now in the company of a white-haired lady, who asks if he has finally run out of energy. She holds an empty vial and calls the boy number 0. In another location, we see a small house with a thatched roof and a few people gathered. Selena asks if they stand no chance against the guy, but a blonde man with glasses tells her not to ruin their morale. She asks if he always has to sugarcoat things, and the man gets annoyed, but the white-haired woman warns that they probably won't be able to defeat him anyway. She asks how the commissioner intends to stop him. She said that even without winning the battle, they can still achieve their objectives, and to do that, They will need to use an artifact they possess. She takes out a flask with a liquid. This artifact is the sandglass cage, and now, it is imprisoning Leonis Volt. He observes the bars of the prison, feeling that it seems very familiar. The commissioner bets that he recognizes the cage, as it is exactly like the artifact he gave to his henchman. Leonis's memories come flooding back. He had indeed seen that cage before. It was used by the man who ended up losing his arm in that situation. He never imagined there was more than one of the artifact, but he maintains his composure and asks, "So what?" To get rid of that cage, he would need to use a massive amount of aura, but since he has practically exhausted all his power, that will be impossible. With a dark gaze, Leonis stares at the old woman, and you can feel the hatred in his eyes. He lets out a small smirk and asks if they are just finding a way to buy time. But this confuses him because, as he says, trapping him for a moment won't change anything. The lady is confident, and says he wouldn't say that if he knew what was on her mind. He has no idea what is coming. We can see 2 swordsmen training, and the lady continues, saying that if he waits a few days, he will certainly witness something very interesting. Placing a hand on his chin, Leonis asks if she really thinks he doesn't know what they are planning. The blonde man asks if it's something related to a boy, named Miles Kane. The commissioner's expression changes instantly. She is shocked to hear that question as Leonis points to his head. Leonis says he had enough time to fish some memories from her brain. He asks if the lady knows what Midori and Tiara think of him, and reveals that he thinks the boy is the one who will end all the prophecies. Yu's eyes widen, and she thinks that Midori said that about Minato. Feeling extremely impressed, Leonis said that the moment he took control of his body, Minato became the top of his target list. He clenches his fist and repeats with hatred the phrase he just said about the boy being the end of all prophecies. With an indignant expression, he questions if they should allow this and that Minato must be stopped at all costs. Yu now wears a very hostile expression, and she cursed the blonde man in her thoughts. But he says he still has something more to say, and she is surprised again. Accumulating a violet energy inside the cage, Leonis says that she's the one who doesn't even know the half of it, even now as they speak. Midori and Tiara continue to get stronger. The woman is now in a panic, not knowing what to do with the amount of aura he has used so far. It is nothing compared to the total power in his body. All they've done so far is melt the tip of the iceberg. The more Leonis fights, the stronger Midori's body gets, and the more aura he can command at once. A yellow energy begins to emanate from the lady's body. The Yata, mirror. She feels the force of a blow hitting her directly, unable to dodge. Leonis's hand pierces through her body, causing a massive wound. The cage in the background explodes into 1,000 pieces. Yu had no chance to defend herself, and the blow was a direct hit to a vital point. And now that he has dealt with his opponent, Leonis asks which way Japan is. While that battle was happening, our protagonist is sleeping, and the symbol on his hand begins to glow very intensely. The Japanese CPU did everything it could to try and imprison Midori, but their plan ended up failing miserably. Number 0 ended up learning to release large amounts of aura using Midori's body. A vortex of violet energy begins to form, and it can be seen even from Earth's orbit. Leonis's power has grown significantly stronger. Meanwhile, in Japan, Shindai and Tika are training, and he said he could feel a gigantic wave of dark aura approaching, scratching his head. The long black-haired girl thinks that the plan has failed. Midori is getting stronger, and they decide to return to headquarters. General Kurosaki is also in the middle of a fight but can feel the strange energy. Everyone at the academy becomes apprehensive and worried about what has happened, and Tika says they need to prepare to face the enemy. Shindai gets ready to grab his sword. Meanwhile, at the CPU headquarters, inside the monitoring room, the woman with her hair tied up is desperate, asking if they are still waiting for the video footage from the American fleet. Her assistant works on the computers and says that the American fleet was practically annihilated by the enemy, so she asked to see the satellite images. The woman is extremely apprehensive. She knows she can't use crow's eyes over the sea, and she wonders how the commissioner and her team are doing. A group of people appears behind her and calls for Rin. She looks back, shouting for Shiki in a cry of concern. The group is gravely injured. There are many people, and the white-haired girl says they need her recovery techniques urgently. She quickly rushes over to everyone, running as fast as she can. Her expression changes. She panics upon noticing one thing. Commissioner Yu is extremely injured, unconscious. She has tears in her eyes, and says it's a very critical condition. Watching Madame Yu, it's possible to see that life is unfortunately already draining from her body. In recent memories, Madame Yu asked Shiki to listen carefully. She said that their survival on that mission would depend on the girl. After going over the whole plan again, She said she needed the girl's help to stun the enemy while she and Tengu used celestial descent. Shiki bowed respectfully and declared she would give her life to guarantee it. But as she was about to complete her sentence, a slap to her head startled her. Madame Yu became angry, calling her a fool for misunderstanding everything, and insisted that she must remain alive, no matter the cost, to bring everyone home safely. She asked if Shiki understood, stressing how crucial it was for her to survive, no matter what happened to her. Unwilling to accept this, the white-haired girl tried to argue, but Madame Yu made a face so frightening it would silence even the bravest and most stubborn. With tears in her eyes, Shiki tried to speak, her voice trembling. She remembered when she was just a child, and how Madame Yu had taken such good care of her and the others. She said she didn't want to lose her, not for anything. The girl recalled the woman's comforting smile from that time, and how she had then placed a hand on her head, trying to calm her, promising that everything would be fine, and that she wouldn't let anyone die. Smiling, she had said that this was the main point of the mission they were about to undertake. But now, that reassuring smile was gone. Madame Yu was on an oxygen mask, grievously wounded. The group mobilized, trying to heal her and save her life. Shiki screamed for the commissioner not to abandon them. She tried to pressure Rim, who was doing his best to help, but it was a complicated task. His healing ability wasn't working correctly because of the artifact that had stopped time for her. The long-haired woman with glasses tried everything to help, but said the most she could do was keep her alive for the time being. However, time would only remain stopped for Madame Yu as long as she was inside the CPU. The idea of moving her outside then came up, but she was in a very critical state. Suddenly, a deafening noise interrupted their conversation. Tenjin, Shiki, and the others were stunned. Tenjin looked up and realized they had arrived. Outside the CPU building, someone with a turban-covered head could be seen observing the surroundings. He was accompanied by 3 other people. In addition to Leonis Valte sported a terrifying grin. Fire burned in Shiki's eyes as she screamed that she would end the life of every single one of those bastards. Tenjin warned her not to, but it was too late. The girl had vanished. She reappeared, near the beings that had emerged outside the CPU. With hatred in her eyes, she clasped her hands together and unleashed her spatial division ability. Shiki Kitamori's ability instantly connects different points in space, allowing her to teleport between various locations with extreme precision. However, in large open areas, this ability becomes highly unpredictable, resulting in potentially catastrophic damage. Space and time began to warp. The image of everything became a confused, distorted mess. Tengen was furious at the girl's recklessness, shouting that the commissioner was still in there. Leonis Valte focused, observing the girl who had just joined the battle. He then called out to Radimi, who was already preparing his next attack. Wielding his sword, he used the artifact, the relic of the abyss. Gripping his sword and sheath firmly, he drew his blade. He slashed through space, using the ability Kulika Strike, which unleashed a beam of light from his cut. This caught Shiki completely by surprise, her eyes widening in shock as a part of the area shattered like crystal. Countless fragments scattered through the air. The girl's arm was severely wounded by the blow. The girl in red let out a small laugh, remarking that Radimi was truly relentless. It almost made the villains feel sorry for the heroes, but while still holding his sword in a battle stance, Radimi told them to stay on guard. The swordsman glanced sideways, suspicious. He realized the heroes weren't defeated yet and managed to locate Shiki. She was gravely injured, but her friends had arrived to help her. Xingja held her in his arms, asking if she was okay. The white-haired girl didn't let the injury. She challenges him and asks about the Kanag unit. Leonis realizes more enemies have arrived for him and says he is really tired of swatting away these little flies. Around him, Special Agent Erica holds her sword and already prepares to draw it from its sheath. All the enemies watch attentively what she is preparing, and energy begins to emanate from the girl's body. She apologizes, saying her captain happens to be a sleepyhead, and begins to approach then, until it is time for him to wake up. They will gladly be his opponents. The blonde man with purple eyes, Leonis, makes a disgusted face at the girl's declaration. He despises the determined hero's every move, finding it very strange. He can understand why. Marcus's younger brother and Special Agent Erika Renuki are fighting against him. His eyes scan all his opponents. Analyzing them one by one, he stares at Kenji and Yusuke and wonders why they are willing to fight him. There is nothing registered about them in Midor's memories, so he believes they are not a threat. Then he questions why they would be, risking their lives to this extent to save someone so far from their level. Kenji meets his gaze and gives a very suspicious smirk. This causes a peculiar discomfort in Leonis. He then begins to notice the boy's aura shining brightly. The blonde man positions himself in front of all his fighting partners and extending his hand to the two he uses, his turbulence ability, and in the blink of an eye, they disappear. Shiki, wounded on the ground, shouts to everyone about what just happened, but her teammates have also disappeared along with the disciples. She wonders if this is some kind of teleportation ability and who was responsible for it. Kenji is exultant and strikes a pose, asking how he looks, but suddenly Yusuke reappears and says he sent them somewhere else. He is holding a first aid kit and says he performed this teleportation with his ability. Shiki is surprised by the young man's technique and asks how he managed to do that. Yusuke and Kenji begin to argue. Because he said he also helped, it was a skill combo. Shiki just wants them to explain everything. Basically, it was a combination of the abilities My Sweet Home and Extended Self. Kenji's ability increases the range of the ability of someone he is touching. Normally, Yusuke's ability only applies to himself, but with Kenji's help, it was possible to teleport everyone who was near him at that moment. The purple-haired boy may not have the same range as Shiki, but he can teleport any object he chooses. Redeem was teleported near Erika, and he is already preparing for the confrontation. Yusuke managed to teleport everyone so that the fights would be fair. The only ones left were the three of them, but the rest of the team prepares for the upcoming fights. The white-haired girl is surprised by this strategy. Yusuke adds that he made sure to send number 0 to a special place just for him. We see the blonde man floating in a mysterious place, surrounded by what appears to be a red liquid. He is extremely confused and cannot tell where he is or even which way is up or down, but something special catches his attention. A group of sea monsters appears in his field of vision. Sharks, shapeshifters, octopuses, and even sinister fish are there. They begin to approach number 0, rapidly forming an aquatic ambush. A man in a uniform holds his sword and looks at a kind of lake. He believes Leonis must be in the limestone cave inside the CPU facility, now specifically in the 17th rift known as Chimo Egypt. The rift is a passage to another dimension that grows approximately 10 centimeters each year, and there is no way to stop this growth. Not even Midor discovered a way to stop this prophecy, so they will see how number 0 fares, while he's trapped there. Meanwhile, on Mount Nagano in Metak, Redeem and Itika are face to face. The white-haired swordsman looks up and wonders what this place is, questioning if someone teleported him there. Itika can't contain her amusement and begins to chuckle softly as she approaches the young man. She said that, apparently, the divide and conquer operation worked. Radim asks what they did to his boss, and she explains that they sent him to a place he can never leave. While holding the sheath of his sword, the young man says that if that's the case, they should have sent everyone else to that place too. Itika waves her hand dismissively and tells him not to be foolish, as one of them could have an escape artifact and ruin the whole plan. They needed to make sure there was no chance of him returning, since nothing can be allowed to happen to the commissioner. The boss might even have an artifact, but either way, she preferred the idea of dealing with as many of his lackeys as possible. Redeem begins to concentrate energy in his body and asks if the girl thinks she's a match for him, smiling. The woman says it will be like taking candy from a baby because only their boss is a real threat. The rest would be nothing if they didn't have the artifacts. This remark from Itika leaves the young man extremely irritated. He furrows his brow and with great agility uses his Kulika strike, slashing the space between them with several beams of light. A few beams seem to have hit Itika's body, but her eyes glow red. Cherry blossoms appear in her gaze, and she uses her ability, Solitude of Dawn. The woman's eyes glow with a neon light. Solitude of Dawn is one of Itika's natural techniques that she was born knowing. On the surface, this ability seems quite simple and was considered useless for many years, but there's much more to it than meets the eye. The ability can block all internal and external influences, allowing Itika to maximize her mind and body's potential. She continues her movements, her eyes still glowing like a pink beacon. In short, the ability grants her 100% concentration in any circumstance. No matter where she is or who she's fighting, the girl can summon all her strength to deliver a lethal blow. She closes in on her opponent, and everything goes dark. Only the pink glow from Itika's eyes can be seen. A single cut is made on Radam towards his chest, but this one slash is enough to hurl him backward. With force, unbalancing and destabilizing the young man, she finishes her attack. Transcendents, who specialize in martial arts, spend countless hours honing their physical skills, so they understand better than anyone the value of a perfectly trained body like hers. With a serious and superior gaze, the girl says he doesn't even compare to Makoto. Meanwhile, back at the CPU's large-scale practice area, a pair of heroes and a pair of villains face off. With a mocking look, the girl in the red hat, 7, says it won't make a difference changing to a 2 versus 2 battle. The pair of CPU warriors don't look scared, or anything of the sort. 7 turns to Zara and asks what their plan is. It now begins to rain on the location, drenching all the warriors present. With his eyes closed and a sad expression, the man says he can fight him if she holds the other one off, but a fist is already approaching his face. The punch lands hard, and Zara is sent flying by the force of the blow. Midori asks if he thinks they're just going to wait, while they get trampled. 7 watches the white-haired warrior charge at her teammate while she is distracted. Her opponent's long hair grabs her. He begins to have memories of when he was a child, his little red-haired friend touching his locks. With hatred in his eyes, he asks if she is one of the wretches who killed Makoto. Already almost completely enveloped by the boy's hair, she says she understands now. And with a smile on her face, she asks if he's still mad about it. Red lightning bolts begin to appear in the sky, turning it dark red. The 2 skilled warriors have to dodge the bolts, which seem intent on striking them. With a maniacal look and surrounded by playing cards, Seti begins to laugh as her eyes widen. She uses her ability, Queen of Hearts, and her cards begin to grow legs and arms. The long-haired man realizes that this ability seems to be some kind of telekinesis. She orders her loyal minions to disperse. A gigantic army of cards begins to appear, and she commands them to find Minato Kanagi for her. But her opponent isn't willing to let her go after Minato. He begins to charge up his energy, and once again, a scarlet bolt of lightning tries to strike him, but he manages to dodge it quickly. The pair of fighters from the CPU are reunited, side by side again. Zara appears through the mist and smoke. He says that his ability allows him to physically manifest emotions. He places his hand in front of his face and uses his ability, Mask of 1,000 Faces. With a sinister voice and a terrifying aura, he tells them to prepare to die. Now, his eyes are black. His face is unrecognizable. This is the ability, Face of Rage. Dozens of lightning bolts begin to rain down on the battlefield, causing a deafening noise all around. Meanwhile, in Tokorozawa, Saitama Prefecture, loud noises can be heard. Kurosagi is using her ability, Lingering Threat, in a challenging battle. Her partner is fleeing from the wild blows of the man with the bandaged head, one of whose arms is much larger than the other. He unleashes several punches toward the blonde man, who tries to defend himself. The villain's punches end up striking the rocks and mountains around them, causing a loud noise and immense destruction. And the large-armed man doesn't give up, persistently chasing after his enemy. But a familiar voice interrupts the harrowing chase scene. It's Shindy, who appears using the ability, Ascending Tengu. A smokescreen forms, and the enemy begins to carve a path through it with his giant hand, and he quickly succeeds. Freeing himself from the sand whirlwind, he looks down. There are 3 CPU warriors below, watching him. Kurosagi looks worried. She had imagined this battle would be difficult, but the enemy is even stronger than she anticipated. He stares at them with empty, terrifying eyes. That bandaged man is named Dry, one of the 12 disciples of the Apocalypse. He deduces that since they survived his attack, they must be very strong warriors. But to him, the 3 of them are just a minor nuisance at best, so he prefers to save his energy and end this quickly. The blonde man gives a small smirk and says, he seems pretty confident for someone who's about to lose his life. Shindy begins to prepare an attack. He says he's going to teach this idiot a lesson he'll never forget. Kurosagi notices that Shindy is starting to lose his patience. She fears he will act without thinking. Of course, she can understand why. She begins to remember the day of her brother's funeral, and that the 12 disciples were responsible for the death of Captain Makoto. Dry observes more carefully and says he's noticed that the red-haired boy might be related to the weak Makoto Suo. With a taunting voice, he asks if he's that boy's younger brother. Shindy just widens his eyes, feeling a shiver run down his entire spine. While sticking out his disgusting tongue, he asks what it's like to have a pathetic brother who couldn't even defeat a loser like 12. This enrages the redhead, who truly begins to lose his composure. Without a second thought, and consumed by a deadly hatred, he charges at the enemy, sword in hand. Dry's gigantic hand begins to transform into a strange cannon of flesh. He is preparing his ability, La Traviata, and from the tip of his anomalous arm, a purple ball of energy begins to charge. The 3 heroes are caught off guard by the move. They all look on in surprise at the ability. Meanwhile, at the CPU headquarters, a tense situation is unfolding. The women are still trying to heal Lady Ale. Giving it their all, they finally feel a pulse. Rin takes Lady Yu's hands and can feel her heart beating. She is overwhelmed with relief, unable to contain her emotions as a tear of joy and relief trickles down her face. The other woman shouts to the support unit for an update on their situation. The girls respond. They've almost finished healing the captain's wounds, and 4 other powerful warriors are ready to join the unit. But the young man in the cap and sunglasses asks them to wait a moment. They need to deal with a little something first. Several cards appear on the scene, searching for Minato. Tengu orders everyone to take their positions, saying they must keep Minato safe until he awakens. So, while one team struggles to heal Lady Yu, the other warriors prepare to deal with the cards. But the man with the goatee notices an immense energy that has enveloped the entire area. Izuku and Konami also feel a tremor resembling an earthquake. But Izuku knows this is no mere tremor. A gigantic purple vortex appears nearby, disrupting the energy of the entire area. The uniformed man guarding Number Zero's prison realizes he has escaped and says, "That guy is a true monster." Konami panics and starts screaming that he was supposed to be sealed in a rift forever. Izuku knows they don't have much time, and asks the boy to help him send that bastard to an even more distant place. Konami seems a bit reluctant, but the purple-haired boy insists, because they need to save the captain. But before he can try to convince his friend to help him, something else catches his attention and he looks up. His eyes are wide and he can't believe what he is seeing. A beam of blue light is coming from inside the CPU building and is now helping the girls heal Lady Yu. Minato is there, channeling energy into her with tears in his eyes, still overcome with emotion. As everyone watches the boy who just woke up, he is focused, his eyes fixed on Lady Yu, determined to heal her, while aiding in her recovery. Minato asks how long he was unconscious, and Rin replies that it was for a few hours. She stares at the boy, curious to know how he managed to wake up so quickly. While they are with Yu, Number Zero is escaping from his prison, and she asks if he is capable of defeating him. The protagonist looks at the girl and says, "Yes, I will defeat him for you. But first, there is one thing he needs to do," and his hair begins to change color. Now with white hair, he continues to channel energy into Lady Yu. He asks for her forgiveness, and says he never meant to keep her waiting for so long, believing that Minato must be strong enough to do this. Now, with the woman's help, he uses his sacred apothecary art skill. An energy so powerful it nearly liquefies begins to flow from his body toward the lady. The sacred apothecary art is a skill from Warrantine, the sovereign apothecary. It allows the user to instantly activate the ultimate healing ability within the imaginary apothecary in Warrantine's mind. The once grievous wound on the woman's chest now begins to close, little by little, and finally, it closes completely, leaving her perfectly intact. The women who had been trying to heal Lady Yu earlier are stunned by the display of the technique. The girl with glasses is perplexed, as she realizes the wound didn't just close, it healed completely. Even the woman's organs are intact. She desperately wants to know the mechanism behind this ability. It isn't long before the woman begins to slowly regain consciousness. Rin's eyes well up with tears again as she begins to call out the lady's name. Lady Yu moves her eyes toward the protagonist, showing she is all right and aware. Her vision is a bit blurry, but she can make out that it's Minato, smiling down at her. She smiles back, saying he finally came. With the little strength she has left, the lady raises her arm towards him, and suddenly, she no longer sees Liam, but instead, she sees Warren, the woman who healed her. The protagonist holds the lady's hand with both of his, very gently. Smiling calmly, the boy said she should be more careful. She tells him she tried her best, but was not much help and apologizes. But he tells her that on the contrary, she was spectacular. Warren asks her to rest now that her wounds are healed, and as soon as she wakes up later, they can all have one meal together like in the old days. Then, memories of the two of them when they were very young come to the surface. Memories of them having fun and eating together. This memory moves the lady, and her eyes fill with tears. She agrees with her old friend's plan. Warren observes the situation from a screen and addresses the other souls who are there, confirming everyone is ready to continue the protagonist's actions. Meanwhile, a shower of cards with legs and arms begins inside the CPU building. One of the young men there grabs his sword and uses the metal reinforcement and 1000th strike skills. With this, he uses his body's momentum to swing the sword like a baseball bat. He knocks the cards away and also slices through them. Some small cards are chopped into several pieces, utterly defeated. The blonde woman uses her martial arts skills and the lethal chain explosion ability. The two join forces to defeat these minions. The girl is giving it her all, but she only managed to knock out one card. This is very similar to when they fought against Eva. Each of these minions is as strong as an anti-Kame. In fact, they are much more powerful than that. She fixes her eyes in a direction behind her, trying to protect herself. A 3 of clubs card lands a direct kick to the girl's face, sending her flying from the force of the blow. But with perseverance, she manages to recover. She regains her balance and stands firm. Determined, she thinks that she refuses to give up without a fight, as a barrage of cards approaches her. But the woman does not intend to be defeated. She remembers Captain McCabe with a smile on his face, saying that he is counting on her to save the world. And since he is counting on her, She will fight until the end of her days. Then, as she tries to attack the cards with her martial arts skill, she feels that she is not alone. It is Captain McCabe who is helping her, using his stone punch skill and decimating some small cards nearby. Not believing what her eyes are seeing, the girl starts to shout the captain's name to make sure it is really him. He looks at her with a smile. He apologizes for coming back, since a true warrior should die in battle. Suddenly, someone else appears. Someone using the golden staff skill manages to defeat a bunch of cards at once. The boy in the cap looks on, somewhat confused. It is Captain Yoroi. He is holding his pose, looking all pompous, defeating several cards as he moves with his staff with a serious expression. He asks everyone to listen to him. He needs to finish off all these small, cursed cards, and asks for their help in finishing every last one of them. The two youngsters are much more energized, and their morale is much higher with the presence of their captains there. But before they start to move, Captain McCabe asks them to wait a moment. He can see Liam up high, near the armored scout. The protagonist is holding his sword. He is in the midst of several cards, and McCabe thinks that he is about to do something. Then, the boy changes his stance and holds his sword as the cards notice him. They notice his presence and begin to approach. Concentrated, he charges the energy in his body, letting it flow into his arms, like a drop of water falling into a river. It is the Hinnock style, the sword technique. And finally, he unleashes the shadow vortex stability with all his might, quickly cutting down all the cards there one by one. Spinning his sword, he forms a true vortex with his blade that covers the sky, and leaves the boys down below impressed as a shower of paper begins to fall. All the tiny pieces of cards he shredded are now inanimate, just as they should be. Meanwhile, on the other battlefield, several red rays are still falling all over the place. Seth is suddenly startled by something, his eyes widening. Sarah asks her partner what is going on over there. She can't believe what she's seeing, as there were over 500 cards in total, and yet they were all eliminated in the blink of an eye. With pure hatred in his eyes, the white-haired man asks if this is the work of Kaden Kanagi, their main target, and now he vows that he will kill him. Then, his gaze turns to his opponents on that battlefield. The two of them are dodging the rays, and he says he has better things to do than fight with these worms. He screams at them to stop resisting and simply die. Then, Misty lets out a long sigh and prepares to act, changing her stance, while the man begins to charge his next attack. He holds one arm with the other and points at the two enemies right in front of him as his arm begins to emanate energy. He declares that they are the only ones there who are about to die. The veins on Asura's face begin to bulge, such is his rage. As he glares at her, he asks what Misty thinks she is doing, but before he can do anything, a mark appears on his arm and begins to glow. It is the powerful ability of the man in sunglasses, the sacred seal of exorcism. Well folks, that's the end of the video. If you enjoyed it, please comment for the next part. Subscribe to the channel and leave a like. Thanks for watching, and see you next time.